Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm Ada K, and I'm a criminal justice major and your deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I thought I had it set to my new intro. Hope you like my new intro. I do. Excuse me. Today is Tuesday, and we are going to be at the Ohio and the Bionca Ellis trial. Yep, that's where we are today. Thank you so much for yesterday. I had a wonderful day off. I had a short trip to Austin, Texas. I was able to visit with an ex-mother-in-law. Very good visit. My son got to see his grandmother. We had a fabulous lunch. We went and did some much needed shopping for my son. Yes, he's got a job interview and he needed to get himself a pair of, blue jeans. This kid never wears blue jeans. He's in flip-flops and shorts year round. So he had to go and get him some blue jeans. So yes. So anyway, it was an interesting day. Yeah. I am, October, if you do not know, is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. As a survivor, my sister did not. Didn't know this was going to get emotional. November will be a year ago that she passed away. And so for the month of October, we will be honoring all of us who have survived and not survived this horrible disease called cancer. And if you are affected in any way, either by a family member or yourself, my prayers go out to all of you. It is not a fun and easy process to go through. Sorry. All right, let me give you a rundown on this trial. And for those of you who don't know, go to my YouTube channel under videos. I did something for the first time today last night, wee hours of the morning. I couldn't sleep. I've only had 3 hours of sleep, y'all. And someone says, you look so great. Well, yes, I always look so great when I don't sleep well because I'm faking it till I make it. But anyway, we are diving into a new case. It's a case that I didn't hear about until yesterday, but it's horrific. It's horrific. And let me get us involved in that. I'm trying to get there we go. I want to welcome first and tap Miss June, one sunny day. Hello, it's Brit. Welcome, you guys. Welcome. And thank you guys for joining. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, here are the facts and allegations and all of the fabulous deet and information we need on this fabulous case. And y'all, I'm burning up. I'm going to turn the fan on. Hopefully it will stay on. All right. We already started in court? We'll see. Ellis allegedly stabbed 3-year-old boy Julian Woods and stabbed his mother, Margaret Wood, in a parking lot of a grocery store. Julian later died from his injuries while his mother survived. The alleged sequence that Elias first went to a thrift store, Volunteers of America, next door, stole or otherwise obtained 2 knives, testing them, i.e., by hitting them on the concrete, to check their pliability, and then walked into the shopping store or grocery store, spotted Woods, followed them out, and stabbed the child first in the face and then again in the back, while the mother tried to rescue him. The defense did not appear to basically contradict those facts, but rather focused on her mental state, especially the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Bionca Ellis is indicted and charged, very seriously charged, on 10 counts, including but not necessarily limited to aggravated attempted redrum, felonious assault, endangerment of a child, tampering with evidence, misdemeanor theft. The multiple counts reflected the prosecutors covering different theories, either the degree, theory of liability, or overlapping the offenses. Now, the mental health, insanity, competence. Ellis previously was found incompetent to stand trial or unable to understand the proceedings and assist in her own defense, and underwent treatment. 5 months approximately, then she was deemed competent again. The defense attorney is not denying the act, but argues that at the time of the stabbing, she was mentally insane, meaning she lacked the capability to understand or control her actions to appreciate the wrongfulness. Prosecutors will counter this by showing she did have awareness of her actions and their consequences, pointing to her deliberate steps, stealing the red knife, testing the knives, and following the victims as evidence that she understood what she was doing. The key legal issues are: 1, the insanity standards. While Ellis meets the Ohio legal standard of insanity, the defense must convince the jury at the time of the offense she was suffering mental illness or defect, rendering her unable to either understand the nature of her wrongful acts or conform to the conduct of the law. Mens rea intent. The prosecution will argue she had intent, or at least knowledge of consciousness, because of her methodical behavior, the knife selection, and the following of the victim. They assert that she understood the stabbing was wrong. Causation and manner of death. The medical examiner findings caused death as a traumatic wound analysis will be critical, establishing the actions led to Julian's death, possibly supporting the aggravated redrum. Eyewitnesses to this who saw Ellis carry the knife followed the victim and actual stabbing itself. Expert psychologists and psychiatrists for the defense to diagnose mental illness and testify to her state. That's going to be fun. I'm just thinking about that. Conspiracy theory and insanity. Well, we've kind of talked about some of that, but even though she was once deemed incompetent, she didn't automatically isolate her from the trial of if restored. If convicted, especially of the aggravated redrum, she faces life in prison, possibly harsher penalties, depending on the Ohio law. Prosecution has already gone through, and the defense have already gone through the brutal jury instruction. Out of approximately 200 people-ish, or 100 and something, the majority had already heard significant information about this case. They have been able to seat a jury at this time, and we are in the first full day of trial. We will go back and rewatch and look. I moved my studio and it feels off-centered. I had to readjust my camera. Anyway, yeah, while I try to readjust the monitor, maybe that will help me a little more. feel less out of sorts. We will be seeing graphic video. We will be seeing a lot of stuff. So those who are trigger warning with children, I'm giving you forewarning. We do have some gruesome trial ahead of us. So y'all need to self-care. I'm going to come back a little bit on this video from Court TV while we await for trial to start. I'm going to get myself situated and turn on the volume.
This case is horrific. A toddler stabbed at a busy grocery store in Cleveland, Ohio. This morning, defendant Bionca Ellis is going to be facing the testimony of several witnesses coming in against her. There is the defendant looking a lot better this morning than she has in many of the pretrial hearings where we've seen her. The victim is this little guy. This is 3-year-old Julian Wood. And we just heard the prosecutor in the open say that little Julian was stabbed in the face, allegedly by Ellis, as his mother was pushing the shopping cart to her car in the parking lot of that Giant Eagle store in North Olmsted, Ohio, which is the greater Cleveland area. Let's show you the defense opening statement now, because what's interesting about this case is the defense isn't denying that these things happen, but what they're putting forward to the jury is that this woman did not know and understand the wrongfulness of her actions at the time. Take a look.
Bionca Ellis is 34 years old. She has no felony convictions. She has suffered from mental illness since the age of 22, diagnosed with schizophrenia. And Bionca has been treated on an outpatient basis at a place called Taylor for almost 10 years. There's been a lot of ups and downs as it relates to her treatment. You'll hear from her mother, Yolanda Eggleton, and she'll come in and she'll testify the struggles of trying to get Taylor to medicate Bionca, because Bionca, when she's on her medication versus when she's off her medication, she's two different people. Bionca was off of her medication. The medication, the evidence will show, stabilizes her. And it is true that whatever's going on in her mind, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. Eventually, Bionca goes into a foyer area, and then Miss Wood and her child, Julian, they leave out, they go into the parking lot. She walks out of the foyer and she does follow behind them. I will tell you that all times she remained the posture of having both of those knives in her hand. One knife in her hand at Giant Eagle, excuse me. And I will tell you that she never tried to conceal it. And she committed that act in broad daylight, never trying to conceal the knife. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. Knife in hand. Still carrying the knife after the act is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. The evidence will show that even during her arraignment, she was still mentally ill because she was smiling at the arraignment. The evidence will show that she answered the judge in Spanish when being asked questions. The evidence will also show that we had a difficult time communicating with Bionca. So much so that Dr. Sarah West became involved in the case. And she had to make an evaluation of whether or not she was competent to aid in her defense. And because her mental illness was still going on, Dr. West referred her to North Coast Behavior. North Coast is a place where mentally ill people, they're there to get restored and for other reasons, but for Bionca's purposes is for restoration, to get her confident so she can understand this process. So after the competency evaluation, Dr. West was requested to evaluate her for sanity. And the evidence will show that Dr. West did evaluate her for sanity. She looked at all of her prior psychiatric treatments over the many years since she was age 22, her behavior on the day of the incident, and all the other information that she took into consideration after. And Dr. West made a determination that she was insane at the time of the offense. She acknowledges through her lawyers, whether she testifies or not, that she's responsible for the murder of Julian. She acknowledges through her lawyers that she's responsible for the attempted murder of Margot. There's no running away from that. That's not what this trial is about. The evidence will show, though, that it is obvious that she was insane at the time of the offense. And no matter what your experiences have been, you have to evaluate that information. That's all we're asking you to do.
Well, defense counsel is good, isn't he? Attorney Fernando Mack is his name. You can tell he is very seasoned. What would you be thinking if you're a juror right now? Whose side would be swaying you more? Remember, opening statements are so key because jurors start to make up their minds, even though they're not supposed to. They do. Let's bring in our analysts and see what they think. I have with me on the show attorney, former prosecutor Randolph Rice, and domestic violence expert and former law enforcement officer Claudia King. Good morning to you both. Randolph, what'd you think? Who's open did you like better and why, please?
The defense's opening is called the Crazy as a Loon opening, and they did an amazing job. I think you made a good point there, as Mr. Mack, the attorney for the defense. He laid it all out. He pretty much said, look, we're not denying that she did this. We're just telling you that she didn't understand the wrongfulness of her acts at the time of this crime. And that's what they're going to have to prove by a preponderance of the evidence to get that not guilty by reason of insanity.
Randolph, thank you for that. Claudia, whose open did you like more and why?
I absolutely agree with Randolph that the defense did a really good job talking about the fact that, yes, she did it. We acknowledge that. She acknowledges that. But she did not understand the consequences of her actions at the time that she committed them. So I think if they can prove that, they have a really good shot. But it's just so hard because the jury sees this little boy who isn't with us anymore. And I think it's going to be really tough for the defense to get past that.
It is. These are really, really awful facts. And I have to say, I thought the prosecutor's open was decent. It didn't knock my socks off, but it was decent. I have to say, the defense open, I was listening to every word. He was excellent, so conversational, loved how he just admitted all of the bad things on behalf of the client and then explained, this is why we're here. We're here because we don't agree on the issue of her mental state at the time of these incidents. And I thought it was sensational, and I was really taken by him. I'm wondering if the jury was too. So this kind of brings me back to, okay, Randolph, talk to me as a former prosecutor. Obviously, the prosecution doesn't agree that she was insane at the time. And they've got to go through certain things behind the scenes in order to put forward what they put forward just now was that essentially she was evil and vicious and she knew what she was doing when she took this little boy's life. Would you talk to us about that process, please?
Well, the prosecutor has two very important things they're going to have to focus in on this trial. The first is they're going to have to actually prove the crime. Now, that should be pretty easy, relatively speaking, that obviously we've got extensive video evidence, it sounds like, from the prosecution. But what they're going to have to overcome is this wrongfulness. What were her actions leading up to this? What were her actions after this that are going to show that she understood what she was doing and that she didn't have that mental insanity part that would prevent her from being convicted of these crimes?
Yes. Let's also, be mindful of something else as we're getting ready to go into the first witness. So I'm being told that the first witness up, the state is going to be introducing some video of Bionca Ellis from earlier that day where she's in the lobby of, guess where, a police station. That's right. She was actually at a police station earlier that day before going to the thrift store to allegedly steal that 12-inch long butcher knife before going into the Giant Eagle. So we'll hit a break. When we come back, oh, I'm being told we're going to go look at it right this minute. Let's watch.
All right, I'm stopping this at 7 seconds. Oh, I don't really want to do that. With this player, I may not be able to pause like I'd like. So let's talk as we go. What do we see on the screen at 8 seconds here?
This is Bionca opening up the door.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of how she appeared to you on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
And you described for us the wheelchair and suitcase that she had.
Mm-hmm.
Are these the items we're seeing here on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, at 40 seconds, we see Ms. Ellis stopping at the counter. What's happening here at 47 seconds?
I'm asking how I can help her, and then she's explaining, what she's there for.
Now let's watch what she does here, 58 seconds. What is she presenting you with at 1 minute and 3 seconds?
Her ID.
Okay. So I guess I can't pause. Okay. So she had a state ID.
Yes.
Do you recall if it was up to date, not expired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if it was in fact her name and her photograph and her information on that ID?
It was.
Okay. And when you were presented with her ID, what did you do with it?
I take down her driver's license number and usually a good phone number, just to so we know who we're speaking with.
Do you recall if she gave you a phone number?
I do not recall.
Resuming the video at 1 minute, 7 seconds. And what are you doing now while she's waiting at the counter?
I am contacting the corrections officer.
Okay. And is this protocol for, if anyone, right, came to the North Olmsted Police Department and asked for their property back? Is this the protocol that you follow?
Yes.
Okay. At this point in the encounter with Ms. Ellis, was anything from your perception, anything unusual about her or her request of you?
No.
Was her behavior unusual at this point?
No.
Okay, so at 2 minutes, 22 seconds, we see the defendant retrieve her pink pouch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that contained her state ID, as you testified.
Yes.
And why was it returned to her?
Because it was her property, and I gave her the answer that I had.
Okay, so at this point, 2 minutes, 26 seconds, you'd already informed Ms. Ellis, you don't have any of your property here.
Yes.
Here's a phone number for someone else you can contact.
Yes.
Okay.
Just ask you to keep your voice up nice and on. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, you testified before I showed you the video that you see, or you sense a shift in her behavior, correct?
Correct.
As I press play again, can you describe for us your memory and your, what you were feeling in this moment in the lobby?
At this moment, I feel like that she's irritated. She's putting her stuff away. She goes to walk out, and then she looks back at me, and then flips the light off.
Right, at 2 minutes, 44 seconds, she flips that light off.
Correct.
And what is going through your head when she does that?
She's obviously upset, so she wants me to get upset because she turned off the lobby light, I'm assuming, so.
Now, at this point in your career, obviously, you're usually on the road, but you've been behind that desk for 8 months, dealing with the general public.
Yes.
Thank you.
Had anyone ever, before this, turned the lobby light off as they exited the police station?
No.
Okay, resuming at 2 minutes, 49 seconds. What do we see happen there?
She leaves her property.
Okay. So at some point, did you or somebody else go outside to see this wheelchair?
At this moment, we weren't aware that she left her property there.
Okay. So from where you're sitting, you didn't even know?
No.
Okay. And the video is completed 3 minutes, 13 seconds. After that encounter, do you just go on about your day?
Yes.
Okay, so let me set the scene for you. So this is around 2:30 in the afternoon on that awful day, June the 3rd, 2024. We see Bionca Ellis going into the North Olmsted Police Department. This was in regards to a theft arrest that happened the week before. Right. So that was why she was there in connection with that arrest. The jury shouldn't be hearing about that. As you notice, the testimony omitted that portion, but that was why. So, she's pushing her wheelchair. She's got a suitcase, definitely odd looking. And so after this event happens, this is then when she goes over to the thrift store to allegedly steal 2 knives. So we'll hit pause right here. We're going to see the cross-examination of that police officer next. And this should be good, right? Because their whole defense is that she was not in the right state of mind. Surely she's going to be asked about how odd looking it was to see this woman pushing her own wheelchair. And she's also packed a suitcase going somewhere, apparently. We'll be right back.
Yes. All right. She was found competent. She became competent. Let me go back. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Ada Kay. Thank you so much for joining. I'm your deaf courtroom commentator. I can speak, but without my beautiful, fabulous ears and very expensive hearing aids, I can't hear a lick. So hence the deaf. We sometimes have an interpreter hop in when she can to interpret trial when I have a deaf viewer. So if you see someone just go IOY, that's a deaf person letting me know they want interpretation, and then we hop into interpreting mode. I, for a while, did work at something called the Kerrville State Hospital here in Kerrville, Texas. Yes, where the floods happened. And thank you for your prayers. There, at that particular hospital, I'm going to pause this for a minute. At that particular hospital, they are admitted when they are found either incompetent to withstand trial or guilty by reason of insanity. NGIR or NGRI, excuse me, dyslexia. And so when they are temporarily, and I say temporarily, found incompetent to withstand trial, they will send them to a state or a specific hospital for their area, and they are observed and treated. A lot of people who are in that situation, when treated and on medication, they become stable. Now, here's the catch. Once, at least in Texas, and it works that way in a lot of states, once they leave the facility and go back to the jail system, it takes a few days for the jail to get them on their medications. So, depending on the person, they may or may not maintain that sanity because they are not maintained on their meds. Thus, they start to go back to that psychotic state, and it's a vicious cycle. A lot of times, they don't get to trial. They'll go and stay in the jail for a day or two, maybe even up to a week, prior to their hearing, and they're off of their meds. And when they're off of their meds, they become incompetent again. So they go back to the hospital. They get them competent again and send them to the jail for the next hearing in hopes that they stay competent or sane enough, long enough for them to maintain them on their meds a couple of days later. Unfortunately, when they send them from the state hospital to the jail in preparation for the hearings or trial, they are not permitted. Is that on my screen? Oh, it's on my screen. That had a little dust and it's on the screen. So they're not permitted to send their medications with them. Yep. You have to be processed into the jail, see their physicians and doctors, and it can take up to 48 hours, sometimes a little longer, to get all their meds back on board. And that's when they go back into their psychotic state. So if they get her to the point of trial and on her meds, and she enters into this trial and she's in their sane state, then she's competent to withstand trial. Now, the not guilty by insanity is still, not guilty by reason of insanity is still on the table. Yes, it is still on the table. They're two separate things. Some people combine them into one thing, but in reality, they're two separate issues. It is a vicious cycle, especially with trying to get somebody to court who is spinning easily off of their meds. There are some people that they can miss a day or two of their doses and they're still okay. And then they get a day or two doses in, and then trial starts and they are competent to withstand trial. However, there's some people who you miss one day and they start spinning. Trust me, I worked with them. And people, I kind of joke around a little bit, and I tell people that the unit that I worked on, let me get this back up, my apologies. The unit that I worked on was not just the NGRI unit. My unit that I worked on was the elderly unit with medical conditions, with not only schizophrenia, schizoaffective, bipolar, or whatever, but they also have dementia, Alzheimer's, and have other medical physiological issues. That really compounds this. Now, I did sub on other units that did not have all the medical. It was just the psych units, and saw a guy. I learned this personally. I didn't understand the difference. I saw a gentleman who they would get him at a very comfortable, stable state, and you swear he was normal like all of us. But they ship him to the jail in San Antonio, which is an hour and a half away, and he sat there for a week prior to trial. So his lawyer and him can get together and prepare for trial. He would not get his meds, nor was they. I mean, this happened multiple times, so I don't understand why they didn't have everything ready, but their policy, their procedure, he didn't get his meds till day 3. With him, if you didn't give him his meds every single day, or if he palmed the meds or tongue-in-cheek the meds and didn't take the meds, you knew by day 1 after not taking the meds that this guy is not on his meds, and it goes totally into incompetent about that quick. So this is a very touchy cycle, and I know I'm over explaining it for some, but I just want you guys to really understand that the incompetency and the not guilty by reason insanity are two separate issues. If they can get her to trial under a competent state, under a medicated state where she is somewhat competent, then the next hurdle will be not guilty by reason insanity, which means they must find that she did not, or they must believe that she did not, could not have understood her actions at the time that this alleged red room happened. Well, it's kind of hard because we have the video to prove it. That she was not in her right mind, could not make a difference from right or wrong, nor understand the consequences of her behavior. All right, guys, here we go.
Giant Eagle grocery store last year. His mother, Margot, was stabbed in the shoulder, but fortunately she survived. Testimony is just getting
Yet you never.
on the stand right now. A police officer who had an encounter with.
By the way, I am not liking this format. I'm trying to find, June, can you see if you can find me another video link, maybe from a news station or something? I don't like this format, but this is the only format I can find at this time. It may be because they do have there is a delay, or they may be covering this in this format with Court TV due to some restrictions of court. So we'll stay here until we know otherwise. Thank you, June.
The defendant at the police department at all places the day of the incident. So this is prior to the stabbing event that's in question. Let's go in now for the cross of that officer.
You learned on the same day that she had come into the police lobby that she was being charged for the stabbings. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yet you never generated a police report to identify the information that you testified to here today. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're just going off of memory. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever meet with the prosecutor to discuss this case as it related to what your testimony would be?
Yes.
Okay. You've normalized her behavior. That's your observation. She was a normal person that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yet, over the 5 years that you've been working as a police officer, had you ever heard of someone walking into the lobby with a suitcase and a wheelchair? Is that normal behavior?
No.
Okay. She walked into the lobby with the wheelchair in hand. Is that correct?
She rolled the wheelchair
Well,
with the suitcase on
I
it.
think that's, yeah, okay. She rolled the wheelchair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you had never heard of or seen Bionca before that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you indicated that, because it's kind of hard for me to see it in the video, that her demeanor changed. Is that correct?
If you say so, yes.
I'm asking you. You said her demeanor changed?
Yes.
Okay. She was not disrespectful to you in communications. Otherwise, she would have said so. Is that correct?
Other than her tone.
Did she call you any names? Did she disrespect you verbally in any way?
No.
Okay. You also said that it was unusual. You'd never seen anyone turn off the light of in the police station lobby. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know at what point the wheelchair was observed and by whom? Once it was outside of the lobby?
By Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan?
Yes.
Do you know when that wheelchair was discovered?
After the stabbing.
Okay. In preparation for your testimony, did you watch any video prior to testifying here today?
Just the lobby video.
And no other video?
No.
Okay. It is true that she appeared to be disheveled. Her appearance appeared to be disheveled to you?
No.
Okay. Neatly groomed?
I wouldn't say neatly groomed.
Okay. And you would not have the expectation, since you haven't met Bionca Ellis ever, that she would tell you what's wrong with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Young man, take one moment, please.
You can, thank you.
All right, so good cross there by defense counsel with this witness. You know, she seemed a little bit intimidated. I mean, you know, look, you're a police officer. You got to be firm with things. And she seemed a bit nervous to me for whatever reason. Let's bring in our guests, see what they think. Claudia King, Randolph Rice on the show today. Claudia, your thoughts on this officer and how she was responding to counsel's questions?
I did not like it at all, Julie. I thought she looked rude, to be honest with you. And I don't think that's going to play very well with the jury at all. She was very kind with the prosecutor. She needs to be the same way with the defense, but she was smiling, shaking her head. I don't think it was a good look for her at all.
Right. I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, it cannot be rude in the courtroom, and some of these people, you never know what the history is, right? I mean, we all, I'm sure, encountered people that, for years and years you may be working with on cases. Maybe you have a bad history, but you can't let that show in front of the jury if that's the case, and we don't know here. But Randolph, did you get the same impression that she was struggling with something there?
Oh, exactly. Claudia's exactly right. And I picked up on the same thing there. She was kind and cooperative with the prosecution. And then when the defense starts asking her questions, she almost seems like she's hiding something or being defensive. So that look, the jury picks up on every little thing in the courtroom. So you've got to be very careful on.
Okay, I got to stop here. She's young. She does not appear to have a whole lot of years under her belt. And she may not have been experienced in being in court and testifying. Not every officer gets to go testify on a regular basis in court. And one thing is when you're testifying as someone who's testified many times in court, the side in which you are testifying for prepares you. You know what's going to be asked of you. You're comfortable with what's being asked of you. The side that is opposed of you, you don't have that information. It is not so comfortable. You are a little more on edge because you have no idea what bullcrap is going to hit you in the face. Even though you're not the one who's being charged, being in that box is a very unnerving situation. Sometimes even the best of witnesses get very nervous. Even your professional witnesses get nervous. Because in all honesty, you really have no idea what that person in front of you is going to say and what they're going to try to do. Their job is to unnerve you. The opposing side's job is to plug holes in what you say and confront you and challenge you. And that is not an easy place to be. So I don't like how these news broadcasters are attacking her for this. I felt that under her situation, she did the best she could. And they need to back the hell off. How many of them have sat in a witness seat? Not many, I guarantee that.
Your demeanor and body language.
Definitely. I wonder if she was a little embarrassed that there wasn't a report written now that this has become such a big thing. But, Claudia, going back, you were a police officer. Her just walking in, coming in, just because it happens to be the day of this awful homicide doesn't necessarily mean that was report worthy, or was it?
I don't think it was probably separate report worthy. However, after that event happened, I think it would have been wise for her to at least do a supplemental report, which is basically an add-on report to the incident of the homicide, and just say what happened. And that way it's recorded, it's there, and then you don't have these issues in the courtroom a year later.
I really like what you're saying, Claudia. I really like what you're saying, because obviously the detectives went back and retraced this woman's steps. And as soon as she was at the point where she was on notice that, oh my gosh, this woman who's a defendant in a homicide case had an encounter with you a couple hours before. Yes, Claudia, I love what you said. She should have supplemented. Let's go into the courtroom now. So we've got a witness from the thrift store. That's where she went after the police station. We'll see that after the break. We'll hit a quick break. This is Court TV Live. We are your front row seat to justice.
Sorry, guys.
You dream about moments like this.
I apologize, guys. I forgot to put in my contacts. And what I hate about this situation is I get dinged for copyright infringement because of the music they're playing.
Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
So let me get Zoom doomed because I can.
time of this event. So under close scrutiny are all of her actions leading up to the stabbing. Next, we're going to look at the thrift store. That's where she went after the police station. We've got the manager of the store on the stand, and we're seeing surveillance video from inside.
So this is 20 seconds long. So this is the front of the store,
Yes,
okay? And does this face Lorraine Road?
actually, no, we face the inner part of the parking lot, the side of the building. Going out of the building, if you go to the right, you would see Lorraine Road.
Okay, all right. So you are in a plaza area,
Yes,
and what else is next to you?
I don't know what the name of that store is. And then there's an empty, oh no, there's Planet Fitness. Then there's an empty store, and then there's Giant Eagle on the end.
All right, continue, please. So this is State's Exhibit 178. Does this video fairly and accurately represent Volunteers of America on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes, it does.
Okay. State's Exhibit 179. Just stop it there. All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 179, which has also been provided to Defense Counsel? Can you tell us what we're looking at here, ma'am?
That is the production room.
All right. Is this the room that you were talking about?
Yes,
Okay. And in relationship to this room, are you in this room when you
Yes.
meet this person?
Wait till the question's asked.
yes,
You're in this room, okay. Continue. This is about 54 seconds. We're going to stop right here. All right, do you recognize anybody in this?
I believe that is her at the rear of the video there.
All right,
Just keep your voice up, please.
with the court's permission, is it that individual right at the very top of the screen?
Yes,
Okay, and is that the person that you had the interaction with?
yes,
All right. Let's play that. State's Exhibit 179. All right, stopping it there. Now, are you in this video as well?
yes, I'm at the rear as well.
Okay, and now we're going to back this up just a little bit.
It's not letting you do it for some reason.
Yeah. By and by.
What's your question? So maybe Ms. Mateo could move it there for you.
Does this fairly and accurately represent Volunteers of America, the production department?
Yes,
And that you were in this back room, are you the person that opened the door?
yes,
All right? And when we're looking at it here, is this the individual we're talking about that you encountered
yes,
and that you spoke to
yes,
and that had a knife in their hand?
yes.
All right? Let's continue on then. So is there anything in the back there that she was looking for?
Just an emergency exit door.
Okay, all right. And then when did you talk to her?
I spoke to her as she made the bend. I asked her if there was something I could help her with. Again, it's very loud, so I repeated myself. She turned around and asked for the restroom.
And then she walks out.
Mm-hmm.
You open the door and she walks out.
Yes,
So does State's Exhibit 179 fairly and accurately represent your interactions on that day?
yes,
All right? And State's Exhibit 181. Stopping it at what number is it? 182. Okay, States Exhibit 182. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the housewares,
Say it again.
housewares in the rear of the building.
Okay, is this coming out from the production department?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Is this one of your employees
Yes.
that we see to the left of the screen?
Yes.
All right. Stopping it there. Is this the person that you talked to in the back of the store?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated this is the houseware aisle?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you store your knives?
In a plastic Tupperware type bin.
Okay. Mrs. Spihar, with regards to States Exhibit 182, does that fairly and accurately represent the video on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
All right.
So her getting the knife ahead of time raises an interesting question. This could be a big fact that the jury struggles with. Does it go to premeditation?
And yes, it can go to premeditation. And that is exactly going to be our battle for this entire trial. So, as a juror, where does clear, thought out, processed, so it's thought, plan, process, and carry out, or follow through? At which point or where in any of that is she of a clear mind? Now, just because you're in a psychotic state, which means in a state of insanity, you can have rational process. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. There's a part of your brain that still functions in a rational process to a point, but you're not capable of understanding what you're doing is wrong. For example, those people who hear voices in their head, those people who are sitting there and they have their children. Let's take Andrea Yates because I know her personally. Yes, I worked with her. Fabulous young woman, but she was in a psychotic state. And she truly believed with all of her fiber being that she was being told to unalive her children. That said, in order to do that, she had to have clear thought of process or have some kind of a thought of process. And she drowned her children one by one, methodically, but she was not in her right mind when she did it. So that's what people sometimes don't understand is that even in a state of delusion, you can have a clear process. And that is where the jury's going to have to decide here. That is what the jury's going to have to decide. Is there a clear process? Even in that clear set of process, is she mentally not stable is she hearing voices, for example, or what kind of psychotic state is she under? Drug-induced psychosis is one of those states where, due to either medical grade medication or illegal drugs, causes the mind to go into a psychotic state. But even in that psychotic state, you can look, see, plan, do, and then follow through. All of that process can happen and still be mentally incompetent at that time. Yep, that's the way it works, y'all. Just wanted to explain it. Oh, by the way, thank you for joining. And by the way, I forgot I have a ticker that I put up. I have set something up. I forgot to tell you. I have set up an app, Buy Me a Cup of Coffee or Mod Tip Jar. If you would like to tip our mods because they work their little buns off, you can go to buymeacupofcoffee.com/AdaK. They will get your tips. Once a month, I will empty the tip jar and send them their tips. I will divide it up between I have some very hardworking mods and they will get your tips. Please be kind and bless our mods because they work just as hard as I do. And I wanted to recognize them. So I'll leave that up for the moment. If you leave a tip for the mod, please put ITIP, ITIP, and you will be entered into a drawing at the end of the month for a giveaway. By the way, we need to be doing our I liked. If you like the video, comment ILIKED in all caps. If you share the video, put ISHARED. If you are a first-time subscriber and you have subbed, put ISUB. All of it in caps. You will see Mr. Nightbot dropping this. You will be seeing Mr. Night. Let's see where Nightbot is. See if he has dropped it in here. We'll leave instructions periodically through the video. If not, our fabulous mod will catch it. Go ahead if you don't mind, because when I do it, it puts me in the drawing. At the end of every day, I do a drawing. That person goes into the end of a drawing for some free merch. Yay! It was very sad, and unfortunately, I believe the husband needs to be in jail because unfortunately, I read her entire file, but the husband was equally, if not more so, to blame for what happened with his children. I think today, if it had happened, she would be where she is, which she's happy to be. She's a fabulous young lady, a woman. She is super crafty. She can sew, she can paint, she can do anything creative. You can go to the state hospital and buy some of their stuff that they make to help raise money. And so I love going over there and seeing what I know what she does, so I know what's hers. But she is very content where she is. She is a very sweet woman, somebody that you could be best friends with, and is not the person that they portrayed her to be. It breaks my heart, but I got to tell you, that woman is simply amazing. And so I support her. Yeah. Maybe I'll do a deep dive on her and explain what really happened, because a lot of what came out in court happened, but a lot did not come out in court that should have come out in court. So maybe I'll do a deep dive. Okay, back to trial.
Does this go to her planning to do a homicide, as the state alleges? The defense alleging something very different, that she was not in the right state of mind to understand and appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions. As we head to break, I want to show you the victim. Let's always keep the focus. That is little mom, Margot.
So let me zoom past the court break. We will
stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Screamed in the parking lot as we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
How terrifying. The stabbing death of little 3-year-old Julian Wood happening in broad daylight at a busy, popular grocery store parking lot. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. This trial is happening in Cleveland, Ohio. On the stand right now, we have the manager of the thrift store where defendant Bionca Ellis went right before she went to the Giant Eagle. And it was at that thrift store where she is said to have stolen the knife that was used to kill Julian Wood. That is the allegation. Let's go back in.
Ms. VR, when you go to work and your employees and volunteers show up, is there a time schedule or time frame that they all have to be there?
Yes,
So what time does that usually occur?
between the hours of 8 and 4:30 for our production department.
Okay. So it's fair to say that once the day gets started, you know who's there and who's supposed to be there, correct?
My employees, yes. Volunteers, they have the right to come between 8 and 4:30.
Okay. Now, this is a store like any other store. They have baskets, carts, et cetera, to carry merchandise and things around.
Yes,
And you can see in the video, people are pushing buggies around, and there's also handheld carts,
no, I just have shopping carts.
just shopping carts. So you noticed someone in the back, correct?
Yes,
And you thought possibly that person could be a volunteer?
yes,
And is it fair to say when you met that person, you told police they completely ignored you when you first spoke to them? Is that fair?
yes,
And you also said that person seemed to be angry and distraught. You remember telling the detective that?
yes,
And you said you looked down and that person was clutching a knife.
yes.
And that didn't raise any alarm?
No,
The fact that they were angry, distraught, and ignored you and clutching a knife?
again, the production room is very loud, so they could have not heard me. That's why I said it twice. Where can I help you?
Well, what about the distraught part? You said that person looked distraught.
So it seemed to that they were distraught with a facial expression,
Okay.
like
And you-
something was bothering that person.
And you directed them to the restroom, correct?
Yes,
And did you follow up to see if they actually went to the restroom?
no,
You didn't think it was odd that the person was clutching a knife and looking distraught, and you gave them directions, even though they were in the back? You didn't think you should see where they were at?
no.
At what point did you realize the knives had left the store without being paid for?
After the detective came to the store,
So you never followed up anymore, never looked for this person that was in your area. Is that fair?
correct.
One moment, Judge.
Okay, I saw a question on my other format. Sometimes I get questions from my different formats. What's the difference between insane and psychotic? Actually, not much. Insane is more of a legal term. Psychotic is more of a psychological term. So a lot of people really mix the two. Basically, you're both out of your mind, but insane is more a legal finding.
So Ms. VR, this person, you discovered it's not a volunteer, correct?
Pardon me?
You realize this person in the back was not a volunteer, that's correct?
Correct.
And you said they looked angry, they looked distraught, correct?
Yes,
And you said they asked for a restroom despite being in an unauthorized area.
yes.
How far is the bathroom from that unauthorized area?
Right away. Maybe a couple 100 feet.
Couple hundred feet. So the fact that they were clenching a knife, looking distraught and angry, you didn't think you should follow up and see what was going on?
Okay, I love his train of thought here. I love what he is saying here, and I agree 100%. This woman is walking around in public with a knife. She's stabbing the asphalt outside to ensure that the knives will sustain a blunt force. So why did nobody say anything? Why did nobody comment? Why? I mean, how many of us, if we sat there, okay, we seriously sat there and we actually see a woman like this outside of Goodwill, for example, and that she's just walking around with nothing else in her hands, no purse, no nothing, with just a knife, just walking around randomly with a knife. Would that not steep some serious concern? I mean, come on, y'all, guys. How many people are? All right, guys. I know at this point in our society, it's all about us, all about I. Number one, me, oh my, what I think, what I like, what I want to be. You talk about you usually, but I talk about me mentality. Yes, that's a song. No, don't copyright me. But anyway, guys, get your butts out of your phones. Look at the world around you. Be aware of what's happening around you, because number one, it may be your life or the life of somebody else. And if somebody would have said something when they saw that woman wandering around with a knife before she did what she did, possibly this 3-year-old could be alive. I'm just saying. Y'all.
No.
No. All right. Nothing further.
Any redirect on those questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh, it was a good question to end on right there. I loved that. So let's bring in our law enforcement analyst guest, Claudia King, who's been watching along since the testimony kicked off this morning, right around 9. Claudia, tell me, when we hear these facts, what does it make you think as a former police officer when you have civilian witnesses who could be seeing something very important here, somebody who seems to be disturbed, angry, frustrated, whatever, and she's interested in a big old butcher knife?
It's very frustrating, Julie. And I was thinking that earlier, along with the grocery store as well, that people saw her there walking around with the knife. And now we know people saw her at the thrift store walking around with the knife, and nobody did anything. And we know that the police station, I think, is like right across the street. So had somebody just taken that extra step, we might not be here today. And it reminded me of the Suzanne Simpson case that you were speaking of earlier, where the neighbor heard screaming and didn't do anything. And it's just very unfortunate that people don't step in more often when they think something's.
People are terrified to be involved. People are terrified to engage. And my thought on that is, if it was you and your child, would you want somebody who saw this to engage? Think about it that way. You don't have to confront her, but you can sure in the hell call the police. Hey guys, we got this woman walking around the parking lot with a knife. Looks kind of strange. That's what the police are there for. Oh, but I didn't want to get involved. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. I didn't want to get involved. As my sister would say, bitch, please get your ass involved, because it may be your own you save.
Wrong.
Amen. Amen, my friend. I was popping off about this in my opening statement this morning. And for any viewers who may be just tuning in, if you want to see it, we've posted it for you. Claudia, I was astounded when I looked back last night at the surveillance video as I was preparing for the trial coverage today. And I know the video is going to be really key. And we see this woman go into that busy, popular grocery store where all these customers are walking by her. There's customers, there's employees, presumably security. At the very least, we know there are cameras, so somebody's got to be in charge of those. And all these people around her. And this woman, who's very large in stature, has a big 12-inch knife out in the open, and nobody does a thing. Claudia, I was saying, I don't know the answer to this. I would love for you to weigh in. Do you think that people are so worried about offending?
Okay, I'm going to touch on this. The defense is not even saying, they're not even defending it. They're saying, yeah. But what they're saying is not guilty by reason of insanity. They're not saying she didn't do it because obviously it's on video and we have plenty of witnesses, so they can't go there. But what they are saying is not guilty by reason of insanity. And that is their angle on this. We'll see if it works.
Someone in society that we just don't question everything, like, oh, lady's got a knife, it's look the other way, keep going, because we don't want to offend her. Pull out your phone and call 911. Claudia, what do you think, my friend?
Let's offend everybody if necessary.
Yes.
And, you know, unfortunately, Julie, I do think that's part of it, but I also think another part of it is people don't care. You know, we live in a society now where everybody is so focused on themselves and they're focused on that little computer that they're carrying around in their hand.
What did I just say?
They don't even care about anything else that's going on around them. And it's really disheartening.
It really is. And isn't it dangerous too, Claudia, if you're out in public and you are, you know, nose deep in your device and not looking around, are you not a target for criminals?
Absolutely. That's one thing that I tell people, especially when you're alone walking around, and that's whether it's at night, you know, down a dark alley or in the middle of a grocery store. Pay attention. I can't tell you how many people I've seen that will walk away from their cart and leave their purse sitting there in it, or, you know, walk away and leave their child sitting there in it, and they just aren't paying attention. And if this was truly just a
All right. Did you not just see what freaking happened? I'm going to clip this back. I'm going to run it. Again, don't pay attention to what she's saying. You have this very large woman, and I'm not saying large to be insulting. She's a force, not body size, but just, you can tell by her walk. She's got a knife in her hand. You have one. These two are engaged talking. Okay, you got this man who's behind the woman with a child. The woman is walking towards him with a knife in her hand, and she does an about face. I mean, I'm sorry. If I was that guy, I would have been going, hey, miss! I would have gotten some attention. I don't care if I offended somebody. Are you okay? This woman's walking around with a knife. I mean, scream, holler, do something, because this is a telltale sign. Hi, Erin. Hi, honeybee. I cannot imagine I know what I would do, and I'm not judging people by based on what I would do, but I will tell you, it is disturbing that this woman was walking around the way she was in the store with a knife. And not a damn person said a freaking thing. And yes, I'm upset because a 3-year-old was killed. Watch what happens.
They just aren't paying attention. And if this was truly...
This guy is right here behind her. She's got a knife. She's swinging it in her hand. Now, the mama is paying attention to the baby. Now, first of all, I probably would have noticed that as a mama. Walking straight towards me with a knife in hand. Although I don't know for sure. I don't know. But I'm a super hyper vigilant. Yes, I carry a lead shooter everywhere with me. I'm licensed. I can do that. But just saying, y'all, this guy, it's so obvious it's in her hand.
Just a random attack, then it could have been absolutely anybody. So people...
Look, I'm trying to get back to where you can see it. Let's play that again.
Attack, then it could have been a child sitting there.
You see it in her hand, right there, below right where the captioning is. Let me move it. Right there. Hello. I'm flabbergasted.
And they just aren't paying attention. And if this was truly just a random attack, then it could have been absolutely anybody.
Yeah.
So people, please, if you hear nothing else today, pay attention to what is going on around you. And if you see something, say something. You're not going to offend anybody. And if you do, who cares?
Exactly, my friend. Excellent advice, Claudia. I'm looking at the 3 people right there. There's a man and 2 women right there. They are within feet of this woman.
Okay, these 2 women are having a conversation. Okay, I get it. They're so involved in themselves right now. But that man... I would hate to see, if I was him, I would hate to see myself on TV seeing that right there. I would forever be sick. And I would forever blame myself because that guy, how could he not? How could you? Y'all, it is a foot long. It's not like a little itty bitty thing. It's a huge knife Why? What? And the way she just she's not even trying to hide it. It's blowing my freaking mind.
And that right there with the shopping cart, that is Margot and Julian right there. So they have this encounter with her. All these people.
She sees her. She goes around her, but she doesn't notice a knife. If that was me with my child, oh. I guess if you're looking down and you're not looking and you just kind of swerve, I understand having a child, you're distracted. Not going to put any fault on the mom. I'm not. But there's so much commotion in front of this guy. He sees, he's looking directly at the mom. She swerves. He sees the woman in front of him. How does he miss it? I don't understand.
Somebody would have just looked over or said something. Did this guy not see this? I mean, I am just blown away at this. Look, we've got a witness up next on the stand. We're going to go in right now. This is a witness from the Giant Eagle that day. So let's see what this witness says they saw.
Shopping there that day, were you by yourself?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall if you were shopping for something specific or just a large grocery run?
Just normal odds and ends like milk, things like that.
And when you're in the store, did you encounter anybody unusual or anything unusual?
No, I didn't even make it into the store.
Okay. Can you tell us why you didn't make it into the store?
Upon exiting my car, I did hear some commotion, didn't know where it was really coming from. I heard a little bit like screaming or like kind of like loud, noises type thing. Didn't know if it was goofing around or people yelling, whatnot. But then right as I exited my car, I could see some commotion behind the SUV because I parked here. There's a path where you could drive, to get out to other parking spots. And then behind there was like an SUV, maroon colored, and I could see motion behind it. The commotion stopped and I just was like, okay, something happened. Maybe someone's yelling at their kid or something like that. Not sure what it was. And then as I was starting to just go about my business as normal, I heard the calls for help.
Okay. So I'm going to try to get a photograph up on the screen. If you're able to kind of describe to us where your vehicle was. This is State's Exhibit 147. Can you see this when I'm putting up on the screen?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where your car was parked?
First, what do we see? What's the picture of?
Of the parking lot, of the entrance to getting into the grocery store.
Okay, and you shop at this store about weekly for about 8 years, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with what's being depicted on the screen?
Yes.
And is this a fair?
Y'all look, how obvious is this picture over here? It's small, but being small, you can see how big that is. Oh my gosh.
An accurate representation of what the Giant Eagle store in North Olmsted at the water tower looks like?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, just for record, it's a parking lot.
By the way, the mother did survive the stabbing, but the little one bled out on the asphalt. And there was an off-duty first responder medic, EMT there, who did everything they could to save the life of the child. But unfortunately, there's nothing they could have done. The child was stabbed in the head and in the back and bled out within a minute. And it's horrible. It was brutal. And 8 seconds from the attack, from beginning to end, was less than 8 seconds, so they say.
The Giant Eagle.
Correct. Yes, the parking lot.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, do we see the facade of the store in this picture? Or the storefront?
Yes, the entrance right there. It's got 2 entrances going on either side, but then there's the main entrance right there. That's a one.
Yeah, so a couple things. Again, I'm going to pull it for you or you're going to pull it,
Oh.
but I'm glad you're comfortable, but then you're pulling away. And so
Gotcha.
take a deep breath, nice and slow. Go ahead and ask that question again so the court reporter can get that response.
I believe I asked, can we see the name of the store front in this photograph?
Yes.
All right. And are you able, Mr. Risto, to see where your car was located on June 3rd in this picture?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't know, with the court's permission, could the witness step down and point, or are you able to describe for us exactly where your car was?
It was.
We're going to get pause right here on the testimony. Don't go anywhere. We've got the shopper describing the day of that. In Michigan, we've got defendant Ashley Monroe with a motions hearing this afternoon. She is accused in a deadly DUI crash that killed 2 people and injured 14 others. And in Ohio, the murder trial of Bionca Ellis is underway. This defendant is accused of stabbing little 3-year-old Julian Wood in a grocery store parking lot in Ohio. The question isn't whether she did it. She did. Her defense team fully admits that. But what they're contesting is her state of mind. They're putting forth a theory of not guilty by reason of.
I just kept my eyes on the individual. I went to go pull out my phone to call. Unfortunately, my battery was low, so I could not have done that. But I just kind of kept an eye on where they were heading. I did see other people were calling as well. So then I was like, okay, that has been, at least taken care of. And then I heard help for calling for like towels, things like that. I have fishing stuff in my car. I went to go run and get it, but somebody else already.
Slow down.
Somebody else already.
Slow down. So you had what in the car?
Towels and stuff for like when I go fishing.
Okay, you stop there. Question.
Okay, so
This guy is super nervous. He has not probably ever testified in a case before. I kind of feel sorry for the guy. He is like rambling on. But that's typical. That is typical. It is very nerve-wracking. It really is to be a witness. But feel sorry for the dude. I did.
I want to break down how you come to want to talk about this individual. All right. And is this individual male or female?
Female.
Okay. And what was this individual wearing, if you remember?
Black shirt, black pants, like almost like a yoga pants. No hat or anything. Sandals or Crocs for footwear.
Do you remember their skin tone?
Black.
And do you remember her hairstyle?
Short.
Okay. And when you first lay eyes on her, where is she located? When we're talking about this exhibit, where do you see her?
So where that maroon SUV is at, just a little bit down south of that picture, just walking away from that.
All right. So you testified that you heard a lot of commotion. Did you actually see anyone get harmed?
No, the only thing I did see was movement, like in the line of view. So the SUV was right there. I saw a commotion like right behind it, almost like hands moving, but I did not see any actual instances.
Okay. So you see right the aftermath.
Correct.
Okay. And when you come to see this female, you said that she was holding a knife.
Yes.
Can you describe for us what that looked like?
Believe it was in the right hand, walking away because it was a sunny day, so you could see the shine from the sun, and just kind of like a nonchalant, just walking away like nothing actually happened.
Did you make eye contact with her?
No.
Okay. Did you hear her say anything?
No, I did not.
Was she no talking to herself?
Correct.
Protected. Did you see her talking or interact with anybody else?
No, I just saw her pretty much walk down the aisle, and that was pretty much it. And everyone was just, kind of just observing.
And you used the word nonchalant. What does that mean to you when you see someone walking?
A slow walk, not running, not trying to get away, just kind of like not a care in the world.
And did you see the direction she was traveling?
Heading towards Dover.
All right. And you testified you didn't call 911. Did you stay to talk to anybody?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you talk to?
I talked to an officer that was getting statements at the time.
Okay. And did you provide a written statement to the police?
Yes, I did.
And after providing that statement, did you have any other involvement in this case before today?
No, I did not.
Did you talk to a prosecutor before you testified today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was it me?
No, it was Anna.
Okay. And did she talk to you about what you're going to testify about today?
Yes.
Okay. And about your memory and your observation of June 3rd, 2024? Correct?
Yes.
Did you encounter anybody else, the victims or family at all?
No.
And when you observed this knife, did you notice whether or not there was blood on it?
I could not see. It was, like I said, I saw the glare from the sun, but I just pretty much saw that, and I saw it was a larger butcher knife as well.
And you didn't see the female drop the knife?
Correct, I did not.
So your last view of her was walking away holding the knife?
Yes.
One moment, please.
Yes.
Fabulous technology.
Mr. Estelle, thank you for answering my questions. I have nothing further.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination of the witness?
Good morning, Mr. Ristar.
Good morning.
Did I say it correctly?
Yes.
All right. I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Ellis, and I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
You indicated that what's depicted here in State's Exhibit 147, I believe it is,
Correct.
that fairly accurately depicted the day as you saw it.
Yes.
Okay. Daytime,
Yes.
looking at the number of cars in the parking lot, at least there's a moderate number of people there,
Yes.
okay? You shopped there for 8 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What time, what do you recall being the time in which this occurred, or what time you were in the parking lot?
It was after my work. It was probably anywhere between 1 to 3-ish.
1 to
time frame.
3-ish? Okay, so busy time of day, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you described Ms. Ellis as, after the incident, she walked away,
Yes.
is that correct?
Sorry, guys. All of a sudden, I got really washed out because my camera washed me out. So I did that to get the color back into my face.
She didn't care about being caught,
Yes.
didn't have a care in the world,
Yes.
okay?
Actually, Fancy, I'm not quite sure because the way they're bouncing everything around, it very well may be. But this is today's live feed. So, yeah, because the judge is not allowing raw footage, they're having to paste everything together and just show highlights. This is the best we're going to get for this trial, unfortunately.
And still had knife in the hand.
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw her run at any point in time, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to, from your positioning, once you saw her with the knife in hand, were you in front of her or behind her?
Behind.
Okay. So you never saw her face?
Saw side profile.
Okay. But not in a position to see whether or not she's talking to herself or communicating anything, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't hear anything, is that correct?
I did not hear anything.
And how far away do you think you were away from her?
50 to 100 feet, around that range.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about this witness. Let's bring in our law enforcement analyst guest, Claudia King. Claudia, your thoughts on what this witness is sharing from that awful day in question?
You know, it almost seems to be more in favor of the defense, I would say, because he described the defendant as walking away without a care in the world, still holding the knife, not running, not caring if she were going to be caught. So I think this witness really played in favor of the defense.
Yeah, you know, he said he saw somebody walking away very nonchalantly, not a care in the world. And I remember the prosecutor doing that in her open, and she kind of walked as she was telling the jury. And I remember thinking to myself, that's not a good fact for you. It's a better fact for the defense and what they're trying to say here, you know, to your point, Claudia. And with this witness, it seems this is, you know, a parking lot witness where it's too late. You know, it's too late. Unfortunately, somebody should have said something when she was in the store swinging it around before it got to that point. And I have to wonder what was going through Margot Wood's mind, as we know that she saw the defendant, I mean, almost ran right into her with the shopping cart. And presumably she's going to be a big witness when she takes the stand. Claudia, when we think about these people who saw this defendant with the knife in the store, or didn't see it because they weren't paying attention, we have no idea. Let's say for the sake of our analysis, someone in there sees that. this woman, who's not shopping, with a big knife, swinging it around and then following another customer. Best advice for them to do, in your opinion, as someone who served in law enforcement?
Well, especially because this person has a knife, do not approach them, because now you're putting yourself in danger as well. But immediately call 911, because even if you, go and notify the store manager, that's going to take a lot of time. So I would say pull out your phone, call 911, yell, let everybody else know what's going on, because somebody yelling out would have alerted Margot even to turn around or to see what was going on. So
Is that not what I said? Hey, ma'am, you okay? If we would have yelled, if that guy would have said, ma'am, are you okay? Hello? Why are you carrying a knife? Anything to get that woman's attention. Even, I know you don't want to confront, but if you're back far enough, you can say, hey, she's got a knife. That's all you got to do, people. I'm really struggling with this, guys. Me personally, I'm really struggling with this. I didn't hear about this case till yesterday, I got to admit, but I'm really struggling with this. This could have been prevented. How many people actually saw this woman walking around with a knife? Now, these two women here are having a chit chat. They're not going to notice, but there was a guy. Seriously. Seriously, this guy right here. Let me get my cursor on him right there. And dude, I'm not trying to judge you, and I'm not being critical. I'm not trying to put the life of this child on you. But how did you not see this? I just struggle with this. I do.
my advice would be yell and call 911. Do not approach the person, especially if they have a weapon, because now you're putting yourself in danger as well.
A great advice, Claudia. Thank you so much for that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, more coverage of the toddler stabbed murder case in Cleveland, Ohio. And this is the little victim. That is 3-year-old Julian Wood, who loved dinosaurs. As you can see, and his favorite color was green.
And he loved Superman. I want to cry, but I'm not going to. Trying hard not to.
But I want to be clear about this. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do for a living. I don't care where you live. If you come into our city, commit violence, we will use all the tools at our disposal to hold you accountable.
An update now for you on sports figure Mark Sanchez. After his stabbing and then subsequent arrest, the man he got into an altercation with is now suing Sanchez and Fox Sports. The former Jets quarterback and current Fox Sports analyst was stabbed after police say he attacked an unnamed truck driver in Indianapolis. Now, Sanchez was in town for the Raiders-Colts game. And the truck driver, who you see here in this photograph from the hospital, says that he was permanently disfigured from that attack. No lawsuit dollar amount has been revealed thus far. We do know that in criminal court, Sanchez is facing felony charges for the assault. Now, both men have since been treated and released from the hospital. We'll keep you posted on any more updates. Right now, we return back to Ohio for the case against defendant Bionca Ellis. This
Okay. I had somebody ask me, what am I doing? Okay. I have 1, 2, 3, and 4 monitors. I have 2 monitors here, and I have 2 monitors here. And this monitor up here has all of my sound and my images and that's my brain monitor up there. All of these have all the feeds and all the other stuff. So when you see me looking up here, I'm looking at the sound, I'm monitoring everything. So unfortunately, I wish I had 1 more. That's okay. It is what it is. Anyway, I'll have to, eventually I'll have to take a picture of the setup. I just moved the office into my home, away from the studio, from an office situation and into the home. So I'm still in transition. and still modifying. But anyway, thanks for the question.
The case of the stabbing death of little toddler Julian Wood. It happened in a busy parking lot at the Giant Eagle grocery store in North Olmsted, Ohio, which is a really nice suburb in the Cleveland, Ohio area. And we have body camera footage we want to show you now of when the police arrived on scene and the first responders tried to save Julian.
Warning, graphic warning. I got to get my graphic thing up. Y'all be warned. This may be graphic. May be graphic. I'm going to get the graphic warning content.
Squad's pulling up now. Squad's pulling up now.
Come to me. If not, you guys will clear the area. If you saw this, come to me. If you guys have nothing to do with this, go ahead and go home. Thank you very much.
You saw?
This? You mean we were sitting right over there? We heard her screaming instantly right now. So you didn't see the actual crime? Thank you very much. Okay. Break it, okay? You got a key on your storm?
Yeah.
Yes. Tell him to go to the hospital. Yeah, everything's good, Luke. Luke, camera? Just go in and get cleaned up and then grab a camera. We moved your car out of the way, that's all. Let's take it to the house. All right, good idea. All right. Voluntary make a statement too. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. Why?
No, I mean,
you can go to the back.
I'm on this side. I hear a scream. I look back, and she's just standing.
Yep, write it down. That's your pen, sir. Sir, do you have anything to do with this?
I was going to say, I kind of saw a little bit of it.
Come on over here, sir. You okay? Not okay for anybody to see. All right. Name, address, driver's license phone number. We'll take care of this. You want to live life?
You can tell the guy in the orange, but kind of behind me, is in shock. I would be.
Ventress, just tell me what I need to do to help, buddy.
You got any more quick work just in case?
I emptied out my cruiser from stop before I ran over here.
Yeah. Extra pen. Go.
As you can see right here, this is the medics on scene. They're working on everything right there. Right there. There's the cart right here. Can
you grab my radio cord there?
Yep.
Down to my right arm.
Got it.
Thank you very much. Happened out here?
My understanding.
Take place out here?
Right there.
Literally right here. Right here.
Did you see this? we're gonna have statements rolling. We got Luke washing his hands up. We have him grabbing his camera. You gotta secure this area right now. Yep. No doubt. That's fine. We need some space. He's got the female. She's under arrest.
So the kid was in a car? In the car? Yeah. Okay. So it was in the car. The car's all over. Yeah.
Actually, people that were shopping, not witnesses, but their cars are inside the crime scene.
Did you see us arrest?
I'm going to check with Lieutenant.
I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah.
I was going to bother him because I saw him on the phone.
Yeah, I don't want to lie to you.
No, yeah, we're working together.
Yeah, so I'm going to let him make that final call because he's the one in charge. My guess is if their car's not involved and it's not close to that, we can get him out of here.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Just kind of like tie up that. And then, so a detective will most likely be in touch with you in the next couple of days to kind of go over everything. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Are there any witnesses that we need to have our medics talk to or anything? Just a pretty traumatic event.
If anybody, it's going to be him. I'm not saying he's asking for it, but judging by what he saw, I'll be surprised.
Okay, I gotta say this. Kudos to you, Fire Captain. Thank you so much. This is when chaplains like me are called. For those of you who don't know, I'm Ada K. Brown. Thank you for joining me. I'm an emergency services volunteer chaplain, and I am a volunteer firefighter and have been since 2009. And I will tell you, this is when I get a call. And I go and deal with the victim. If now the victim is gone, and then I help those on scene who may be traumatized. The guy in the orange that I pointed out earlier is, I gotta say, traumatized. And if I was on scene, I'd be right on him like white on rice. That is devastation and traumatization. And I'm so glad to hear a first responder acknowledge and ask that question. Thank you so much, sir. Mental
How considerate. Yeah, thinking about what these witnesses have gone through. And they've been victimized as well. We call it the tertiary victims, people, are surrounding the event, not just the immediate victims. Margot Wood and little Julian Wood, of course, he's the most important victim in all this. Let me bring in Claudia King for some thoughts on how law enforcement handled this. Claudia, some of your observations, your thoughts, give us your analysis, please.
They handled it beautifully. And the fact that he took clipboards and he started handing them out and having people start writing right then and there. Get it there. Get it. Because once they step away from that scene, you're not going to get it. So, yeah, I think they did a great job, but that's my opinion. Let's see how I rate with her.
Yes.
Absolutely. So it did look like they were trying to get as many witness statements as possible, which is very important. You want to get anybody that saw anything at all. You want to go ahead and get their information. And while it's fresh in their mind, have them write down exactly what they saw, what they witnessed. You could also see the yellow tape in the background. So they were roping off the crime scene. You want to go bigger rather than smaller. And basically the point of that is just to encompass everything that could contain any evidence. So that's why you saw that tape going around. And then once they do that, at some point they would have an officer who would start writing down everybody who was in and out of that crime scene area so that they have a record of anyone that entered and exited that crime scene area that's taped off. And then I absolutely loved what the fire chief or whoever that was asking about witnesses and who they could talk to, because as you said as well, it's very traumatic for anyone who witnessed this. This is not something that happens every day, and those people could be
that guy in the orange right there. Classic. He would have been the first person I went to.
Traumatized and it's important that they're looked after as well. So I thought everyone was doing a great job, especially in light of what they were dealing with. We also heard them say they already had found the suspect and arrested her. So fantastic job by these officers, I would say, and by the EMTs.
Well said, Claudia. Definitely, I do agree with you. Thank you for that. Here's what we'll do. We'll hit the pause button here. We'll go back into the courtroom. They're on a brief recess this morning for the jury to use the restroom, get a drink of water, take a little breather. This day is just getting underway. We've got some big witnesses ahead.
Yeah, I believe that, you know, if they successfully get her, on not guilty by reason of insanity, I don't see her coming out of the state hospital. Saying, my humble opinion from someone who used to work in one. I actually miss my clients. The staff I worked with, man, they were shitty as hell. But a lot of them, not all of them. I mean, a lot of those staff, they just were there just for the dollar. They could care less. It was easy money to them, which irritated the hell out of me. But on the other hand, there were some very good staff, very, very good staff. Thank you, June, on the woman indicted on negligent homicide. Thank you for that, June. But that said, some of these patients, once they get medicated and stable, they're pretty cool people. It's just when they're not medicated and stable, they're not so much cool. And the people I worked with, all of them had committed red room or some serious crime.
And she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store.
She's talking about defendant Bionca Ellis. This woman is on trial accused of the death of Julian Wood. And it's not a question of who did it. She did it. Her attorneys are admitting to this jury that she did it. But what they're denying is her legal responsibility under the law. They're saying that she wasn't in the state of mind to fully appreciate and understand the wrongfulness of her actions at the time. So it brings into question her mental state. And so the prosecution has...
Okay. I have another question that no one's brought up. Usually stores have security or what do they call it? Loss and prevention. Number one, why didn't any of them see this? But these people, they didn't pay attention. Y'all pay attention.
To do some more work if they want to prove what they're saying.
Look at her right here and look at all of these people. All of these people. All of y'all. And she's not hiding it. It's in the right hand. It's the hand closest to these people she's getting ready to pass. And guess what? Any of these people could have been unalive. They ought to be very grateful because she could walk past and went just like that, and they'd be gone. Watch.
Saying that this was a premeditated crime and that
Ew.
there was nothing wrong with her mental state at the time that she stabbed Julian Wood and his mother, Margot. Margot fortunately survived, but listen, this little angel, gosh, he didn't make it. 3 years old and taken off this earth after he was stabbed in the face. This crime was brutal. And right now we're going to show you the body camera footage of the arrest of the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
Where's your cuffs? Get cuffs? Who's that cuffs?
Slow down.
Hold on. We're good.
All right. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, you want me to go to the female or can you go? Go to the female that's
Okay.
comes in the first 3 rows, farthest north. Copy, I will be up. You got a med kit? Okay. Roller on the side. You're good. Who's got a med kit in the front? You didn't get it. Are you bleeding? Are you hurt anywhere? That's right there. Let's get her up. Hold you up, okay? Grab your other arm. We're going to lift you up, okay? Stand up, okay? 1, 2, 3, stand up. Stand up. Come on. All right, let's put her back in the car. I'm going to check her here. Okay.
By the way, he legally can lift her shirt under this situation and under these circumstances and visually check to see, he's not going to grope the bra like a woman could, do the bra tug, but he had every right to do what he just did before someone gets mad.
You good with that? Yeah. Walk it back this way. 52 LO3, I got 3 units. 1719 myself. That's our Eagle. In the parking lot, Florida aisle. If you got EMS coming. We don't have anything here for shit. Petro, out in the parking lot. We're out in the parking lot.
Take a seat. I'm going to crank up the AC for you, okay?
Really quick apprehension from the great work from the North Olmsted Police Department here. This is a suburb of Cleveland, Ohio. They acted really quickly, and it didn't seem that this defendant wanted to abscond or make herself hard to find. I mean, she was really out in the open with all of this. And so it raises a lot of questions surrounding the big legal issue for this jury, her mental state at the time. And we know this wasn't her first encounter with law enforcement. We know about a week prior to this event, she was arrested for a theft. Let's go back and watch that arrest now.
Hello. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm going over here to the bus stop. You're okay though? Somebody called because they were concerned about you.
Yeah, I kind of get lightheaded from my medicine.
5221, I'm out. Do you need assistance at all? Or you need an ambulance or anything? Are you feeling all right?
No, I think the temperature is just getting to be just right.
Okay. Do you have an ID on you just so I can tell them that you're all right? Are you from around here or are you trying to get out of here? Both? Thank you. 5221-3. You staying around here right now or no? Running advised. Have that back. Just give us a few seconds and then get you on your way, hopefully. Yeah, I guess somebody drove by you and wanted to make sure that you were good, which is nice of them to,
Yeah, because my phone's dead.
Your phone's dead?
Yep, sure is.
Huh? Should have gone you could go into like the mall and charge it for a bit.
That's what I was thinking, but you know what? I have to figure out how to get those people to get around there.
In the mall?
Yeah, because I'm already tired.
Yeah, or if you go back that way towards Walmart.
I went to Walmart. I asked them to get there. They don't have the cord. They got the cord. They don't have the box.
Go ahead. Copy. All right, Bianca, you know you got warrants. Girl, I don't know. They're
probably for here, yeah.
Yeah, so we got check on those, all right? You got anything crazy on you? No guns, knives, drugs, bombs, nothing like that? All right, I'm going to check. Are you able to stand at all? Okay. Do you have any medical problems going on right now? No. You take any drugs, any alcohol? No. You pregnant?
So what do you need me to do? You need me to get...
All right, yeah, can you stand up for me? Copy. Is it within pickup? Let me know. All right. You got anything on you at all? We're going to come back to my car, okay? He'll grab your bag in a second. Right to this first one up here, okay? Negative medical, negative intox. All right, you got anything in your pockets, girl? Right here. You don't got pockets? All right, I'm going to check, okay? Nothing in your bra. All right, I'm going to cuff you in the front, okay? That's fair? Go ahead, face me for a second. Right here. Thank you, ma'am. I don't pinch you. Let me lock them so they don't tighten up on you, okay? Yeah. Is there anything crazy in your bag? We got to look in it before it gets in our car, okay?
Oh, I didn't freeze
221.
All right, let's talk about this arrest. Let's bring in Claudia King. Claudia, your thoughts on the interaction with that officer?
Yeah, I mean, she seemed very lucid. She was polite. She was not a threat at all. She was answering questions correctly and she made perfect sense. But that doesn't mean that she wasn't insane at the time of the homicide. You know, this was about.
I was thinking the same thing. Sorry, guys. I hadn't eaten anything. I drank a bunch of coffee, so I had to eat something. She is reasonable here, but once again, a lot of these people who have mental illness are on their medication. She may have been on her meds right then, and then she may not have taken her meds for 2 or 3 days. She may have run out of her meds and didn't have money to get any more meds, and then she goes into a psychotic state and thus commits the crime. Just a thought.
Out a week apart, and things can change in that short period of time. But looking at this, she didn't appear to have any significant issues going on.
Right, right. Claudia, that officer seemed to be trying to gather information from her, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely. She did a great job. I think she was very calm with her, asking great questions and keeping Bionca calm while she was getting that information over the radio as well.
Exactly. A fine job by that officer. Claudia King, fine job to you. Thank you so much for the great insight today. We'll see you soon. And friends at home, we're so grateful for your company on this Tuesday morning. The trial's going to resume soon. They're on a break. I want to show you the victim as we head to our break. This is 3-year-old Julian Wood. We'll be right back.
This is Court TV. I'm Kelly Craft in today for Ted Rollins. Thank you so much for being with us. And we begin this hour in
Junior, correct, but I agree with that 100%, June. I mean, I don't disagree. They can be released, but depending on the sentence, depending on the state, they can be released either to a prison for so many years, probationary status, or even just straight out to the public, unfortunately. However, that said, yeah, I've already shown all those, June. At the stores, let's talk about that briefly. Unfortunately, a lot of places like Wally World, for example, and grocery stores or a lot of businesses, they do have lost in prevention, but they can't do anything. Well, let me just say this. They're not permitted to for the fear and the threat of losing a lawsuit. That is so true. Not debating any of that stuff. That is all true. But a verbal, hey, what you doing? Why do you have that knife? Anything said like that would have gotten everybody's attention. 911 would have been called. And fortunately for people like me in the state of Texas, so let's just say I was there in the state of Texas, and um, somebody got my attention, and there's a woman walking there around with a knife, and people go, "Well, if you would have hollered something, that would have aggravated her, and she could have attacked more people." Well, that may be true, but there's also people like me who carry lead shooters. Now, not to say I would do anything, I would actually lead shoot her, but I could have, if I had known, possibly seen in the behavior, say, had I seen her, if I had seen her hurt that child, she would not be walking. Just saying. Just saying. I would have taken life altering measures to save them, protect that child. And so would millions or thousands of whatever other people. Now, I'm not saying that's always the answer. It's not. In fact, that's the last resort. But what gets me is so many people are so terrified to involve themselves because one, they are never, they don't know what to do. They're not prepared. They're not that personality. But there's a lot of people around who are. There could have been an off-duty police officer in the vicinity, maybe down an aisle, and if he heard the commotion, he would have come forward. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that possibly could have happened. There's a lot of what ifs, and I get it. This is being streamed to multiple platforms, and I'm getting some of these questions on the other platform. What if somebody was there who had a license to carry? Could they have stopped her? Yada, yada, yada. Woulda, shoulda, couldas. But the biggest thing is, hey, why do you have a knife? That's all that needed to be said. That's all that needed to be said. So that's where I stand. That's my humble opinion. You may not agree with me. That's fine. Some people are like, hey, don't rock the boat. Yeah, well, don't rock the boat may have gotten this child unalived. It's so hard. I'm angry. I'm angry.
Ohio, where a woman is on trial for fatally stabbing a toddler. This was last year. Bionca Ellis is accused of stabbing 3-year-old Julian.
And the mother was stabbed as well. The mother was stabbed and survived.
Wood to death in the parking lot of a grocery store last June. The boy's mother was also stabbed, but survived her injuries. Surveillance video taken inside that grocery store shows Margot and Julian Wood passing Ellis with their grocery carts when Ellis then turns around and begins following the pair. Before we get you
someone not see this, I'm sorry, I'm angry.
Back into the courtroom, here's Court TV anchor Julie Grant with more on the case against Bionca Ellis.
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store just outside of Cleveland, Ohio on June 3rd, 2024.
There's a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted, Giant Eagle.
Margot Wood was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, when they were attacked by a knife-wielding stranger.
The young child suffered 2 stab wounds, one to the face and one to the back, and then she suffered one to her shoulder area.
Julian died of his injuries, but his mother, Margot, survived.
It was hard to go help the kid. He's in the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuffs? Get cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
33-year-old Bionca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot where the stabbings happened. A long blade knife was found on the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed her child up off the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Police say Bionca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into Bionca Ellis, Ellis turned around to follow Margot and Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
Oh, honey, I agree 100%. But let me tell you something. If I saw that woman just go like that, it would have been done. It would have been done. Yeah, you never point a weapon unless you're prepared to use it. That is so true. And I would be prepared to use it. I know a lot of people may disagree with me, but you know what? This is my channel, and I will tell you right here now, if that was you and your child and someone did this, I'd be all over them as well. I don't care who you are. If you are not going to stab a child and get away with it if I'm present. And it's not that and look, I'm not a hero. I am not a bag of chips and all of that. I'm just saying. All former weapons. That is so true. But how in the hell could she have? There's so many people. Somebody saw it. And why did somebody not say anything? It's beyond me. There's no reason for a 3-year-old to lose its life, or anybody to lose their life, when you've got a woman walking in public with that many people around who can see the knife. And nobody does or says anything? Get your heads out of your butts, people, and pay attention to your surroundings, because it may be you next. Okay, I want to come off my high horse now.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
Let's get you back to the courtroom now. A detective has taken the stand.
Male stabbing patrons at Giant Eagle. And then that was like the initial call that had come out.
By the way, a lot of stores do not allow people to stop people stealing. You call the police and the police will chase you down, but you walk out of that store. They can observe you. They will watch you. They will follow you to your car. They will keep eyes on you until you peel out of there. They will get your license plate number. But the stores are not allowed their employees to intervene, even in a theft.
How far away were you geographically?
Unless you're a trained loss and prevention officer or an off-duty police officer.
I was probably approximately maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles from that location.
All right. And did you respond directly then to Giant Eagle?
I did.
Do you work with a partner?
As a detective, or on the day when I was working my traffic detail?
Well, I guess as a detective, do you?
No, as a detective, we help each other out depending what it is, but we normally work in individual groups.
June 3rd in the afternoon is your traffic detail. What's your answer there?
I'm sorry?
On June 3rd as a traffic detail officer, were you working with a partner then?
No, I was by myself.
All right. So when you respond 1 mile or 2 from,
yes,
Giant Eagle, what do you see when you come upon that store?
It depends on the Walmart, because where I live, they're not allowed to touch you. There are people who will walk out with TVs and the loss prevention cannot touch you. They'll follow you. They can get in front of you and try and block you. They can stand in the doorway and block you, but they can't touch you. But that's where I'm at locally. And, Walmarts are chains. So I don't know. It depends. I don't know. Where are you from? Let us know what state you're coming from. But, yeah, a lot of places you cannot be touched. Oh, okay, Jersey Shore. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to subscribe. But thank you, and click that like button. And if you do that, I will tell you later, put I sub in all caps, or I liked, ILIKED in all caps, and you'll be entered into a drawing at the end of the day for the chance for a giveaway of one of my merch at the end of the month. So, but it is true. A lot of places they will try to stop you, but they can't touch you. They can get between you. They can make it known that you're stealing. They can follow you, but unless you are an off-duty police officer or certain personnel of some kind, like ex-military, and you've been hired and you have that skill set and training and all that, not a lot of stores will do much. They're not going. They don't want to risk life over or an item or items. They will come after you in another way. You are correct. They have to wait until they go past the last point of sales for the store. And yes, access protection can do a stop and call the police. That's right. Oh, you're welcome. And it also depends on the store and their policies, but most of the time they cannot touch you because you can claim assault, believe it or not.
So when I arrived on scene, a number of my colleagues, I observed them working on our victims, Mrs. Woods and Julian Woods. After I observed that initially, there were several of our officers there. There were a number of detectives and officers from our neighboring city, Westlake Police Department. We, along with Westlake, myself and detectives from Westlake, then went into Giant Eagle because of the call had come out that there was possibly multiple victims. So we went in to clear Giant Eagle in search of possible victims. And we checked the area, checked Giant Eagle, everything was secure and clear at that time.
Were you aware if there was a suspect for this crime?
At that time, along with the officers running, at some point in time, yes, while in Giant Eagle, it had come over that the defendant, Mrs. Ellis, was taken into custody.
And were you aware of the weapon that was utilized?
At that moment, no, but just briefly when I had observed, it was obvious that there was, either a stabbing or something to that effect. With the nature of the call when it came out that multiple people were stabbed, that was my insinuation as to what occurred.
All right. So after you clear the scene within Giant Eagle, what is your next step?
So after clearing that with the assistance of Westlake PD, I then made contact with, I believe her name was Nikki. She was the team leader or the manager working that day. We immediately go back to the back stock area of Giant Eagle where they have their video surveillance. I briefly, myself and Officer Petrie, who's our evidence technician, responded back there. She then started pulling up video, and at that time we were trying to establish a timeline as to when Miss Ellis had entered Giant Eagle and basically forming a timeline as to what had taken place.
And were you in fact able to make that timeline?
Yes, and then during that short time, we were able to find Miss Ellis walking into the Giant Eagle through the south doors. At that time, you could see, you'll watch the video where she kind of circles around, walks towards the customer service area. After walking past customer service, as Miss Woods and Julian are heading, you could see that the defendant, Bionca Ellis, then observed them, because you could see the turn and how she kind of turned and looked at them and pretty much did a about face, then starts walking alongside them.
Yeah, no question. So go ahead, ask a question. Thank you.
So Detective, thank you. We're going to kind of back up and go through chronologically, if we can. So did you come to learn whether or not this defendant went to any other businesses before she went to Giant Eagle?
Yes, I had learned that during that time when we were obtaining that, I was in contact with detectives from Westlake PD. who again were assisting us. They had told me that.
And I'll sustain. So what others told you can't be given here as hearsay. So I'll go back and let Ms. Patel ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
What did you learn about the defendant's whereabouts prior to her going to Giant Eagle?
So I had learned that she had initially started from the Volunteers of America, and where she had selected the knives, then walked out with the knives. I had learned that after she walked out of the Volunteers of America, she then walked into Things Outlet, which is right next to it. Walked into Things Outlet, kind of stood there, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds, less than a minute. Walked out of Things Outlet. She's observed on video coming out of there, taps the knives on a concrete pillar, drops one of the knives, continues walking from Things Outlet and continues into Giant Eagle, entering through the south entrance.
All right. So going back to Volunteers of America, when you learned that she was in that store, did you go to that store at any point?
I did. And shortly after leaving Giant Eagle, I did go into Volunteers of America, where I made contact with Diana.
Okay. And did you obtain?
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guest for this hour to discuss. Joining us now from Washington, D.C., trial attorney Joseph Camarata and law enforcement expert Sonny Slaughter. Hello to you both. Sonny, I do want to start with you as we watch this case unfold. So they're really not disputing the fact the defendant in this case is responsible for these actions, but what's at issue here is, was she insane? That's what defense counsel said in his opening. She was insane at the time of this. She did not appreciate the consequences of her actions. This detective on the stand right now is talking about the time before she went in and did the stabbing. So he's really painting this picture of, well, she kind of was aware of going places and doing things. What is the prosecution trying to get from the detective here to establish that, yes, she was aware of her actions?
Good morning, and it's great to be on with both of you. So I think what the prosecution is trying to do in this very heinous case is to establish that she had presence of mind to go and operate in a very strategic and specific manner, that she kind of knew what she was doing because she did not attack anyone else as she was moving about, that she had very specific language and behavior. She could answer. She wasn't hurried or rushed. But unfortunately, she also had all of that after the incident. So remember, somebody with mental health has a trigger, and the trigger, if they are manic, can happen very quickly. But I think the establishment and what the detective did, he operated correctly in retracing her steps to determine where she was, how she interacted, and how she was acting prior to this incident.
Joseph, was the trigger here then the moving the grocery store cart, and maybe she was triggered by that? I mean, how do you work with this if you were defending her?
Well, thanks for having me. The defense faces an uphill task. They say that Ellis was insane, and in a pedestrian sense, yes, she was insane. Anybody who commits such a heinous crime is in fact insane, but legally, we're dealing with showing a purpose, deliberate action, and I think that the videotape that was shown before we got on establishes that, in fact, she was deliberately acting. The testimony of the police officer establishes she went from one store to another. The trigger could have been that she saw a young child, a mother, and decided that this was going to be a good victim of the day, that she was going to attack. I think it's going to be a hard sell, quite frankly, for the defense to establish insanity in a legal sense on the day of this horrific incident.
Yeah, I think so too. Uphill battle for sure. All right, Sonny and Joseph, thank you so much. Appreciate your insight on this. We're going to squeeze in a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More of this case when we return.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Martell ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Potts is horrible. RA is horrible. Yeah, lack of sleep really hits us hard when we don't sleep. Hey, Jason! Yeah, I would just love it. I can just interpret for Court TV. That'd be cool. I like Court TV. They good folk. Yeah. Yeah, walking out of the house anymore is just taking your life in your own hands. I'm not trying to be, why do I have a circle on my thing? Yeah, I'm not trying to be, dramatic here, but that's what it feels like. I'm going to zoom. Eventually we'll catch up with them, but I'm going to zoom. My coffee's done.
Eagle, someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Screams in the parking lot as we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
The chaotic scene that unfolded last June. This was outside an Ohio grocery store where a mother and her son were stabbed. Margot Wood had been shopping with her 3-year-old son.
I love tea. I love the job, a job, and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the job and me. A cup. Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to do the thing. Yeah.
When prosecutors say that the defendant, Bionca Ellis, stabbed the pair, ultimately killing Julian Wood. No clear motive has been given, but surveillance video moments before the stabbing shows Ellis passing the Wood family inside that store before then turning around and following them outside. Let's get you back into the courtroom now. A detective is testifying to surveillance video of Ellis prior to the stabbing.
Very short. Detective, I'm going to pause it at the 6-second mark. Do you recognize anybody on the screen as I paused it?
That is the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
And you've been inside the store, correct?
Correct.
What are these stations here depicted on the screen?
Those are the cash registers prior to exiting the store.
Okay. And we're doing a video at 7 seconds. What are we seeing at 11 seconds in this video?
And Miss Ellis walking out with knives in hand, exiting the store, passing the point of sale.
Do you see her exchange money or credit card or anything to pay for those items that she's?
No, she directly walked out without paying for the items.
All right. We're going to move on to the next store that you described for us, Things and Bins?
Things Outlet.
Things Outlet. All right. And with this store, did you go inside and speak with an individual that works there?
So that on as far as that video I obtained from Westlake Police Department, and that video was directly sent to me through a application called Axon. Okay. And so that's how that video was obtained.
All right. And you obtained this video in the course of your investigation.
That is correct.
And as a part of your duties, you reviewed this video. Correct?
I did.
So if I played you that video in court today, could you discuss it with us?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to start with Safety Exhibit 191. Forgive me, the numbers aren't perfectly consequential here. This is a 50-second video. Detective, do you recognize this video that I'm showing?
Yes, that is the exterior of Things Outlet.
All right. And from your familiarity, is the Things outlet directly next to Volunteers of America?
It is.
Get my feet in length in total. We are at the 35-second mark. And that's where you pay attention right there. At 40 seconds. If you would direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen as we approach 35-second mark. Do you see any individual appear on the camera?
Yes, the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
Right. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit 192. What is depicted in this exhibit?
That is the entry area of the bins outlet.
Okay. And Judge, with your permission, I would ask if the witness could step down and tell us the timestamp. It's very small in this exhibit. That's all right.
Sure, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Detective, I'm going to ask you if you could look at the bottom right-hand corner here. Do you see a timestamp on this exhibit? And what is that?
The timestamp is June 3rd, 2024, and it's at 14:55 or 2:55 p.m., 35 seconds.
All right, thank you. Resuming the video at 20 seconds here.
Detective, are you saying bins, B-I-N-S outlet? Or things?
Or I'm sorry, things outlet.
Things outlet. Thank you.
This video is 2 minutes in length in total. We're at the 45-second mark here.
Just for the record?
Just for the record, just so we know where we're at.
I'm being facetious, Fancy. Fancy, I'm being facetious. A lot of things. Odds and ends. I like my sound.
Video at 1 minute, 15 seconds. What do you see on the screen?
Bionca.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guest. Still with us, trial attorney Joseph.
Why? Why would you stop it right there? Poor timing, my dear.
Of Camarada and law enforcement expert Sonny Slaughter. Joseph, let me start with you. Still listening to the detective on the stand, but I want to bring up a point. So the defense counsel wanted the jurors sequestered in this case. There's huge public interest, public outcry. It appears that the family has filed a civil lawsuit against the grocery store as well because they said that there has been past violence there in the past and that they failed to protect this particular family and this little boy. So defense counsel wanted the jury sequestered. The judge denied that motion. Kind of talk about that. Why would a defense counsel want that? In a situation like this, the facts really seem to be quite clear. They haven't disputed them. Obviously, defense counsel puts forth motions to advocate for their clients, though. Talk about that.
Sure. What is at issue with respect to the sequestration of a jury, keeping them protected and not allowing them back out of the courtroom or motel or what have you to go back to their loved ones or family or friends, is the issue of we're trying to assure that the person charged in this case of a crime gets a fair trial, and that the jurors will only consider testimony or evidence that was presented in the trial and not be prejudiced by social media, opinions of friends or loved ones, or extraneous information that was not presented in court. And so the argument is that for a juror to be allowed to be connected with the public at large while a case of this public is being presented presents potential prejudice to defendant Ellis in that the jurors could be swayed by hearing something from a loved one or seeing something on social media. On the other side is the judge's point of view is that, yes.
By the way, guys, no, I got a cat hair stuck to me. She's almost 16 years old and she acts like an 8-year-old. Let me tell you, there's a cat in the territory that shouldn't be in this territory because she's an indoor-outdoor. She acts like a 1-year-old, man. This cat can haul airs. She's a rag doll, as you can tell. What? She's my rag doll. And now I'm covered in kitty hair.
We could remedy any such problem by instructions to the jury, potential jury members. We could tell them to stay off social media. We could tell them and instruct them that they're not to listen to friends or loved ones about this case or to read anything in the media. And so there's a balancing that's done. And the judge in this case determined that the balance favors in allowing the jurors to be trusted, to present the evidence to them in a jury trial, and to be concerned only with that evidence.
And Sonny, I'll bring you in on this, talking about some evidence that the jurors are not going to hear, talking about priors. So she did have a prior incident with shoplifting also when she was out in California. Apparently she had kicked and punched some security guards. Jurors, of course, will not hear that kind of information here.
Yeah, they won't hear that kind of information during the trial. And I think that's why they wanted the sequestration, because we are now talking about it, even though the jurors won't hear it. Somebody might say something, and that's what the defense counsel was trying to eliminate. But as my co-guest has said, the judge found the balance, said he's going to give the instruction, and people just need to stay focused on the evidence and facts that they learn at trial and not what they think or hear outside of the case that of the evidence presented during the trial.
Yeah, excellent point, Sonny. Okay, we're going to squeeze a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're coming right back with this case we have been following out of Ohio. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat.
We're almost caught up with them, y'all.
Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez now faces a felony charge for his role in an altercation that led to the former being stabbed early Saturday morning. At a news conference on Monday, prosecutors said that further investigation by police led to the more severe charges for Sanchez, who had initially been charged with 3 misdemeanors. At that presser, Marion County prosecutor Ryan Mears said that Sanchez's felony battery charge carries a maximum sentence of 6 years, of between 1 and 6 years in prison.
One of the challenges you have in a case like this is the fact that you are dealing with individuals who are receiving medical care. And that's obviously the most important thing, that individuals are treated appropriately. But once we were provided with additional information about the victim's current medical condition, it became clear to us that additional charges needed to be filed. There's a supporting probable cause affidavit, which was filed with the court today, which outlines the additional information which we have received thanks to the effort of IMPD. And that's why we were able to file the charges. A couple of things just about this incident. You know, certainly the thing that stands out to us is this was a situation that did not need to occur. You have the allegations involve a 38-year-old man becoming involved in an altercation with a 69-year-old man who sustained significant and very severe injuries as a result of that altercation. The probable cause outlines kind of the initial nature of that dispute. We are literally talking about people fighting over a parking space or a dispute about where people are parking, and it resulted in someone receiving just incredibly significant injuries. Where this incident took place was an area of the city which was very well covered by surveillance footage. There are multiple angles of surveillance footage which capture the events that occurred. And in addition, we had a number of civilian witnesses who came forward with provided information about what took place. For us, though, we need additional information, and Chief's team is working on that. And once we receive that additional information, additional charges might be appropriate to file. In a case like this, one of the things that you are considering is where people are coming from, where were people going, what were they doing? And then once individuals receive medical care, we're obviously very interested in what those medical records look like, because they can a lot of times give us greater insight into what was going on that day and potentially provide some information into an individual's state of mind.
Nick Sanchez, Mark's brother, released a statement on Monday on behalf of the Sanchez family. You see that there. And it reads, "This has been a deeply distressing time for everyone involved. Mark and our family are incredibly grateful for the concern, love, and support that we have received over the past few days." Mark Sanchez remains under medical care for the serious injuries he sustained and is focused on his recovery as the legal process continues. We would like
Is that Central European, a CTE? No, that's not Central European.
to extend our heartfelt thanks to the first responders as well as the medical staff. We will keep you updated on this story, and we're going to keep a close eye on it. On any developments, we'll bring you updates throughout the day right here on Court TV. Meanwhile, let's head back to Ohio, where it is day 2 of the toddler stab murder trial. This is for defendant Bionca Ellis. Ellis faces 10 felony charges, including murder, in the June 2024 stabbing death of a little boy named Julian Wood. 3 years.
CTE stands for, I knew it was chronic traumatic, but I couldn't remember the other word. Encephalopathy. I can't say that word. Oh. Thank you. Progressive can affecting the brain structure, function, time associated with buildup of. Okay, good for you. Thank you so much. Great job, Maud. I'll give you kudos for that. Yeah, I know, guys. Okay, back to court.
Authorities have said that they believe the boy and his mother were randomly targeted in the attack, and it took place outside a grocery store. Let's get you back to the courtroom now. We are still listening to testimony from that detective, Manuel Roman.
What do you see on the screen?
Bionca Ellis entering the store, and just looks like just observing.
What does she have in her hands?
And in hand is a knife.
Do you see one or more knives?
Well, from this angle, I could see the one knife for sure.
Okay, here, 1 minute, 18 seconds. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. How many knives do you see in her hand?
2.
Resuming at 1 minute, 20 seconds. And that's the 1 minute, 30 second mark. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit 189.
So for the record, that 1 minute and 30 seconds, she exits, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead. What number was this, please?
This is
89.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, detective, what do you see on the screen now?
Bionca exits the store, walking towards the pillar.
Okay. What do you see happening here at 11 seconds?
And then there, she's going to tap the knives against the pillar, drops the one knife, and continues to walk towards Giant Eagle.
All right, now we're going to move on to Giant Eagle.
Okay.
All right. I know you gave us a little preview earlier in your testimony, but let's break it down.
Okay.
Now. And you obtained this surveillance video immediately after. Is that fair to say, after this incident?
So after the incident, the video was obtained with the assistance of Officer Petrie, but I obtained the actual hard drive directly from the hard drive from Giant Eagle the following day on June 4th.
Okay.
When it was taken and extracted directly from the system.
Okay, we're gonna start at State's Exhibit 193. All right, Detective.
So you just need to keep your voice up if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Patel.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
It amazes me how many people she walked past.
I
Absolutely,
have my IT right here. Do you
Yeah.
need, what do you need? What?
absolutely astonishing to me how many people she walked past.
The video is just not, like, it's showing the video, but it's just simply not moving, it's just showing.
So say it again. It's not doing it.
Yeah, like this should be, the blue bar is moving along, but the picture isn't changing. It's just stuck on the still image that starts the file.
And is that something maybe with the thumb drive that you're using?
You have to even format. I checked these, I don't know why.
Jeff, you have it?
The prosecutor in that case continuing to play surveillance video showing the defendant's actions before that fatal stabbing. We're going to squeeze in a break. We'll be right back. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific. Only.
We watched that trial. That was, you want to talk about a crazy trial. That was crazy.
Say that Ellis followed victims Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son Julian out of a grocery store in North Olmsted and then attacked them in the parking lot. Julian suffered fatal stab wounds while his mother was injured but ended up surviving. Court there is currently on a break. So in the meantime, let's listen back to some highlights. This is from the state's opening statement, and that took place yesterday.
Opening statements, ladies and gentlemen, is kind of a roadmap of what we anticipate the evidence to show in this case. On June 3rd of 2024, Margot Wood and her daughter Julian Wood went shopping at Giant Eagle on Lorraine Road. She left her child Johnny and Mila at home with the grandmother. They went shopping and went through the aisles to pick out what they were going to have for supper that evening. It was a common, ordinary day in the life of Margot Wood. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that on that day, Bionca Ellis also was having an ordinary day. And you will see through the video that we will show you, ladies and gentlemen, and there are going to be witnesses. Witnesses from Volunteers of America. You will hear from witnesses from Giant Eagle. You will hear witnesses from the police department. For Bionca Ellis, you will see that she went to the police department on that day. She went to the North Olmsted Police Department. She had a conversation with a police officer at the window. And that police officer will come in and testify to their conversation. Bionca Ellis did not like what she heard at the police department, so she leaves. And the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she went directly to Volunteers of America. You will hear the testimony from Diane Spihar, who is one of the managers of Volunteers of America. And on that particular day of June 3rd, 2024, she was working in the back, sifting through stuff to put out for sale. And Bionca Ellis comes back. Well, the evidence is going to show through video that prior to going back to the Volunteers production area, Bionca Ellis had spent several minutes sifting through a bin of knives. And she chose 2 knives. You will see that, ladies and gentlemen. You will see her in Volunteers of America, walking up and down the aisle. She had a conversation with Diane Spihar, looking for a bathroom. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she left Volunteers of America and that she went to Things Outlet. And you will have the opportunity to look at that video. Bionca continued to go into the store. She looked around, and you will see a video of that. She didn't chat with anybody, but she leaves. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that as she leaves, there is a cement pillar. And I want you to pay attention, because she takes those 2 knives and she hits them against the cement pillar to see their pliability. One knife that she had stolen drops to the ground, but she keeps the 12-inch butcher blade knife in her hand. The evidence is going to show, and the video corroborates, that she walks into Giant Eagle. And you will see through the videos, from the customer service angle, you will see inside the store where Margot Woods and Julian are shopping. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, in the video, Bionca Ellis coming into Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side, and she's walking, and she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart, the child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video. As Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation, Miss Ellis passes them going this way, for lack of a better word to describe. She would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around and she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store. The cameras outside, ladies and gentlemen, pick up that Margot goes down one aisle. This is Wood is going down the aisle where her minivan is parked, and the evidence will show that this defendant is right on her heels, walking right behind her.
Let's bring in our guest, trial attorney Joseph Camarata and law enforcement expert Sonny Slaughter. Okay, Sonny, so I'm hearing there in the opening statement something I really didn't know. So she's talking about this interaction that she had with police, this altercation. She's saying that Bionca, the defendant, didn't like what took place. Then that's kind of what set this stuff in motion, getting the knives, hitting one against that concrete column to determine its viability, then dropping the one she didn't think was as strong as the other. What are you taking away from the prosecutor's opening there?
So when I saw this earlier, I thought this was the trigger, her interaction at the police station, when she didn't get the answer that she wanted, when she didn't get the results that she wanted. Then she went on an interesting spiral, I would say, in her behavior. And unfortunately, the mom and this young, precious baby, they became the targets. They were easy marks, easy targets. They were not paying attention. I want to say this. Everyone, all of us, should have situational awareness. And particularly when you have children with you, you should watch everything. So I think the prosecution is trying to say this started it all. I agree with that from the police station, but I'm looking at this, seeing how many people are just not paying attention. They are not focused. No one is doing anything.
What have I been preaching? What have I been preaching all morning? For those of you who are just joining, thank you so much. I'm Ada Kay. If you're new to the channel, welcome. I'm your deaf courtroom commentator. Yes, I speak beautifully, but I'm deaf as a board without my hearing aids. And that is one of the things that I've been preaching all morning. Situational awareness, guys. Somebody should have said something. Somebody should have seen this. This is preventable. This could have been preventable. And we are so much focused on the cell phone or whatever. We have lost what's called situational awareness in our community. So many things happen because we're not paying attention to our surroundings. Some of us who've been victims of various things tend to have better situational awareness. But even now, I'm thinking of myself and thinking, I live in a very small, considered safe community. I used to live in San Antonio. I live in Kerrville, Texas, where that big flood happened on the 4th of July. Thank you for your prayers. But I used to live in San Antonio, and oh my gosh, in a lot of areas, I had my guard up all the time. Here, I've gotten a little bit complacent. After this, not so much. Just saying.
Situational awareness is key for all of us when we are moving about the world, regardless of what time of day we are doing it. Somebody should have said something about her having a knife and how close she was. You cannot let people get that close to you. You cannot, no matter what, ever let people get that close to you. You got to get away. You got to notify somebody. And the store, I think, has culpability. All of them have culpability because they just didn't do what they needed to do.
Joseph, I only have about 10 seconds for you. Defense counsel is going to have to bring in a psychiatrist or a psychologist, right?
Yes. They're going to have to show that she was didn't know and have a full appreciation of what she was doing. Prosecutor raised the point, and the word she used was Ellis was having an ordinary day. That goes to her competency, putting that
Comfort break. Be right back.
Plant in the mind of the jury that this was just
Joseph,
another
thank
day.
you. We got to take a break. We'll be back.
Thanks.
Are you getting the
My apologies, everybody. I have had a lot of coffee today. If you're just joining again, thank you so much for joining us. I literally had only 3 hours sleep, and I've been drinking my Starbucks double caffeinated coffee. This is my second cup. So it's like having 4 cups of coffee this morning, although I'm only halfway through, if that much, my second cup. And a note for women, worry less about being nice, worry more about trusting your gut and staying safe. The stranger gets offended because you take a different elevator or walk past them, so be it. Amen. I mean, that is something that we do have to be very careful of. And I'm good
today, Kelly. We are
100% caught up. I can't zoom anymore. Just letting you know. But you are so correct on all of this, everybody. We need to be a little safer. And just because we get older doesn't mean that we're less at risk as women of being EPAR'd. Believe it or not, any age and all ages get EPAR'd. If you don't know what that is, spell it backwards.
Actually going to shift gears. We are going to keep our eyes on that case happening against Bionca Ellis, but we are now going to where opening statements are underway live in Wisconsin. This is the garbage day murder trial for Parise Larry Jr.
Larry was only 14 when police say he and another teen shot and killed 20-year-old Tatiana Zek while she was out taking out the garbage.
Investigators say the teens meant to shoot someone else, but they hit Zek instead. 2 others were injured in the shooting.
The other teen, Antonio Johnson, pleaded guilty to murder earlier this year and is awaiting sentencing.
So because those opening statements have just started there, let's go into court now for the start of the state's opening statement.
Good morning. Judge went through.
I need to explain something. Opening statements were actually yesterday, but unfortunately, this particular judge is not permitting them to have raw footage in this case. Therefore, Court TV is kind of bouncing between days right now, giving us the best that they can give us. Unfortunately, this is the way this particular judge has ordered everything. So it is what it is. Hello, we're WM. Jason, I hope I never see it again. I lived through it. I volunteered. I was a chaplain. I worked with the victims. It was hell. And we are still struggling through it. Although we've got about 70-80% cleanup to a point done here, there's still 2 missing people that we've never, well, a lot more than 2, but 2 being reported that are still missing, including that little girl. There's 1 child from the camp that has never been found, and they are still looking. But thank you so much for all of you who prayed, and thank you for everybody who supported us. We greatly appreciate it. Don't forget, we are still working this situation.
Through a lot of jury instructions to let you know what the law is. In giving you an opening statement, I'm not going to be focused on the law at this point, but more about some of the evidence that we expect you'll hear throughout the trial to give you a little bit of an idea of what the presentation from the state will look like. You won't hear me arguing about what that evidence means, just laying out what I expect you'll hear from some of the witnesses. And what you're going to hear about is from May 7th of 2023, a little bit before 7 p.m. at the Maplewood Commons, which is the intersection of Martin Avenue and Pioneer Road in the city of Fond du Lac. Right across the street from that, Jesus Little Lamb Child Care, Tyson Middle School, right nearby. And what you're going to hear is 14 gunshots. You're going to hear about the impact of those 14 gunshots. You're going to hear from Fond du Lac County Medical Examiner Adam Kovac that Tatiana Zek, 18 years old, was in, and you'll see a video of this as well.
Why are we on this trial? Wisconsin teen charged with May 2023. Red Room.
In the parking lot of the Maplewood Commons between 2 of the buildings with a group, and a bullet struck her in the head.
Court is on break.
And she died from a single gunshot wound. You're going to hear about another individual named Javier, who was across the way in an upper apartment, in his apartment, and a bullet hit him in the back. You're going to hear about him getting to the hospital and getting care and the injuries he suffered. You're going to hear that his son, Emmanuel, was on the first floor of that apartment and that another apparent bullet came through.
Yes, and don't forget the court does take a morning break, a lunch break, and an afternoon break. So chances are the court is in break right now. Hence why we are being shown this trial.
And got so close that it was either the heat that burned his leg or grazed him, but he didn't need medical care. And you're going to hear about Keyshawn Johnson, who was in that group of people with Tatiana. You're going to see him in the video.
I'm doing more spiritual care, grief counseling type care.
As well, moving closer to the building on the opposite side of where Javier and Emmanuel were. And you're going to see and hear from witnesses that he was shot as well in the upper back area, almost like where straps of a backpack on the backside. And that he needed medical care as well, but he was able to flee from the scene. You're going to also hear that Keyshawn fired once back at those that were shooting at him. And you're going to hear evidence about where the shooting came from. So I said Keyshawn shot once. You're going to hear testimony about a bullet casing. And then there's 13 other rounds. And you're going to hear testimony about those rounds as well. On the video, you'll actually see an individual named Antonio Johnston come out. So Maplewood Commons, the apartments, they have these common hallways in there. There's, I think, 2 of them in each of the buildings, and they can go out on either side of the building. And so there's just a door that swings open, glass door, and you're going to hear and see the testimony of Antonio coming out of that swinging door from that hallway area. You're going to hear testimony that another individual named Tristan Richmond was in that hallway. You'll also hear that the defendant, Paris Larry, was also in that hallway. And you'll actually see Antonio Johnston, and I believe you'll hear him testify in this trial, seeing him pulling that gun out down at his side, seeing him raising that gun, and then in the video consistent with somebody shooting at the direction of Keyshawn Johnson, which some of the witnesses, I believe, are going to testify and talk to you about Keyshawn being the intended target of that shooting. And you're going to hear that 2 firearms were recovered in a garbage can at Tyson Middle School on the north side or back side of the school. You're going to see surveillance footage that will put the defendant as well as Antonio Johnston and Tristan Richmond in that area. You're going to hear from Wisconsin Crime Lab analysts that of the 2 firearms that were recovered, one of them was a Glock handgun. It had DNA consistent with Antonio Johnston's DNA on it. And you're going to hear from another crime lab analyst that there were 10 bullet casings that were found that matched that Glock firearm that had DNA consistent with Antonio Johnston. So that leaves 3 casings left. You're also going to hear in that same garbage can there was a Bersa handgun that was found, and that the DNA from the analysis by the crime lab found that to be consistent with the DNA of the defendant, Paris Larry. And you're going to hear that those other 3 casings, the crime lab found to be consistent with being fired from that Bersa handgun that had the DNA consistent with Paris Larry. You're going to hear testimony from some of the witnesses, and I believe, as I said, Antonio Johnston. You're going to see the video, and that Antonio Johnston was the one to fire first, and that Paris Larry fired almost instantly after Antonio Johnston began shooting. And what you'll hear is 2 of the casings from the Bersa handgun that was consistent with Paris Larry's DNA on it were in the hallway of that Maplewoods the apartment area where Antonio Johnston had walked out, where Tristan Richmond and Paris Larry were. You're going to see footage then of these individuals on the back side or north side of this building at Maplewood Commons running out the backside. And then you're going to continue to see some video footage. And we have 1 more bullet casing that is found in that area as they're running. And that was from the Bersa handgun that had the DNA consistent with Paris Larry that was fired as he was running from the scene. You're then going to continue to see footage from Jesus Little Lamb that has cameras pointing towards the Tyson Middle School. And you'll see these individuals around different parts of the middle school, around the backside where the garbage can is, where the firearms were ultimately found by now State Trooper Viss, and then ultimately collected by Detective Henning with the City of Fond du Lac Police Department. And so you're going to then hear these Antonio Johnston and Paris Larry essentially fled the scene. Antonio Johnston, he'll, I expect, talk to you about the length of time it took for him when he was ultimately taken into custody. And you're going to hear that the defendant, Paris Larry, at some point turned himself in to law enforcement. Now, what led up to this shooting? You're going to hear that as I've talked about, the building that would essentially be on the north side of the Maplewood Commons complex, that's where Antonio Johnston and Paris Larry were when the shooting happened. The building directly across from that is where a family was having a barbecue to celebrate a birthday. They had some other individuals were coming over, and some of them were taking trash out from that to a dumpster. So if the building would be up here, they were walking over to the dumpster, dropping the trash off, and then walking back towards the apartment where the barbecue was happening. And so you're going to hear some of the individuals that were present in that group of people, Keyshawn Johnson, Tatiana Zek. You're going to hear from Namarian Stewart. You're going to hear from Michaela Stewart and D. Ray Brown, who were all in this group at the time that shooting happened in the parking lot at Maplewood Commons. And one of the things you'll hear, I'll save that for later. Some of the things as far as the presentation of the trial that I expect you're going to see, you're going to see a bit of an initial response from Officer Royston. Prior to Officer Royston responding to Maplewood Commons, you're going to hear him testify about contact that he had with Tristan Richmond, Antonio Johnston, and the defendant near the Buttermilk Creek area, probably within about an hour of the shooting, where there was somebody had called in that they thought there might be somebody with a firearm. The videos, as Paris Larry, the defendant, is identified, he's wearing a kind of a pink top that's very, I think you'll see through the surveillance, distinctive from what a lot of the other individuals are wearing, that makes him a little perhaps more identifiable to people as they're watching some of the surveillance video. And
all right, we are going to take a break. We'll have more of the prosecutor's opening when we come back. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
By the way, we did view that trial. If you want to go back and watch it, it is in my playlist. That was an interesting trial, and could not believe the sentencing phase was wild, none to say the least. Absolutely wild. Okay, let me see if I can stem a little bit. Okay, we are in a quick break for Court TV. What are y'all thinking about this case so far? I will say that had I not worked at a state hospital for the forensically insane and incompetent to withstand trial, or the NGRI, are not guilty by reason of insanity, I would not fully understand how this could happen. Unfortunately, it happens all too frequently. And in my humble opinion, I think if you're found not guilty by reason of insanity, that when you recover your sanity, you should still be able to stay in either a facility or go serve the rest of your time in prison. The problem is that prisons are becoming more of mental health centers versus prisons, and dealing strictly with criminals, because there's not enough facility for the mentally those who are struggling with mental health issues. And unfortunately, jails and prisons are becoming the new hospitals. And for me personally, I believe after my own personal experience, like I said, working in a state hospital, I believe that if you are become stable and are not dependent on a medication to keep you in a stable state to the point that if you miss a day or two that you're going to go off the deep end, then you should go serve the rest of your time in jail or some kind of facility. I don't believe you should be released. I think that if you are that unstable that you committed a crime, such as what she's being accused of, which we have a video, she did do it, that, oh, excuse me, the 3 hours sleep is catching up. I firmly believe that you need to stay in a facility just because they stabilize you and make you through medications mentally competent again. I don't think you should be out in public. If you're dependent on medication to keep you in a sane state, who's to say you're not going to stop taking that medication if you're not being monitored daily and given that medication? And that's what happens. They get people stabilized and they stay stabilized for a time being, and then they're released due to overcrowding or because people believe they're fine. And they may be fine for 6 months to a year or a year and a half or 2 weeks, whatever the time frame is. And then the person stops taking their medications. And when they stop taking their medications, they spiral down again, commit another heinous crime, and we're back right where we started. So in my humblest of opinions, I think that 90% of the people deserve to stay in a facility or prison for the duration of their time. That's my humble opinion. Now, there are some people that do have a mental break, and there are some people that can be rehabilitated, for lack of a better term. And I think those people should be given a chance. Supervision, halfway house, I don't know. But that is my thoughts on that. Here's what gets my goat. She went to another store first. She was stalking, looking for a target. Yeah. But even those who are mentally incompetent and commit an act and are deemed not guilty by reason of insanity. Insanity is a legal term, not a psychological term. It is not, it's a part, it is that window of time, not their entire life, that you're being judged on mental sanity. It's in that state. I'm not going to give my opinion whether or not believe she should be not guilty by reason of insanity or just straight up guilty until the end of the trial. And unfortunately, by the way it's being presented, I may not be able to give a full opinion because I'm not seeing all of the evidence, which is frustrating. But thank you, Your Honor, for that problem.
Thank you for being with us and following along as we take you to the state of Wisconsin. We're watching this trial play out. It's a senseless one, the Garbage Day murder trial.
16-year-old Paris Larry Jr. is facing up to life in prison if he is convicted in the shooting of 20-year-old Tiana Zek.
Yeah, Tiana was 20 years old. She was shot in the head while taking out trash after a cookout. 3 other people were also injured, and the defendant here was 14 years old when this shooting happened.
Let's go back in now for more. This is the state's opening statement.
Today, I want to finish this witness before we recess for lunch.
And Officer Royston will then talk about his initial response to the scene. You'll see some body camera footage from him of just the circumstances in the aftermath of the shooting, the response for medical care for Tatiana Zek, who was on the parking lot having suffered that single gunshot wound. And you'll also hear some testimony from Aaron Matson from the Wisconsin Crime Lab. And Mr. Matson is going to testify a little bit about some of the surveillance footage from Maplewood Commons, which is going to have surveillance footage of the shooting itself and some of the movements of individuals before and after the shooting, as well as from Jesus Little Lamb, as I mentioned, that has the cameras pointing towards Tyson Middle School, and there's a camera towards the backside of that apartment where you see the individuals fleeing. And so Mr. Matson's going to talk about taking those videos and putting them in kind of a compilation where they kind of run together, where people can kind of see the different movement without having to watch what could be hours of video, and we'll have some different timestamps to show the gap in time as it's advancing forward, and a little box on there that shows the location of where Maplewood Commons and some of these locations will be. You'll also hear from Detective Mylon, who's going to testify and give you a little bit of a summary of some of the circumstances, who some of the individuals are, some of the connections between them. And then you're going to start to hear about the collection of the evidence from primarily the Fond du Lac Police Department, some of the things that I've already talked about, different bullet casings, fragments, rounds that were recovered during the investigation. And as I mentioned, you'll hear from some people from the crime lab as well, and the DNA findings as well. That'll be Kelly Thomas. And then on the ballistics, it'll be Dario Garcia from the Wisconsin Crime Lab. One of the things I expect you'll hear from Mr. Garcia on the ballistics analysis of the round that was the bullet or fragment that was recovered from Tatiana Zek from her head, that they were unable to match that to any of the two firearms that were recovered because of what would be considered the damage to the round or lack of markings on the round that was recovered. And he'll testify and talk with you a little bit about what that means and why, based on the condition of the bullet or lack of markings, it wasn't able to be matched. And so you won't hear any testimony during this trial from linking either of the two firearms that were found to the bullet that killed Tatiana Zek, that hit Javier, that hit Keyshawn. You won't hear any testimony because of all of the rounds. The condition of them was too damaged or lack of markings to be able to match. And so after you hear from some of the witnesses on the collection of the evidence and the crime lab, then you're going to start to hear from some of those people that were directly involved, that were witnesses to this, the individuals I mentioned that were in that group, what they saw in that hallway area, the individuals they saw that had firearms, the shooting, things of that nature. And then you're also going to hear from some other witnesses that are in that Maplewood Commons or nearby that saw some things. You'll hear from one of those witnesses who lived in that apartment right across from where the shooting happened. So the parking lot was between him and where the shooting happened. And you'll actually see in one of the videos, the blinds kind of move a little bit from his apartment where he's looking out. And you're going to hear some testimony from him where he saw the individual in that pink shirt that's going to be identified as Paris Larry by other witnesses, the defendant, and seeing essentially smoke coming from a gun in his hand. And he'll tell you what he thought that meant to him, which would be close in time to where that casing was found, that third casing was found. And I believe you'll see an impact in the grass in the video that would be consistent with a bullet from that round being fired. And so that's a little bit of a summary of the evidence that you're going to hear in this trial. And as I mentioned earlier, what I expect you're going to hear from some of these witnesses is that Keyshawn Johnson was the intended target of the shooting, and that Tatiana Zek ultimately was the one that had the bullet strike her in the head, killing her. You're going to hear from another doctor that performed was a physician at St. Agnes Hospital that had treatment for Keyshawn Johnson and Javier and is aware of some of the injuries that they suffered as well. And you'll hear from Javier, you'll hear from Emmanuel, and I expect you'll hear from Keyshawn during this trial as well. And so, like I said earlier, I'm not arguing to you about what this evidence means. I'm simply giving you an idea of some of the evidence you're going to hear, the general order of what we expect that might be. And then once the trial evidence portion is done, then you'll get to hear from the attorneys again, where I will be giving a closing argument. The defense will give a closing argument. And then because the state has the burden of proof, then I'll have that second opportunity to come before you in rebuttal. And what I'm going to be asking you to do at that phase of the trial is find the defendant, Paris Larry, guilty as a party to a crime to all of the charges that the judge read to you. Party to a crime to first-degree intentional homicide, party to a crime, attempted homicide, party to a crime on the reckless injury, party to a crime on the reckless endangering safety, party to a crime on the negligent operation, and the illegal possession of a firearm by the defendant being under 18 years old. Thank you.
Attorney Tony.
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest for this hour to discuss. Joining us now from Los Angeles, California, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, always great to see you. Thank you for being with us. All right, Marie, we just listened to the prosecutor really give the outline for the case. I liked how he did it. He was very explanatory for the jury, explaining to them that this is just my opening, talking to you about the evidence that we are going to put forth. And then basically at the end, you'll hear my argument. So what's your takeaway from the opening so far?
I think for me, it felt a little flat. I mean, someone died, the poor victim who was just minding her business, basically in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, he drew out the roadmap that an opening statement should be, but I find that the way he delivered it just didn't have enough emotion and drama. And I say drama is necessary because it is storytelling. When I was listening to it, I was actually, cleaning the screen on my phone. It didn't capture me. And that's the problem. It needs to capture the jurors, and his delivery did not do that, although it recited all the necessary facts. My thought was, it sounds like the victim was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the defendant is 14 years old, and he was just a little boy. This was tragedy all around. It doesn't spell to me intentional murder, which is what they're trying to prove. The intent didn't seem to be there for me. It was more like, what the hell? This was horrible.
Yeah, horrible details for sure, Marie. And what we do know about this victim, Tatiana, that she had just moved back to her hometown. She actually was living in Chicago, but wanted to get away from the big city. And this happens to her. She was an artist, a hairstylist. And on the other side of this, you have Paris Larry, 14 years old, but he's being tried as party to a crime. How do you feel about him being tried as an adult for not necessarily just murder, but party to all of these crimes?
I think it's excessive because of his age. But at the end of the day, a life was lost. And the prosecutors are trying to make sure that someone pays for this. But I think his age makes him a very sympathetic defendant, because people are going to say at 14, do you even have a mind to reason? You shouldn't have a gun. You shouldn't be involved. You have peer pressure, underdeveloped brain, reasoning. All of that is going to work in his favor. Maybe not to get an acquittal. I'm not saying that, but certainly when it's time, if he's convicted for a mitigation package, his age is going to have a lot to do with it to try to explain why he shouldn't be punished 100% like an adult for what happened.
Yeah, I think you're right, Marie. We stand by. We are going to get to our break when we come back. We not only will keep you updated on that trial and the Bionca Ellis trial that's happening, but also there's one that's happening out in Massachusetts. Brian Walsh, updates and what's going on with his trial that was going to be coming up soon. And it has to do with an order to be sent to a mental hospital. Court TV's Matt Johnson joins us live next with all of the latest.
I'm itching. Okay. I have to say this with Brian Walsh. I think they're playing games in my humblest of opinions. I really do. I think they're playing games. Because here's my thing about Brian Walsh. Now you're going to say that he's incompetent because he was assaulted in prison like a rock and a sock type thing. Not even a sharp object, a blunt object. He was assaulted. Okay, I get it. It's a bad place. You got assaulted. Okay, boo. But that does not mean now, because you were assaulted, that you now become incompetent to withstand trial because you're having a mental breakdown. I'm really struggling with this, guys. I really am. I know they take a lot of breaks. They got to pay the bills. I mean, I get it to a point. They got to pay their bills. Yeah. The thing about Walsh is I want it to be interesting to hear what they have to say. I was going to talk about Walsh on break, but since they brought it up, we might as well go ahead and do it. There was no question about his competency at all. At all, at all, at all. Until recently. He was apparently had an altercation. They did take him to the hospital. He was not detained at a hospital with life-threatening injuries. And so he was returned to the jail, and the person who did this was detained, and I guess they separated. They did their thing. Yes, future Ellis is on lunch break. That is why we are going from trial to trial to trial. So we'll get back to them. Walsh needs to be held accountable for what he did. In your humble opinion, yeah. We try to put in my humble opinion instead of state fact because we don't know what fact is all the time. So just be a little mindful. Not you, Jason, per se, just in general. I try to use in my humble opinion as much as I can. But in my humble opinion, I'm a hoe, as I say. All of a sudden, you're claiming that he needs to be evaluated because of the trauma that he suffered in jail. That hasn't, because the lawyer says he's not able to help with his defense at this point. He's incompetent. Because of the attack in the jail, it has rendered him useless and unable to aid in his own defense. I'm like, boo, that has nothing to do with your trial. You're getting assaulted in jail has nothing to do with whether or not you're guilty of the crimes in which you're charged. But because the lawyer is saying, because he is so traumatized, he cannot help aid in his own defense, he needs to be evaluated. So the judge has put him into a state hospital of fact, and that he will be there for 90 days for an evaluation. After said time, they will decide whether or not he is competent to withstand trial or if he gets to sit there even longer. So yeah, interesting, isn't it? And you know what? I have fabulous mods. I really, really do. I can't do this without my wonderful mods. So if you guys want to be a blessing today, will you please bless my mods? Buy a cup of coffee. It is at the end of this little thing, at the end of the month. Sorry about that. At the end of the month, they get all of it. Just set it up. buymeacupofcoffee.com/AdaK, and I will make sure they get it at the end of the month. That would be so sweet. All right. Real quick, information on the case that they are following while we are in a lunch break for the stupid thing. Stop it. I don't wish for you to do that. Fond du Lac County, Wisconsin. A teenager is standing trial for the shooting that unalived a 20-year-old woman outside her home. Praise Larry Jr., 16, is facing multiple charges, including first-degree murder, intentional homicide in connection with May 23 shooting and killing Tatyana Zek, and injured 3 other people. Zek was shot in the head while taking out the trash following a cookout, according to the police. Second suspect, 19-year-old Antonio Johnson, pled guilty of first-degree murder, intentional homicide, 8 other counts in January. Johnson faces life in prison with his sentencing, which has yet to be scheduled. A preliminary hearing in Johnson, Fond du Lac Police Detective Nick Hahn testified the surveillance video showed Larry and Johnson firing into a group of people at a Maplewood Common apartment on May 7th of 23. A criminal complaint alleges that the teens were targeting another teen they had a conflict with. Larry, who was 14 at the time of the shooting, turned himself in days later, while Johnson was arrested in Chicago 4 months later. Zek's uncle, Antonio Godfrey Sr., previously told the News Green Bay that Larry was once a part of his mentoring program, saying, "It's gut-wrenching because a lot of these people poured a lot into him to try to make sure he didn't go down the road that he is on. The DA, Eric Toney, delivered the prosecution opening statement, and that is where we are today. Thank you so much, June, for the information. You are a fabulous mod. We really, really appreciate your hard work. So if you guys want to bless June, go to Buy Me a Cup of Coffee / Ada K and give her some blessings. Okay, back to court.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft, in today for Ted Rollins, along with Julia Janae.
And we are turning our attention now to Massachusetts, following new developments in the murder trial for Brian Walsh. The date has been delayed after the defendant was ordered to be sent to a mental hospital.
Walsh is accused of murdering and dismembering his wife, Anna, who disappeared in January of 2023. Her body has never been found.
Now, here's a look back at this case from Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. He has more on the case against Brian Walsh.
No comment from Brian Walsh after he was charged with the murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Prosecutors say that Anna Walsh was last seen here at her Cohasset home on New Year's Day. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walsh told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:50.
How long will always stick in my head. Every time I hear how long, it's how long. He's gained a lot of weight.
8 a.m. How to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m. he searched how to found a body. At 5:47 a.m. 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., hacksaw best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walsh came here to this Home Depot store, located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Items included cleaning products, mops, brushes, tape, towel, a Tyvek suit with boot covers, buckets, goggles, baking soda, a hatchet.
Investigators say that he also visited a home goods store in Norwell, where he purchased 3 area rugs. Just down the road, Walsh was caught on camera, pacing back and forth in this juice bar, where he ordered a smoothie for his son. Once at home, investigators say Anna's phone was turned off for good after 2 days of no outgoing calls. On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walsh drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walsh drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. That's located an additional 10 miles away from his home.
On January 3rd, that same day, at 1:02 p.m., he did some more Google searches. What happens to hair on a dead body? At 1:13 p.m., what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? At 1:20 p.m., can baking soda mask or make a body smell good?
On January 4th, Anna was reported missing by Washington, D.C. co-workers after she didn't show up for work. Meanwhile, investigators say Brian was busy buying more supplies. On January 4th, prosecutors say that he came back to this home goods store. He also went to the TJ Maxx next door. On this day, he purchased towels, a bath mat, and some men's clothing. At 4:15 p.m., Walsh went to Lowe's and purchased squeegees and a trash can. Later that day, when police arrived at his house to do a welfare check on Anna, they observed the back seats of his Volvo down and a plastic liner in the back.
Chemists later analyzed the car, and there was present blood in the car.
On January 5th, cell data shows Walsh's phone was in Swampscott, where his mom lives, located 40 miles away from his home. Investigators say that the phone traveled to the back of the building, where a dumpster was located. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walsh property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walsh was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation. The next day, he was arraigned and pled not guilty. Then on January 17th, prosecutors announced that he would be charged with her murder. The next day, he was back in court.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, as well as disinterring of a body.
And all eyes have now been on when a trial date is going to be in this case, but that has recently changed. We thought it was coming up soon. So joining us now in studio with the latest is Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who has been following this case from the very beginning. Matt, you were out there on the ground in Massachusetts when this happened.
Right after his arrest, and we've been waiting for this, so has the community, and postponed indefinitely, so that the accused wife killer Brian Walsh can now undergo his competency evaluation, expected to last somewhere in the nature of 20 days. Today is day 1. Walsh is accused, of course, of killing and dismembering his wife Anna Walsh back in 2023 after prosecutors say that he suspected the mother of his 3 children of having an affair. Her body has never been recovered. His trial is set to begin in 2 weeks with jury selection. Now it's on hold until this evaluation is complete, after his attorneys filed for a delay, telling the court that he's been suffering from both anxiety and fear ever since being stabbed in jail. That was reported last month.
Oh, now they're saying it was stabbed. It was a blunt force, non-sharp object, and now they're saying he was stabbed? Which is it, people?
The next competency date has been set for October 27th, and no trial date has yet been set in this case until that's complete.
And Matt, defense counsel also filed a motion in this case to move this trial. I mean, a lot of attention. The community was up in arms about this situation.
You're exactly right. Yeah, the defense recently filed that motion asking for a change of venue or veneer, basically asking for a different courthouse or a different jury from a different jurisdiction, moving it from the Dedham courthouse where the Karen Reed trials played out. And prosecutors are asking for the Karen Reed buffer zone around that courthouse to be in place if it happens there, with the anticipation of some of the same witnesses being called, including right there on your screen, fired Trooper Michael Proctor from Massachusetts State Police. Walsh is charged with first-degree murder, misleading investigators, and obstruction of justice. Of course, we've reported he's pled not guilty.
Matt Johnson, thanks so much for that live report. I know you're going to keep us updated on how this evaluation goes with Brian Walsh. Let's bring in our analyst who's standing by, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, we are almost 3 years since this happened, and now we're looking at a mental health evaluation. This is a far cry from what we're seeing in the Bionca Ellis case that we're also monitoring today.
He must be out of his mind if he really believes that someone is going to believe he was crazy when it happened and he didn't appreciate the wrongness of his crime. The browser history is Exhibit A. His shopping cart is the smoking gun. Reasonable doubt left the room. Every click, every cart, every video puts him right there. I just don't see how, because he got stabbed in prison, in jail. Okay, that happens. When you go to prison, in jail, right? You want to now claim you're crazy and you shouldn't be held responsible for what you did? You know what? His attorneys are doing their job, and if he really is exhibiting that to them, they have to have him evaluated. But at the end of the day, once the jurors hear all of the things he did during, before, and after, that was a really sane person just trying to hide a crime. Nobody's going to believe that he didn't know what he was doing.
And Marie, when we talk about storytelling, the prosecutors, it looks like here from at least Matt's background piece, kind of have a good story to tell. They're talking about that he stabbed her because he believed she was having an affair.
Absolutely. And he lied about it. I remember this case. He used his son's iPad to do the searches, and then he just went around disposing body parts. The Google searches were so damning. The browser history just leaves nothing to the imagination. It shows everything that was in his mind. That's what people don't understand. What you search for is what's in your heart and in your brain. You could try to delete it. It never goes away. When will these criminals just really watch court TV and figure it out of what not to do?
We see some of the same patterns over and over again. Marie Pereira, thank you for that analysis. We'll, of course, keep everyone updated on what happens with that evaluation and whether or not he's competent to stand trial. Speaking of issues with competency and mental health.
Yeah, big issues. All right, coming up, we're going to head to Ohio, where a detective is testifying to surveillance video of defendant Bionca Ellis. This is moments before she stabbed a 3-year-old and his mother. That's coming up next.
Finally! Finally.
Along with Kelly Craft, who's filling in for Ted Rollins. We're going to take you back to Ohio, where it's day 2 of the toddler stabbed murder trial.
Defendant Bionca Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder and attempted murder in the stabbing death of 3-year-old Julian Wood.
And we've been showing you snippets of this trial, keeping you updated throughout the day. He was stabbed in the face, this little boy, and in the back while he was with his mother. She was pushing him in a shopping cart. This happened in June of last year. His mother was also stabbed, and she survived her injuries.
Let's go back into the courtroom now. On the stand, the detective, Manuel Roman. He is with the North Olmsted Police Department. And right now he's reviewing some surveillance video that was taken on the day of the fatal stabbing incident.
Oh, I guess we're going back in time a little bit. So this is 1457. What is depicted in this vantage point?
And that's the defendant walking into Giant Eagle.
Agree. 100%.
This is State's Exhibit 200. Okay, the bottom right-hand corner says lobby funnel. Again, we're going back in time a bit. What do we see on this screen, Detective?
That is the defendant walking into Giant Eagle.
And the timestamp in the upper right, left hand says 1458. Does that seem accurate to you?
It does.
Would that suggest that she's only in the store for about a minute?
Yes.
We'll let this one play a bit. It's another minute.
Welcome, Bree.
It's Exhibit 200, correct?
Correct. Okay. Detective, at 1 minute, 6 seconds, what do you see on the screen?
Miss Ellis heading into the lobby area.
All right. And the timestamp is 1459. So it's just a minute later, correct?
That is correct.
From her entering the store. Okay. Resuming play at 1:06. At that time, do you see any other individuals come on screen?
Yes, and you see the victims, Mrs. Woods and Julian Wood.
Okay. Resuming play at 1:14. What do you see now?
And at that time, they are exiting the store with the defendant following the victims.
I believe there's only one more vantage point I want to talk about. That's State's Exhibit 209. This is the lobby exit. This is probably the blurriest one. Can you tell what I'm showing on the screen, Detective?
And that's going to be the door camera, which would be to the north
And what do you see
exit.
on the screen here?
And at that time, the defendant is exiting.
Was there anyone else in front of her? Going back to 17 seconds.
And there would be the Woods exiting with the defendant following behind.
All right. Thank you for your patience, Detective. And just to recap, you are the individual who collected this evidence and entered it into the evidence for this case at North Police.
I did, yes.
And did you author a report based on the efforts you made in this investigation?
And I did a report regarding the video that I obtained.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there were other officers and detectives involved in this investigation?
There is, yes.
You're not the lead detective in this case.
I am not the lead detective.
Okay. So did your involvement then end after you authored the report detailing all the efforts you made with regard to the surveillance in this matter?
Yes.
Detective, I appreciate you answering my questions. I have nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Detective, did you have the occasion to interview anyone else in connection with this case?
I did have a opportunity with Detective Ventris, and we interviewed the defendant's mother, Yolanda Eggleton.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when you conducted that interview?
That was the following day, which would have been on June 4th.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
And that interview took place at the North Olmsted Police Department.
Very good. Thank you, Detective. Nothing further.
Cross-examination? Are you going to use any of the video?
Yeah.
It depends on his response.
Very good. Why don't we
If you
just
need
take
help,
the,
let
do
me know.
you want to take that one off the screen, but you'll just keep it up in the event it's needed.
Okay, we'll just put up.
Thanks for working together on this while we,
Is it okay if I stand right here, John?
perfect. Yep. Thank you for asking.
Detective Rollman, still good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You interviewed Ms. Ehar of Volunteers of America, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what you learned as a result of your interview with her was that an African-American female came into an area strictly for employees only, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Ehar never told you that she had any suspicion that the individual was a volunteer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And she identified the individual coming in, and she asked if she could help her, but the individual ignored her. Is that correct?
She, from my understanding, that when she went back there, she basically stated that this was a restricted area. Yeah, how can I help you? This is a restricted area.
She also identified the fact that she saw this individual with knife in hand cut.
Yes.
Okay. You had an opportunity to watch the video many times, probably by now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at no point from the time that Ms. Ellis grabs the knives out of the area that you described as the kitchen area, does she ever conceal the knives? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, she asked Ms. Behar about the bathroom, if she could use the bathroom while she had the knife in hand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you see her when she leaves that location, when she leaves Volunteers of America, she walks right by the cash register in plain view with knife in hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
By the way, as it relates to Julian and Margot. There's no prior relationship that you learned of with your investigation between Ms. Ellis.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. All right, Marie, listening to the cross-examination, talking about the defendant was going into a restricted area. So obviously he's trying to get from the detective rather, that, you know, she really didn't know what she was doing. She's not aware of her actions, especially at the time of the stabbing. How do you think Cross is going so far?
I think Cross is going very well because not guilty by reason of insanity is an affirmative defense. So her attorney needs to prove to the jurors that she didn't know what she was doing. She didn't have the mental capacity to appreciate the wrongness of her crime, develop malice, or even form some sort of motive, like the prosecutor said on opening, that she was mad because of something that happened at the precinct earlier. So she left angry, determined to go to that store, steal the gun, and then murder the poor child. This makes no sense to me. So yes, the cross-examination is good to show that there was no malice, just mental madness. There's a big difference. And then the way the woman acted after. She went to the store. She just walked by the poor victim and his mom swinging the knife around. No one noticed. There's a woman swinging a knife around. To me, there's a good case here to show that it wasn't malice to murder, it was mental madness, and there is a difference. So the cross-examination, just detailing what she did before, during, and after. She didn't even try to run. She was just waiting around for the police, and she has a history of mental illness. Earlier today, one of your guests said, I think prosecution has a good case. Good case for what? The woman is insane, clearly.
Talk about the burden here. The burden is on the defense, a preponderance of the evidence burden, so not as serious as the beyond reasonable doubt that the prosecutors would have to show.
Yes, they have to show that the woman at the time the crime was committed had a mental defect, which made it impossible for her to know that murdering this poor child was wrong. And I think her behavior before, during, after, her history of mental illness really helps that.
Yeah, Marie Pereira, you're staying with us. We got to get to our break. When we come back, we are going to continue to watch what's happening in the Ellis case, but we're going to shift gears to Wisconsin, the case against Reese Larry.
And of course, the moment I step away to start my lunch, court goes on break. Thank you very much, Court TV. I appreciate that a lot. Oh, you can see the door video. She said it on the. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, Soxy. Okay, you can lay on my blanket. My 15-year-old cat, almost 16, has decided to lay on my blanket at my feet. Sorry, baby boo. Didn't mean to disturb you. Matt?
Have they said what the previous mental health diagnoses were? They have not, but there is some going on there. Calling my son. So why is she fixated on him? He's red hair. Well, we don't know for sure if that's why she was fixated. Children. Need I say more? Doggo is in my legs. Yeah, I know. She's keeping my toesies warm. She's keeping them warm. Now, why is she fixated on and his red hair? Okay, honey, have I missed something? Have they brought up in court that she was fixated on him because of his red hair? Or is that your opinion? I don't know if I missed something. I could have very easily. What's for lunch? Well, he was kind to bring me the eggs, but that's not what I was trying to do. Trying to make an egg sandwich. Yeah, you know, bread, toast, mayo, cheese, egg, tomato. That's what I hate when they come in with that music. It is so freaking loud. Okay, that's your opinion. It very well could be. Very well could be. I don't know. Maybe it was just because he was a child. I don't know. We may never know. All right, back into court, and I'm going to go finish fixing my lunch. I just hate they come in so loud.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae, along with Kelly Craft, who's in for Ted Rollins. Thanks for being with us as we begin this hour in Wisconsin. Our newest live trial is now underway, the Garbage Day murder trial, and the defendant is a young one, Paris Larry Jr.
Larry was only 14 when police say he and another teen shot and killed 20-year-old Tatiana Zek. She was out taking the garbage out.
Yeah, he's being tried as an adult. Investigators say the teens meant to shoot someone else, but they hit Zek instead. And there are also 2 others who were injured in this shooting.
The other teen, Antonio Johnson, he pleaded guilty to murder. That was earlier this year. He's awaiting sentencing right now.
So let's do this. Let's go inside the courtroom now. A detective is on the stand, one of the first witnesses for the prosecution.
Jacob Royston, Jacob Royston.
All right, now our jurors, I'm just gonna do a sound check. Everyone able to hear okay? All right, then go ahead, Attorney Tony.
Thank you, Your Honor. How are you currently employed?
With the Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office.
And what was your prior employment before the Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office?
Prior to working here, I worked for the City of Fond du Lac Police Department.
And how long between all capacities have you been a police officer?
Approximately 4 years.
And how long have you been with the Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office?
A year and a half.
And was the remaining time with the Fond du Lac Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And any type of specialized training you had to become a police officer?
Yeah, I went through the Law Enforcement Academy at Fox Valley Technical College.
And how long was that training?
That was a 16-week course to get your diploma to be certifiable to be a police officer.
And any other updated trainings you've had during the 4 years as a law enforcement officer?
I've attended various trainings since then, A-RIDE certification, advanced roadside impairment and detection, as well as just other numerous undercover investigation trainings.
What, directing you to May 7th of 2023, where were you working at that time?
At the City of Fond du Lac Police Department.
And I want to direct you to the Buttermilk Creek Park area. Did you respond to that area on May 7th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall at approximately what time you would have responded to the Buttermilk Creek Park area?
I believe the time of dispatch was 5:51 p.m.
And can you generally describe for the jury where Buttermilk Creek Park is located?
Yeah, the Buttermilk Creek Park is in the southeast portion of the City of Fond du Lac, on South Park Avenue.
And what was the purpose of your response to that location?
So it was reported.
That calls for hearsay.
It's not offered for.
Okay, if it's not offered for the truth, then I would ask the court to give the limiting instruction to the jury.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer.
What was the purpose of responding to the Buttermilk Creek Park area?
It was for the report of an individual with a gun.
And did you respond to that location?
Yes, I did.
And in that response, did you find a firearm?
I found a facsimile firearm, an airsoft gun.
And while you were with the Fond du Lac Police Department, were you equipped with a body camera?
Yes, I was.
And what can you generally just describe to the jury how the body camera operates?
Yeah, so it's a device we wear on our chest generally that records video as well as audio of any interaction that we have.
And how does it activate to record?
You can activate numerous ways. You can manually activate it. It'll activate whenever you activate your lights or withdraw your firearm, activate your taser. There's numerous ways you can activate that way.
And when it activates, is there always, does the sound kick in immediately?
Yes, it does.
And when does the video kick in?
I believe the way that the city has their body cameras activated, it records 30 seconds of video prior to activation. However, there's no audio prior to that.
And were you wearing a body cam on May 7th of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And was your body camera activated as you were in that Buttermilk Creek Park area?
Yes, it was.
Officer Royston, I'm going to come up in a moment and show you a portion of a body cam to see if you recognize it. It is going to be from Exhibit 1 in a folder labeled trial folder, and within that, the numeral 1, Royston, and it will begin with the identification of JR and the number 10. And I'm bringing that up to you now, and I have the video paused at the 11:11 mark. And are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
My body camera from May 7th, 2023.
And does this appear to be an accurate depiction of your body camera from that incident at Buttermilk Creek Park, May 7th of 2023?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would offer the exhibit beginning at the 11:11 mark.
Objection, Attorney Jensen.
No.
And it will be played without audio.
Okay. And as a reminder to our jurors, we do have the two screens, one here, okay? And Attorney Tony, is this in regards to the stipulated fact?
Yes, if the court could read the stipulated fact once I have this up on the screen.
All right, let me know.
And if the court could now read the stipulated fact.
All right, so for our jurors, the parties to this case have stipulated and agreed to the following fact, that the individual you see in this video in the pink top is defendant Parise Larry. Okay, go ahead, Attorney Tony.
Thank you. And Deputy Royston, the individual in the pink top, could you describe where that defendant is in relation to the video?
As to his location?
Correct.
Yep, so right now we are on the east side of Buttermilk Creek Park on a residential area.
And as we're looking, left to right on the video, where is the defendant visible?
On the right-hand side.
Thank you. And we will begin playing at the 11:11 mark as noted without audio. And I've paused it.
And that's at 12:14, Attorney Tony?
I think it maybe at 12:34. It's hard to see, it's cut off on the screen at the moment, but I'll correct the record in a moment. Deputy Royce, what time of day is it at this point?
Per the body camera, appears to be 6:13 p.m.
And you found the timing, the timestamp on the body cameras to be accurate during that time of chronological experiment?
Yes, sir.
And that was paused at the 11:34 mark of the exhibit.
11:34, thank you.
And I think earlier you indicated that you found essentially a lookalike firearm.
That is correct. It was an airsoft gun.
And do you recall who that was located on?
Jason Wallace.
And did you make contact with anybody else from that general time frame of the video we just watched?
The only other individual I made contact was Jason Wallace's parents or legal guardians to return that airsoft gun to them.
Were there other individuals that you identified during your interactions with them?
Other than there was Priest Larry was one of them, the defendant. Tristan Richmond was with them, as well as Antonio Johnston.
And ultimately, at some point, you indicated you returned the lookalike firearm to some parent, I think you said?
That's correct. Yes, Jason's parents.
Jim, again, like I said earlier, sorry guys, you can get them in a medicated, stable state and make them competent, which is where she's at now. To withstand trial does not mean she's not guilty by reason of insanity. Two different situations, two different pleads. But that said, what was I going to say? Oh, that said, you get them stable and everything, and then they come out of the hospital and their medications are not properly administered, or they don't take their medications, or they believe that because they start feeling good that they are healed and don't need their medications, and they go back into that schizophrenic state. It's a vicious cycle. And if she truly is authentically that and authentically incompetent and mentally unstable, then she needs to probably stay in a facility or in a halfway house or somewhere where they can monitor her daily take of her medications. Unfortunately, in my humble experience and I mean working experience, many times people will go into a hospital environment and end up doing quite well and then leave and then turn around and not do well, and it's just a revolving door. My humble opinion.
Came and retrieved that.
And when did you do that, if you can recall?
It would have been approximately 10 minutes after that, so roughly 6:30 p.m.
And then did you respond to Maplewood Commons at any point on May 7th, 2023?
Yes, I did at 6:50.
Okay, I see that comment now. Yeah, but the problem is getting them outside. We have a organization called MHDD, Mental Health Department and whatever, delayed development or something. I don't remember. It used to be MHMR, mental health, mental retardation, but we can't use that retardation word anymore. But once you get them in a stable state and you transfer them to a halfway house or a intermediary facilities, and then you transfer them out of that and back into society, and then they can be in society for a short period of time or for whatever period of time that they decide not to take their meds, and then they go off and spiral. It's a spiral. It's a cycle and a spiral. And it depends on the severity. There are some people out there who can manage their schizophrenia quite well and are able to take their medicine and fully understand the importance of taking their medicine, and they have a wonderful support system. That's the other half of this story. People who have mental health issues, who have a phenomenal support system, who love them as they are, who help them, who help monitor them and say, hey, boo, are you taking your meds? Okay, let's get your meds. You know, and love them and support them and help their buffers. I don't like to say they control or keep them in track. They don't, but they're like the bowling alley. You put your little buffers up and it keeps that bowling ball going down. You may wobble a little bit, but it stays straight and it does eventually hit the pins. That is kind of the way I see this. But when you have people with mental health issues and there are no buffers, they get into the gutters and they fall off track. So having a support system is paramount. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people who don't have any kind of support system. They end up on the street. They end up going into psychosis and they end up committing heinous crimes. And this is where we end up, in my humble opinion.
50 p.m. I was notified that there was dispatchers receiving numerous 911 calls indicating that somebody was shot in the head near Maplewood Commons.
And
I'm sorry, I do want to cut in and say not everybody with mental health issues are this extreme. Not everybody who have mental health medical issues commit these kind of crimes. And a lot of them are walking around and you would never know it. And there's no judgment from this boat and on this channel for people who have any kind of mental health issue, including schizophrenia. You can't help that. But them having the support system and them being able to monitor and take their meds and maintain their mental health and do what they need to do to keep themselves in a good place is vital. And unfortunately, this woman didn't have any of that by what it appears.
how did you respond to the location?
So at that point, I was in the police department garage when the calls started coming out. We have our Bearcat armored vehicle located at the police department. So myself, as well as two other officers, put on our external body-worn body armor, as well as I deployed my department-issued rifle, hopped in that armored Bearcat, and began responding, lights and sirens.
What is the Bearcat?
It's an armored vehicle that the police department has. We use it on tactical situations, high-risk situations, stuff like that.
I'm bringing you up a document marked Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that appears to be an overview of the Maplewood Commons area.
And are you familiar with that area?
Yes, I am.
And does that appear to be an accurate depiction as an overview?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 2 with permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead. Madam Clerk, could switch over to Bionca.
Listening to the officer testify, we are going to squeeze in a quick break as they're getting things organized there in that courtroom. We'll be right back. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a brutal attack in broad daylight leads to the tragic death of a 3-year-old. We'll break down today's testimony in the toddler stabbed murder trial.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
The mental health system worldwide sucks.
And was your body camera active as you responded to the scene?
Yes, it was.
And Your Honor, I'm going to be...
Okay, I have a joke. PMDD or PMS? PMS on crack is what PMDD is. PMS is putting up with men's shit. That's what I call it. I'm kidding. I'm not going to male bash. I just thought it was funny. I used to when I was on my cycles, when I had them, hysterectomy. Best thing I ever did after giving birth. That was the best thing I could have done. But until I had my children, no. But I had PMDD. And let me tell you, I called it putting up with men. Yeah. Sorry, men. Not bashing. Just
bringing up a video if I could have my laptop connected.
Madam Clerk, switch that over.
And this will be played without audio.
And what is the file for this video? Is this also on Exhibit 1?
Yes, per our earlier discussion.
Oh, this is the video that'll be placed onto a new flash drive, correct?
Yes.
All right. We'll have that marked eventually as Exhibit 3.
my children would say yes. I say maybe not.
Then, please.
And Officer Royston, while I'm getting that.
We have a lot of, I call it the accessibility channel, different abilities. This is a safe place for people with all disabilities and abilities, people who are neurodivergent. I try to keep this a very safe place for all. That is very important and accessible to all. That's why sometimes you will see us interpreting for the deaf, because I may have a deaf person watching at that moment. Okay. So welcome, all you little squirrels.
Prepared. Can you describe what time did you arrive to Maplewood Commons on May 7th of 2023?
It would have been just before 7 p.m.
And were there any other officers on scene when you arrived?
There was, whenever I got there, I believe there was a sheriff deputy that was already there, as well as Officer Schneider was already there with the victim.
And how would you describe the general scene upon your arrival?
It was very chaotic. There was a lot of people yelling, people running around, and a lot of information getting thrown out.
Okay, I've never been diagnosed with ADD, ADHD. Do you guys consider me ADD? Squirrel.
So it's difficult to decipher what was actually going on.
And we're going to be getting to the body cam in a moment here, but what was your initial role when you arrived on the scene?
Whenever I initially arrived on scene, I assisted I was security for the ambulance crew that was trying to work on the victim. And then after that, I became essentially a tactical field team. If we were to get any new reports as to where the suspect was, my role was to go with numerous other officers and attempt to apprehend them.
And what was the purpose of having that tactical team essentially set up?
Just in case there were any more reports of similar incidents or other violence going on nearby.
What I'm going to do is show you from Exhibit 1, the flash drive, the trial folder, then the number 1 Royston folder, the file that will be labeled JR10. I'm bringing a portion up to you that's paused at the 7-minute and 59-second mark into the video. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like a body camera.
And does that appear to be an accurate depiction of your body camera from that moment?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would offer the exhibit with permission to publish.
To be clear, you referenced JR10. Is that the same body cam footage that was the Buttermilk Creek Park file reference?
I apologize. The Buttermilk Creek is JR8. I was thinking of this when I did it, so I apologize. Thank you for the correction, Your Honor.
Okay, so the earlier video that was played was JR8. And this is, just to be clear, is JR10?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection, Attorney Jensen?
No.
Go ahead, Attorney Tony.
And Your Honor, just for the benefit of those present in the courtroom, this will contain some more difficult things for some to see, just for their being aware. And so I have that at the screen at the 7-minute and 59-second mark. And Your Honor, sometimes there can be a glare from certain angles on the TVs we might be able to have the lights dimmed in some areas. I think it might be more helpful if we have some.
Can you turn that one back on? Is there another one back there?
I think they're back.
This is what happens when I'm not in my normal courtroom. I'm not sure what lights I'm turning on here, so we're going to switch on longer. Do some trial and error here. How's that for our jurors?
I see them nodding their heads.
This one always stays.
Does that one look okay for counsel?
Yes.
All right, I'll note those 3 switches. We need to see the screens later. Thank you.
And this will begin playing at the 7-minute and 59-second mark from JR10.
Why don't we go ahead and bring in our guest, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, we're just watching some of the video there. We wanted to jump out of it before it got too graphic. Obviously, the jurors inside the courtroom will be taking a look at that. But you know, when you select a jury, you have to make sure that they're comfortable taking a look and being comfortable with looking at really graphic images, because the cases that we cover here at Court TV, murder cases, I mean, they are hard to digest for a lot of people.
It is very, very hard, and this is why we don't show it on air to our viewers. But looking at...
Okay, we are between 2 cases. What's going on with the Ellis trial is that the judge has denied cameras raw footage in the courtroom. We do not have a live feed. So what Court TV is doing is they are piecing together testimony when they can. It is a very difficult situation because, yeah, they're allowed to film it, but it's not live. So they are going between, right now I think that we're in lunch break over there. And so hence why we're bouncing between the Wisconsin teen trial and that trial. My apologies. Let me get it over here. There we go. Got it up. So I feel like Court TV has ADHD today. In the garbage day red room, Wisconsin teen unalived a girl who was taking out her trash when he opened fire on a group of people. So does that mean I'm ADD? Yep. Popped off a bunch of caps wildly that injured and took out people. That is correct. I know, but they don't. High 6. Oh, hello, 6th commandment. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello, where are you from? But because the judge is not allowing raw filming, they're having to put things together and fill in and gapping. I'm not liking it, but they're the only ones with the feed, so there's nothing we can do. So we're bouncing between two trials right now. So, hello, West Virginia. I used to live in Virginia. Yep, they are, unfortunately. But thank you so much for hopping in. Make sure you sub, like, and I appreciate the comments. You were awesome. Welcome, welcome. We appreciate you hopping in. So, yeah, and it's a little frustrating, but it's the best we can.
And listening to
You're at their mercy.
the direct examination from the prosecutor, I'm looking at it from a lens of a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney. And the video, as bad as it probably is, which is why prosecution is using it, could be used both ways. Because even the police officer witness says it was difficult to decipher because there was a lot going on. So I'm thinking, how close was the defendant to the crime scene? Was he seen holding a gun? And I'm thinking it could go either way. The defense could use it to show chaos, confusion, multiple weapons, multiple people. And the defense could use it to say that his mere presence in the melee and chaos doesn't mean that he's guilty. Mere presence is not intent to murder that poor woman. So I'm thinking they have to distance him from that scene. And what is the video actually showing? Is it really a slam dunk showing? He was the first one with the gun. It was from his gun the bullet came. If they can't prove that, it really works in favor of the defendant, the chaos and the melee.
Yeah, we've still got a lot of video to sift through when it comes to this case. It's very early in the prosecution's case. I want to get your take, though, on that video where we saw the suspects. So the defendant, the one who's on trial right now, he's wearing that pink hoodie. This appears to be, and we're going to learn more about it as the trial unfolds, but it appears to be officers at the scene, and they're able to record them, but they had not placed them under arrest. And it's that image that was used later to put out the bolo for the suspect that they wanted to talk to. If he was, in fact, back at the scene after the police are investigating and looking at it, who does that help or hurt?
It could hurt him because it shows post-crime behavior. He did what he did. He was there, and then he had the nerve to pull up after and just cross his arms and act like he was just somebody in the crowd. It's not a good look for him. But again, his age is a good look for him. The confusion that was going on is a good look for him. And they have to tie him closely with maybe a plot, text messages, let's go kill this person, whoever it is they were trying to hurt. All of that, like you said, there's a lot to be developed to bring him closer to the planning of the crime and formulate an intent. And his age really helps because his brain is very young at 14. And what intent? Foolishness is not intent. Presence is not intent.
Yeah, even now while we're at trial, he's 16 years old sitting there in the courtroom. Marie, stand by. We've got to get to our break. We're going to continue to work through what's going on inside that courtroom, that graphic video, what we can and can't show. When we come back, we're going to shift gears to the Bionca Ellis case that we've been following out in Ohio. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV.
So we are back on break. Yahoo! Yay, we love these breaks, don't we? No. I want to thank everybody who has joined me today. That we have a lot of new people. Thank you so very much. We greatly appreciate you being here. Where is the new comment? Where is it? We are, yep. Sorry, I'm trying to find something. Y'all, I want to talk to y'all quickly about our Discord. We have Discord. If you don't know what Discord is, it is a fabulous platform that we can stay connected and that we can enjoy each other's company, and do multiple things. Miss June, our fabulous mod, June, helps me a lot. There's our Discord link. I just posted it. There you go. She is fabulous. We both do it, but she mostly will host a movie at night. So y'all we love watching movies together and participating in things together. She's fabulous. Thank you so much, June, for being always so willing to throw up movies. We do have in our Discord some member channel, and in that we have AI memes. We have our bingo cards, not for this trial. We do not do bingo for trials that have children who've been unalive, but on some trials we play bingo. We have breaking news. We have our open chat for all of y'all to hop in and chat. We have our GIF section where you can post some fun GIFs. And if they're really cool, I'll pop them up here. We have a section on hobbies. Well, we haven't had anybody sharing in hobbies lately. I think I was the last one to share in hobbies. Y'all get in there. We have international breaking news. If you are somewhere in the world other than America, or even in America, but you find out that there's a case that is an international case that you want us to look at, pop it up in there. We have a section called Judge of the Year. So you can vote for a judge of a court just because, and it does not have to be one that we followed. It could be anybody that's a judge that you think it deserves Judge of the Year. At the end of the year, we will have a vote, and I will send a little plaque to that judge telling them that they were voted Judge of the Year for the Ada K Media channel. It's a nice little thing. We have merch suggestions. That's where you guys, and it's been a long time since somebody, Itch Please, is one of them. But go in, and if you have a cute phrase or something that you think would be great for merch or any kind of merch ideas, we have movie suggestions. You go in there and make suggestions on movies. We have pet picks. Oh, I love our pet picks. We haven't had any in a while. I may share those. We have prayer requests. I do pray over your prayer requests. So please don't hesitate to throw up a prayer request. Or if you don't pray, but you have a need of a good thoughts or good vibes or something that's going on that you're concerned about and you want to share it with us, we love to hear about it. We have a recipe section, which is cool. I think Angela, who is from out of country, posted something in there recently. We also have trial suggestions. Please, if you have a suggestion on a trial that you have not seen, a lot of people do, but you think will be a good suggestion for trial, throw it in there. We'll look at it. You never know. We might cover it. Also, then we also have our weather channel, which means if you were in a situation like I was on the 4th of July, I live in Kerrville, Texas. I live here. So when the floods happened here, yes, I was a part of all that. Luckily, my home was safe. Backyard had some issues, but my home was safe. Thank you, Jesus. But you can go into all of that area and have some fun and interact with us. We love, love, love interaction. Do you do translation for Runkle's stream once? I have in the past. I haven't lately. I am taking 18 hours of college credit. I will be graduating this December. And so pretty much all of my free time is really taken up by college or my sister who's sick. I've had another sister who passed away last November of cancer, and a dear friend of mine whom I look at as a sister was just diagnosed 2 weeks ago with lung cancer. So I'm a little busy, but yes, every once in a while I will. Now, I do have a deaf person who, if they ask me to, I will interpret Runkle of the Baileys. I just haven't had time. But you're right, I did. Thank you so much for remembering. Okay, so Kale, go over into our Discord link and you can nominate those two judges. Yes, that's where you know me from. I interpreted for Runkle of the Baileys. Yes, I did. And I hope I spelled that right. I think. I'm bad with finger spelling. I'm having an RA flare up. I'm really struggling today. So that is correct. Okay, back over to trial. They're back in court. Yay.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft, in today for Ted Rollins, along with...
Forgot. When you come into our Discord, you must agree to the rules and validate your account, it's just a matter of a few clicks and you'll be in.
Julia Janae. We're turning now to Ohio, where a woman is on trial for fatally stabbing a toddler last year.
The defendant here is Bionca Ellis. She's accused of the stabbing of 3-year-old Julian Wood. He died in the parking lot of a grocery store last June. His mother.
I just want to ask this, and this is no shame on the mama. Okay, I'm not mama shaming. I'm not. But how many of us would immediately have noticed and gotten uncomfortable if a woman walking towards us immediately turned around and stayed on our 6? How did she not notice the knife? Not blaming her, just curious.
There was also stabbed, and she survived her injuries.
Surveillance video taken inside that grocery store shows Margot and Julian Wood passing Ellis with their grocery cart when Ellis then turns around and begins following the pair.
Yeah, before we get you back into the courtroom now, just to get you caught up on this case, if you're just joining our program, here's Court TV anchor Julie Grant with more on the case against Bionca Ellis.
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store just outside of Cleveland, Ohio on June 3rd, 2024.
There's a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted, Giant Eagle.
Margot Wood was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, when they were attacked by a knife-wielding stranger.
The young child suffered 2 stab wounds, one to the face and one to the back, and then she suffered one to her shoulder area.
Julian died of his injuries, but his mother, Margot, survived.
I need a car to go help the kid. He's in the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuffs? Get cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
33-year-old Bionca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot where the stabbings happened. A long blade knife was found on the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed her child up out the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Police say Bionca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into Bionca Ellis, Ellis turned around to follow Margot and Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
Let's go into the courtroom.
He did look like his father. Look at that. He looked just like Daddy.
Now an eyewitness has taken the stand.
Please tell us what you do for a living.
I am a golf pro.
And what community do you reside in?
I live in North Olmsted.
And sir, are you married?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Expecting.
Congratulations. Mr. Stroud, do you have an opportunity to shop at the Giant Eagle on Lorraine Road from time to time?
Yes.
And did you shop there or attempt to shop there on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
And did you shop by yourself or were you shopping with your wife?
I was with my wife.
All right. And Mr. Stroud, can you tell us when you arrived at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, what happened and what are the circumstances that caused you some pause?
Well, it wasn't until we were leaving, really, until anything was happening. So, our experience was normal until we were leaving the grocery store.
Okay, so you had already done your grocery shopping?
Correct.
All right, and you had gone out in the parking lot?
Yes.
And when you were in the parking lot, did you load your groceries into your car?
Yes.
All right, and so what happened while you were doing that or on the completion of that task?
Yeah, we had just completed loading the vehicle and heard screaming.
All right, and sir, what did you do when you heard this screaming?
Well, initially we didn't really know exactly what was going on until we heard more screaming and another crash. And that's when I turned around and saw what I saw.
All right, and so you heard some screaming. And so when you turned around, sir, what did you see?
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
And sir, upon observing that, what did you do?
Well, I was kind of in shock at, the first moment of it. And as the act was completed and this person started walking towards me, I got back into my vehicle with my wife and I instructed her to call 911 immediately.
All right, and were you both in the car when your wife called 911?
Yes.
And if I were to play the 911 call, would you recognize your wife's voice?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 187, please. It is State's, I'm sorry. Oh, State's Exhibit 202.
Is it paused?
It is.
And just again, there was a little bit back and forth. You said 197, but it's 202.
It is State's Exhibit 202.
Very good. All right. Go ahead. One moment. At a sidebar, or do you want to talk to the prosecutor first?
All right, we have to slip in a break. When we come back, we'll have more of this case out of Ohio, this tragic one where a 3-year-old toddler was stabbed. We have a defendant who is claiming that she's not guilty due to reason of insanity. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a brutal attack in broad daylight leads to the tragic death of a 3-year-old. We'll break down today's testimony in the toddler stabbed murder trial.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Themselves big time. If this is triggering for you, please, it's okay. Take care of yourself. Your health matters. You matter. It's okay if you have to step away and come back. This is not an easy case by any means, any way, shape, or form. So please do take care of yourself. And if you need to step away, step away. I fully understand, and it's okay. By the way, the QR code up there, I had to figure out which way to point. Up there is to our Discord. All you have to do is scan it. It'll take you straight to Discord. So if you are interested in joining us on Discord, please scan that. Thank you for popping that up there, June. I forgot about it. It's a new feature for us. So that's yay. Yay. Discord. StreamYard has really added a whole lot of new features, and I sometimes forget. Yeah, I know. But this crime is very difficult for a lot of people. So please take care of your mental health. You are important, and I do not wish for this to trigger anything in you. If you do get triggered, however, and that said, and you do get triggered, please make sure that you seek counsel, that you speak to somebody, and do what you got to do to self-care. And I'm here. Everybody's here for you. But please, I always advocate personally self-care. It is a very difficult case. It really is. And welcome, 80s Music Man. It's sad what happened. I don't believe she's insane, but monster for what? Oh, yeah. It's horrible. It is horrible. After you subscribe, click the bell to my channel. Please type iSub to be entered into the end of the month giveaway. The iSub is for the first time subbers only. Not everybody can't sub every day. It's a one-time thing, but I appreciate your subbing. But what is an everyday thing is I liked and I shared. And also now I have created a coffee account for my mods. Somebody asked, how come we can't tip your mods? Well, guess what? You can tip the mods now. Go to the www.buymeacoffee.com/AdaK. And at the end of every month, whenever they do pay out, I will send it directly to my mods who are modding for me. So thank you very much for any and all donations. And please, somebody donate. If you donate, put ITIP into this, and you'll also get an extra entry. Yep. We are trying to bless the mods. Yep. So if you need to just dust your hands off on your pants and walk away, get outside in the sunshine and get some fresh air. It's kind of...
Welcome back. Let's get you back inside of this Ohio courtroom where we're watching together day 2 of a murder trial for defendant Bionca Ellis.
Now, prosecutors say that Ellis followed victims Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son Julian out of a grocery store. This was in North Olmsted, and then attacked them in the parking lot. Julian suffered fatal stab wounds while his mother was injured but did survive.
Inside of the courtroom now, we are listening to a 911 call that was made by an eyewitness. The husband of that eyewitness is on the stand.
She's stabbing somebody? Someone said you can start referring to your home to 90, but we have several cars on the night trying to stab people. Do you have a description of her? Yes, she's a black female. Yeah, I remember she walked towards the lane. Oh, she's outside now? She's outside walking. Okay. This is gonna be a black female walking towards the lane road with a knife. All black? Is anybody injured?
Now, in there, we heard Ariel's voice and we heard another male's voice. Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
And were you also providing information to your wife to give to the 911 operator?
No, I had the windows rolled down in the car and I was screaming to others in the parking lot to exit the area. I didn't want anyone else to be injured.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Continue.
Yeah, somebody's injured. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, let me keep you on the line. Don't hang up, okay? Okay, we'll not hang up. Yeah, just stay on the line for me. Hold on, I got it. The black female wearing all black, walking towards the window, black leggings, black top, she's got the knife with her. Heavy set then, what else does she look like? She's a black tall female wearing black leggings, black t-shirt. She got two more silver center on the nose. Okay. She's blurred out my in her right leg. Okay. 10-4 per minute, now she's walking towards you. Okay. Yeah, all the way. Stop right there. Ma'am, don't hang up the phone. I'm just going to keep you on hold. I got to put the ambulance heading there, okay?
Now, after your wife contacted 911, sir, at that point in time, once she hung up with 911, what did you do?
Well, we followed the female until she was detained by the police.
And how did you follow her?
I was in my car, and then as I felt I had a good amount of distance from her, I got out of my car and pointed the police to her, and then re-entered my car and went back to go help the boy.
Okay. And Mr. Stroud, so you indicated to us that you saw the actual stabbing.
Yes.
All right. And so were you able to see the knife?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us how many times that you observed her stabbing or who she was stabbing?
It was 2 or 3 times. I don't recollect exactly where those locations were on these individuals. I just saw the motion and saw the blood and the knife as it was happening. Okay. My eyes were more drawn to the knife than anything else.
Okay. And when you followed her, did you have an opportunity to observe this person walking away?
Yes.
All right. Was she talking to anybody?
No.
How would you describe her walking away?
Like she was walking in the park.
And
swinging the knife like she was almost just knew exactly what was going to happen.
All right. And so when the police arrived, were you still standing behind her?
Yes.
And what did you observe her to do?
The police pulled up and, drew weapons on her, and she just dropped the knife, and she didn't fight or resist at all. The police just got her on her knees and then down to her stomach and put her in handcuffs and detained her. Actually, I don't remember even handcuffs being put on her at that point, but they had detained her. And at that point, once I realized that she was no longer a threat to anybody else, that's when I turned back to try and assist those who were injured.
Okay, so did you get back in your car?
Yes.
And where did you then go?
I parked just outside of the aisle that this occurred, and I got out to go help. And as I got out, I realized that I had actually blocked the entrance for the ambulance. So I sprinted back to my vehicle so that I could make way for the ambulance to come in. And I went back to the original scene.
Okay. And when you went back, sir, what did you find? What did you observe?
There was a small boy who had been badly injured. There was a female on top of him giving CPR. There was what appeared to be his mother, who was also injured, but not severely, and was just begging. She kept asking if he was breathing.
I want to point out that witness opted out of being shown on camera, but an important witness for the prosecution. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, so from a prosecutorial standpoint, and we're trying to say, here, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Defense counsel changed the strategy. At first, he said just not guilty. Then they changed it after an evaluation, not guilty by reason of insanity. So here you have a situation where the prosecutor said in opening that she was mad because she had an altercation with police, walked away from that situation. And then that's when we see surveillance video of her buying these knives. I mean, when you're the prosecutor in this case, can you talk about the fact that, here she is. She knows what she's doing here. She's mad because something happened at the police department. She didn't get the outcome that she deserved. Walks into the grocery store and decides, you know what? I don't like this woman. I'm just going to take her out because I didn't like what was happening at the police department.
I think it was not good strategy for them to offer that as a motive. First of all, prosecution doesn't have to ever offer a motive. And that motive made no sense because even this witness could cut both ways for the defense because the witness is saying she was just swinging it around the knife. She seemed like she was nonchalant. To me, this is saying, yes, I had a knife and it was sharp and I senselessly, heinously murdered the little boy and wounded his mom. But the knife was sharp. My mind was not sharp due to mental illness. The testimony of this prosecution witness is even letting me know more about her demeanor from the eyes of someone else. That man is basically saying she looked crazy to me because who, after doing that, wouldn't run away? She's just walking around acting like nothing happened when she just stabbed the little boy in his face, his back, attacked his mom, and she's still chilling, hanging around. That to me is insanity. Her mind was not sharp enough to know what she was doing was wrong.
Marie, I'm glad you pointed out what she did after the incident because no doubt the defense is going to keep hammering that home for these jurors. But the law in Ohio is that even if they have a mental disease or defect, if they understand what they did was wrong, then they still can be found guilty. And so what you're pointing out is this inability to even understand it was wrong. But do you think that's possible? Something that happened in public like this, a stabbing, do you think jurors are going to believe she didn't know it was wrong?
Absolutely. If her defense attorney brings home her prior schizophrenia diagnosis, other brushes with the law, and her behavior after the fact. The motive the prosecutors gave, which they never had to give, was ridiculous. I went to the precinct to get my stuff. I didn't get it back. Let me go kill a little boy? It's insanity, mental disease.
Marie Pereira, thank you so much for your analysis these past 2 hours. We have to get to our break.
Coming up, more testimony in the toddler stabbed murder trial. This is for defendant Bionca Ellis.
Wow. So what are y'all believing at this point? What do you believe at this point? Do you believe that she is not guilty by reason of insanity? I'm not there yet. I don't know. There's not enough for me to know. I don't feel like I'm getting enough of the trial. Yeah. I'm not getting enough of the trial for me to make a decision. The jury will decide, yes, whether she's guilty, innocent, not going to happen. Guilty or guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity. So the two that they're going to choose from is either flat out guilty as hell or not guilty, but only by reason of insanity, meaning she did it, but she's not guilty by reason of insanity. They do get to make that choice, yes. I don't know what, I don't know if she can be up for the DP at this point, because her sanity is in question. When someone's sanity is in question, you can't do DP. You can't, in my humblest of opinion. We will probably go back and watch opening statements. Those were yesterday's. All of the, yeah, that was yesterday's. I'm looking at some of the court feeds and documents to see what I have on this. The thing that gets me, and a lot of people are struggling with the fact that that image that I have of her, let me get it up. This image down here, right there, that is a smirk that she threw in her pre-trial hearing. And it really sent chills up and down everybody's backs. I saw it, June. Thank you. It really sent a lot of chills up and down the backs of everyone. Let me see if I can play this. Give me a second. Why can't I find the button? There it is.
On the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows out. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed their child up off the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Police say Bionca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into Bionca Ellis, Ellis turned around to follow Margot and Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment? I don't know. You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
Heartbreaking. All right, back.
And she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. She stops.
She stabbed. I'm just going to flat out say it. She didn't poke. Through the face and into the back. That kid bled out within seconds.
Waits for them to catch up.
There was an off-duty EMS medic, and they couldn't do anything to save his life. It was so bad.
And follows them completely out of the store.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for following along with us this afternoon as we follow a really horrific story. A toddler stabbed in a grocery store parking lot. And the defendant, Bionca Ellis, is claiming the insanity defense. This is after she was charged with murder and attempted murder in the stabbing death of 3-year-old Julian Wood and the injury sustained by his mother. This all happened last June. And it's all caught on surveillance video. It shows Julian and his mother, Margot, passing Ellis with their shopping cart when Ellis suddenly turns around and begins following them out the store. She's holding a knife in her hand. Julian was stabbed in the face and back, and he died later at the hospital. His mother was also stabbed, but again, she survived. Let's go back into the courtroom now where we're hearing what the jury is hearing. An eyewitness is on the stand, someone who saw all of this in the parking lot. We just listened to his wife's 911 call. Here's Matthew Stroud. In
Cray. She didn't know him. It was random.
Ohio, you can opt out of being on camera, and that is what he has done.
Yes. So just so we understand, your car was backed in as if you would then be pulling out of that aisle.
Yes.
All right. And when you saw this person, she was dressed in all black.
Yes.
All right. And did you notice the knife?
Yes.
Okay. And you followed her down, all the way down, just like you showed us.
Correct.
All right. But you were on the opposite side of her.
When it took place, yes.
Okay. And then when you followed her, were you behind her?
Yes.
Okay. And then you came to a point that you stopped, and you then went back to try to render aid, correct?
Yes.
And there were other folks already there before you.
Yes.
And Mr. Stroud, you made a statement to the police about what you had observed that day.
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize Bionca Ellis in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll go ahead and stipulate that Ms. Ellis would be identified by this witness.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you. No further questions at this time, Mr. Stroud. I appreciate your time.
Cross-examination?
Mr. Stroud, you said you heard screams and you got out the back of your car to see what was going on, or you got out your car to see what was going on, correct?
I never got back into my vehicle. So when I parked the cart, I opened my driver door, and that's when I heard screams. So I was never in my car. I was outside the entire time.
Okay. And you witnessed this incident, and you said the person kind of casually just walked off?
Yes.
No running, no, just a casual stroll?
Just walking away.
And you said she was swinging her arm with a knife, like she knew what was going to happen. What did you mean by that?
She wasn't trying to get away.
She wasn't trying to get away.
She was obviously intended to be detained momentarily. I think she knew exactly what was going to happen.
So you said she was walking at a slow pace, like not a care in the world, you said like a stroll in the park, correct?
Yes.
And you said when the police came, you directed them to her location.
Yes.
And she stopped at gunpoint and dropped the knife?
Yes.
One moment, Judge.
Yes. Thank you. Any redirect on that?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up the cross-examination of this witness. Let's break it down with our attorney that's standing.
Let me break something down. I have got June. I hope you're listening. I've got an update on Angela. For those of you who don't know, Angela is one of our fabulous mods, and Angela has had a life-altering situation. This is her text as of this. Well, she had 11, if I understood it right, 11 centimeter mass that was attached to her intestine. She is a survivor of ovarian cancer. They had feared it was cancer. She also had multiple other surgical procedures done, major surgery. She's got a scar from here all the way down, from yin to yang. She's been out of surgery for almost a week, I think. Let me read what she just said with permission. Okay, so this is shared with permission. Hey, I wanted to message you. I saw the doc today. Got some great news, and then some not so great news. The great news is no cancer. Woohoo! No freaking cancer. I am so happy to hear no cancer. Why is nothing working for me? There it is. I'm not hearing it. Why not? There it is. Not so great news. I was very lucky. My abdomen cavity was full of infection from my obstruction surgery. She had a previous surgery for obstructed intestine. He had to remove all of my intestines and do a full debris and wash out before fixing anything. Let me tell you how they do that. They turn you upside down and let everything hang. They wash all your intestines. Yeah. She is on an antibiotic, and her intestines had lesions and other adhesions to them as well, and to her incision from the obstruction. So all of those were repaired, thankfully without having to do any resectioning. So they didn't have to cut any out. They were able to repair it, and she didn't lose any intestines, thankfully for that. So he's also had to repair a 10 centimeter by 20 centimeter ventral hernia, meaning my whole abdomen wall and all the core muscles had to be reattached to a large mesh. He said there were completed, shredded, and torn. The drain tubes will not be removed today, as he said it's too early. And he's added stronger pain meds to help with the discomfort. I am absolutely done after the appointment today, so I'm going to go lay down, because walking even on a walker to and back appointment, then bring poke and prodded, she's hurting and she's feeling pretty bad. But she wanted to let us know, so I passed on the news. Everybody, this is the best news we could have gotten. She has been through hell and back. Hopefully, I don't want to cry, hopefully, beloved, this is the road of healing. Hopefully, no more. Hopefully, they fixed everything and you can have a normal life now as much as possible. But the biggest news is no cancer. I'm an ovarian cancer survivor. It is very rare to survive ovarian cancer. And when you have another mass in intestines in the area where you had ovarian cancer, it is scary as hell. So thank you so much. Thank you. Praise God. No cancer. That just made my day. We're so happy for you, Angela. And I will get up there to see you. But I understand yesterday you were just too sore. And today it was very important that you be able to go. So that is fabulous news. Okay, we're going to go back to court.
By Michael Jafer is with us, and we have with us Madeline Somerville as well. Thank you both for being on. Michael Jafer, let me start with you. Really looking forward to hearing your analysis of this one, because it involves an insanity defense. And I know you have a lot of detailed analysis when it comes to just the history of the legal system and how they've approached insanity. So just tell me what you think of how it's being applied here and why it has changed over the years.
I think it's being applied the way it should be applied. I think it's changed over the years. I think I have an office in Cleveland. I know that a Cleveland jury right now is sitting there trying to find every way to not give her the insanity defense, right? The burden is on her to prove by preponderance of the evidence that she was insane. She did not know that what she was doing was wrong. Over the years, jurors have just tuned this out. I think it started with the whole John Hinckley thing. You know, he found, not guilty by reason of insanity, and he walks free today. I think juries have told themselves that if I give this person the insanity defense, she's going to walk out, because of the fact that this involved the murder of a 3-year-old kid by a stabbing. I think that the jury is going to find every conceivable way to latch on and say, no, we're not giving it to you. We're going to throw you in jail for the rest of your life. That's my theory, but we'll see what happens.
Madeline, if you were a jury consultant on a case like this, what do you do if you're the defense to try and make sure you can at least get jurors who will consider insanity?
I 100% agree with my co-panelist. And so as a jury consultant in this case, I would realize what an uphill battle I've got if I'm working for the defense. Excuse me. First of all, I would need to take into consideration everything that's going on today in the world, right? Involving people who, murders that have been committed in society recently by people who we've deemed to be insane, people who have been neglected by society. These are things that that influence jurors, because they're citizens too. They watch TV, they know what's going on in the world. And an interesting thing that I always try to get lawyers to pay attention to is jurors act as a balancer. they want to try to create justice in the courtroom where they have power and control to do so if they didn't get to do that in another space in their life or in the world. And so you want to try to make sure that they're not going to try to get justice here because they couldn't get it somewhere else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. We are going to continue this conversation, but first let's go back inside of the courtroom. We've been showing you snippets of the testimony that's happening there in this Ohio courtroom. Let's listen in to another witness, someone who was actually an owner of, or employee rather, of the grocery store where all of this happened.
All right. And so how long have you worked for Giant Eagle?
A little over 2 years.
And were you so gainfully employed at Giant Eagle back on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And what department do you work in, sir?
I work in the curbside department.
Okay. Explain to me what that is.
People order their groceries, we shop the orders, and we bring it out to them in their cars.
All right. And what shift were you working on June 3rd of 2024?
I believe it was an 8 to 4, somewhere around that time.
All right. And does somebody else you know work at Giant Eagle?
Yes, my girlfriend Jaslyn works with me.
And what's Jaslyn's last name?
Jaslyn James.
All right. And so were you both working that day?
Yes, we were.
All right. And since you're boyfriend and girlfriend, did there come a time that you guys take your breaks together?
Yes, we do.
All right. And when you take your breaks together, like, what do you do?
We usually go out to her car and eat lunch or drink coffee or something along those lines.
Okay. Chit chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to music?
Yes.
All right. And so we're going to turn our attention, Mr. Shop, to June 3rd of 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Was your girlfriend, Jaslyn, working that day?
Yes, she was.
All right. So tell us what happened during the course of your day.
After working for a few hours, we went on break.
About what time was that, sir?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, go ahead.
Then we spent about 15, 20-ish minutes on break, eating, and
where were you on this break?
We were in her car.
Okay, so did you go outside?
Yes, we did.
All right, was it raining outside?
No, it wasn't.
All right, sunny day?
Yes.
All right, so you went into her car. What kind of car did she have?
She has an orange Jeep.
All right, and so were the windows up or were the windows down?
The windows were up.
All right, and so what were you guys doing then in the car?
We split a foot-long sandwich, and we were just talking before we went back in.
All right. And so suffice it to say you had your lunch and you were going to go back into work?
Yes.
And so what happens when you prepare to go back into work?
I opened my door to get out of the passenger side, and I heard screaming.
All right. And when you heard screaming, Mr. Shop, do you know where it was coming from?
I didn't. I heard what direction it was coming from, but I couldn't see where it was coming from.
All right. And so upon hearing screams, what did you do, sir?
I don't know why, but the screams to me sounded like actual screams of distress, not like screams of like someone playing around. So I took off running towards them.
And when you were running towards them, what did you see and what did you observe?
I saw a woman on the ground holding a child, and they covered in blood, and someone standing over them.
All right. And who was standing over them?
It was, I'm not sure how to answer this. should I say,
Well, was it a man or a woman?
it was a woman standing over them.
Okay, was it a Caucasian woman or a black woman?
It was a black woman.
All right, and can you tell me what she had on?
I do not remember, no.
All right, did she have anything in her hands?
Yes, there was a knife in her hands.
All right, and when you saw the knife, what did you do?
When I got to them, I instantly like asked the mom and the child. Well, I asked the mom if this woman just stabbed her child.
Okay.
Even with a tragedy like this one, it's encouraging to hear the reaction from people who acted as neighbors, people who acted really heroically in this moment. We're going to get you back in for more testimony in this trial. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Court TV. You're at this grocery store.
Okay, I want to say something about these comments. First of all, it is a DP state. However, because this is a possible NGRI, I don't believe that they can go for the DP. I am not sure. I'm not an attorney, but that's my understanding. Now, as far as the schizophrenics and the voices, there are a lot of schizophrenics who can and do are able to ignore the voices. However, after working in the state hospital with a lot of them that could not ignore the voices, sometimes it's just so bad that it's not ignorable anymore, and they get to the point to where they're so bad that they don't believe they have a choice. They don't believe they can. They don't believe that that's an option for them. And some of those people, some of it's true. Now, I'm not saying that it is in this case, but sometimes it is very much true that they cannot. And some people think it's always a choice. Sometimes it's not a choice. My problem is I want to hear from experts. I want to hear the testing results. I want to hear all of that information. But the other problem I'm having with this is the fact that we are not able to see full testimony. We're only seeing what is given to us by Court TV, by what is permitted by the court. So I'm really struggling because we're jumping back from day one and day two. They cannot have a live feed. They cannot have a raw feed. They cannot show certain people's faces. So they're really dancing around this trial, and it's not of their choice. It's the making of the courts. The fact that we get anything from this court is unusual, concerning from what I've heard about this particular judge. So I am grateful for what we're getting, but I don't think I could make a full decision on this case even after the end of this trial, because I did not hear 100% of the evidence. We're not going to hear 100% of the evidence, unfortunately. All right, back to court.
During the daytime, when this all happened, here's her direct examination by the state.
And Mrs. Molaski, living in Westlake, do you have an opportunity to shop at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted on Lorraine Road?
Yes.
All right. And how often do you shop there? Is that the typical place that you go grocery shopping, ma'am?
I shop there quite frequently, probably at least once a week, if not a couple times a week if I forget items.
All righty. And back on June 3rd of 2024, did you have the opportunity to be at Giant Eagle?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your circumstances were and what happened while you were there?
I was just going to pick up a few items. I pulled into the parking lot and parked my car. When I pulled in, I looked ahead as I got out of my car into parking rows in front of me, directly in front of me. I saw a commotion. I saw a shopping cart overturned, and I saw a woman on the ground and 4 or 5 people looking frantic and yelling. Should I go on?
Yes. And so as a result of what you observed, what then did you do, ma'am?
I wasn't sure what I was seeing, but I felt like somebody needed help. So I ran over there and I said, what's going on? And that is when the woman on the ground looked up at me and said, a woman.
Yeah, so.
I'm sorry.
So just when you're telling about someone else's comments, it
Yes.
would not be allowed in as hearsay.
Okay.
So why don't we just have you stop for a moment? I'll let the prosecutor ask you another question.
Okay.
So you saw this woman on the ground. So don't tell me what she said, but what did you observe when you looked at this woman? What was she doing?
The woman was sitting on the ground. I saw something in her arms. She was rocking.
And as a result of that, when you saw that and you had a conversation with her,
Yes.
she gave you some information.
Yes.
What did you do?
I immediately took the child that I saw in her arms and laid him down on the ground, assessed him, yelled for help, for EMS, somebody to call, and I started CPR.
All right. And for us lay folks, what kind of CPR were you able to do on this child?
Okay, I'm going to say this. If that knife hit an artery, CPR ain't going to help. It's just going to make it worse. I'll be honest. Bumping on it, going to make it worse. Just saying.
Well, I just immediately assessed his airway, but he had a mouthful of blood, so I was not able to give any rescue breaths. I assessed if he was breathing. He was not breathing. I checked a pulse. There was no pulse. So you immediately start chest compressions, which is what I did.
Okay. And that's the protocol.
Yes.
And so how long did you do that, ma'am?
I honestly don't know. It was a while until EMS showed up. Time was just a blur. I don't really know how long it was, but it was a while.
All right. Did another nurse then come and relieve you?
Yes.
All right. So prior to the police or ambulances coming, is it fair to say that civilians were trying to help this child?
Yes.
Okay. And what I mean by civilians, obviously nurses.
One other nurse besides myself.
Correct. And so once this other nurse came.
Not really. There's just some things you get used to. You're not used to this. This is very unusual. I know.
What did you then do next?
She asked if I needed relief. Was I tired? And I said yes. And she said, I can take over. I'm a nurse. You're doing great. I said, yes, take over. I went to assess the mother because I saw she was bleeding as well. And that's what I did.
Okay. And during this point, did there come a point that the police then arrived and ambulances arrived?
Yes.
All right. Other than these life-saving measures that you attempted on these folks, did you do anything else, ma'am?
No.
And did you have
We're
any?
hearing this recounting in this clip of a registered nurse who rushed
Come on, let them testify, for God's sake. You're pissing me
to
off.
the aid of this mother who's dealing with every parent's nightmare, the stabbing of their child in broad daylight in a public place. Let's bring back in attorneys Michael Jafer and Madeline Somerville as we're watching these.
Let them testify. Court TV, you're pissing me off.
Different clips from this trial out in Ohio. We have another witness who opted to not be on camera. That's why we're not seeing this witness, Madeline, but everything we need to know, we're hearing from her demeanor. But I do think that a lot of these witnesses have been very matter of fact, despite what horror they witnessed that day.
It's not that I hate court TV. I know they have to do this format to pay the bills and bring us this stuff. I get it to a point, but damn it. Let the trial roll. Do this between the witnesses. Break it down when they're done.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, it's interesting that you bring up the style of answering, because this prosecutor, to use a Gen Z term, gives off major prosecutor vibes. You can tell that she's done this a lot, but she's asking almost all leading questions. They're not they're not actually leading questions, but they're almost there. Like if I were the defense, I would start objecting. But usually that's allowed in cases where what they're talking about is so difficult because you're just trying to get through it. It's hard to recall all of the really difficult details if you don't have that flashbulb memory and you've kind of suppressed it because it is so graphic. And so sometimes you're allowed to ask those leading questions in that moment because it just kind of helps you get through it.
And Michael, we've got here a defendant who no doubt these jurors are taking in what she's looking like there at the defense table. But there was a moment during some of the pretrial hearings that really offended people because she was smiling. She was giggling at the defense table. And this is when her attorneys were asking for competency to get her evaluated because they didn't think she was competent to stand trial. That was denied in terms of the judge ruling that she was competent after she was evaluated. What do you think about what her demeanor is offering there at the table while she's in trial?
I think this is exactly the nightmare scenario for every jury, right? I think her demeanor is definitely not helping. This is why I started a little movement, didn't go anywhere locally, where I want to change the name of this defense from not guilty by reason of insanity to guilty and insane. It didn't go anywhere, but this is exactly why. I've been at that table multiple times with multiple defendants with this same type of thing, and it is not fun. It is terrible. It is awful. You see the look on everybody in the courtroom. They roll their eyes. It's just gross. It's grotesque, and especially given the fact pattern. So I think her demeanor is absolutely. These juries have found every way they can right now with her looking at her in that courtroom. I know they weren't in there when she was smiling, but they found every way conceivable to this person's a monster. And so the jury's going to look at her in that way, and her demeanor's not helping it.
Madeline, if jurors have in their background either someone they know or maybe even themselves have struggled with something with mental health, how does that impact a case like this?
It definitely does. It most certainly does, because it humanizes the defendant. When you have somebody in your life who you can look at and say, this reminds me of my friend, my family member. And hopefully, in this case it doesn't, but there are people who are certainly suffering from schizophrenia who've done violent things in many people's families. And so here's the thing. Upon first glance, you are kind of shocked that she didn't take any plea that would have been offered, right? Because the facts of this case are so grotesque, right? To use that word again. And your heart goes out to this mother in this most difficult, nightmarish situation. But for her, right, it's either I spend my life in prison or I spend my life in a mental institution. And so, or a mental health facility. And so at the end of the day, I guess you go, well, we might as well try. And so the goal there for the defense would be to try to show that she would be better served in a mental health facility than she would be in a prison in order to not rehabilitate, but for justice to be served.
And that's really what's on the line here, whether or not she should go to prison for the rest of her life or whether she should be in a facility. Guys, stand by. We're going to get to our break. When we come back, we're going to see what other clips we're able to show you out of this trial in Ohio. We're also continuing to monitor what happens in the Brian Walsh case after a new order from the judge is going to deliver.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what's going on. First of all, I want to thank my fabulous mods. I've had a couple of you ask, how can we bless the mods? Well, I figured out how you can bless them, so please bless our mods. If any of you'd like to buy a coffee or add to the mod tip jar, they sure do work harder than anybody else in the business. Almost. And we greatly appreciate all the mods out there. So please go to www.buymeacoffee.com/AdaK. All of that money will go directly to our mods at the end of every month, when they pay at the end of every month. Yep. So also, we do love and appreciate your super chats and your what's the other one? The super chats and super comments. We appreciate that so much. Thank you for supporting this channel through your memberships. We greatly appreciate all of you. Let me look. I'm trying to pull up stuff. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, guys. My son had to tell me something. Okay, June, that last link did not work, FYI. Thank you so much, G14. We appreciate you hopping in. We know it's hard. We appreciate all of you. Stickers. Thank you. Super chat and super stickers. That is the only way that this channel can stay up and running and us to continue to provide this outlet for you guys. So thank you for all your support. We are, let's see, 15 months. We have been doing this for 15 months. We're considered newbies. We're considered young in the world. We are, let me look. Let me refresh. We are 22 subscribers away from 3,500 subscribers. So if you've not subscribed, please subscribe. Double check your subscription. Sometimes subscriptions do get dropped via YouTube. So double check your subscriptions, please, to make sure that you are still subscribed. And if you are not resubscribed, we greatly appreciate that so much. We won't talk about you right now, G14. We just wait till we know you're not in the house. We wait till we know that you're not in the house. June, I clicked that last link and it did not bring anything up. Unable to load conversation. Sorry, June. Thank you. I did look at the other link. Thank you so much. There are a lot of short videos that are going on right now about this case, but we will look at those at a later date. We also have another trial that they are watching where the person allegedly decided to dump a lot of lead in a crowd of people, hurting a lot of people and unaliving a girl who was just dumping her trash. It is senseless. I don't understand this. There is no need for people to behave the way they're behaving. It's crazy. Oh no, we got a rain alert. Let me look at the weather, y'all. I got to pull up my weather. Oh, we got a lot of little popcorn. Let me show y'all. Yep, we got some popcorn. You see that blue dot right there? That is where I is. And we got some popcorns. And, well, it looks like it's okay for Angela's area, but... Oh, that's why. I told y'all it looked a little overcast today. It's just going to be a little rain. Nothing major for us. Woohoo! But we need rain so badly. We really do. That is happening like every day now. Not more a day, if not more a day. What are you talking about? Rain? But we desperately need rain. Okay, back into court. TV.
Is mentally and physically unable to, at this time, to fully participate in his defense and to tie this delay through, and basically this means no new trial date set after this recent delay until after accused killer Brian Walsh is evaluated to see if he is competent to even stand trial at this point in time. Jury selection that was set to begin in 2 weeks in Dedham, Massachusetts. Now it's on hold for at least a 20-day evaluation. In the defense motion to continue that we've been fishing through, filed
Said 90 days. Now they're saying 20.
on October 3rd. His attorneys claimed that he has been suffering from anxiety and fear ever since being stabbed in jail last month.
Wah!
Quote this, the defendant was violently assaulted and is mentally and physically unable to, at this time, to fully participate in his defense and to tolerate the physical requirements of attending 4 days of trial at this point in time. Walsh is accused of killing and dismembering his wife, Anna Walsh, in January of 2023 after prosecutors alleged that he suspected the mother of his 3 children of having an affair. Her body has never been found. His next court date is set for October 27th for his next competency hearing. But again, no new trial date at this point in time.
We were going to trial
I
by the
know.
end of
I
October.
was packing my bags.
This was going to be a big one. You love Massachusetts.
I
We
do.
know you spent a lot of time there, but it may not even be in the venue that we were expecting. What's happening with the defense
Yeah,
there?
there were changes with that, or at least anticipated. Timing of the competency evaluation is also interesting because it's on the heels of the defense filing for a motion for a delay of 30 days in the case, claiming Rule 14 discovery violations of evidence that they say is favorable to the defense that they haven't seen, and new DNA testing done by the Commonwealth that they're just now hearing of. Defense also recently filed a motion for change of venue or veneer. That's what you were talking about, Julia. We still have to wait on those. And prosecutors are asking for the Karen Reed buffer zone around the courthouse in Dedham to be reinstated with the anticipation of some familiar faces, including the one on your screen. Some of the same witnesses being called, including fired trooper Michael Proctor. Walsh is charged with first-degree murder, along with misleading investigators and obstruction of justice, just to name a few. The list is long. He faces life behind bars if convicted. And of course, he has pleaded not guilty. But these are new filings that we're getting our hands on right now. And it's really shedding a light into how the defense has really been trying to postpone the trial for the past couple weeks.
And this has been going on for years now. No
Yep.
doubt this family just frustrated with the process. Matt Johnson, thanks so much for bringing us that new information. Let's bring in our guests who are standing by with us. We have attorneys Michael Jaffer and Madeline Somerville. Michael Jaffer, can you weigh in on this competency issue? We've got this defendant who hasn't really asked in the past about mental health issues or evaluations, but now after a stabbing in jail, there's this question of competency.
Okay, let's talk about this. In the U.S. Constitution, the 8th Amendment prohibits a cruel and unusual punishment. The Supreme Court has upheld the ruling. The court has also, I can't read all of it because it goes off the page for some stupid ass reason, and I can't read it all. Let me see if I download it, if it will help. There it goes. Okay, that's better. Yay. Yay. Come on, get where you need to be. Okay. Who is the U.S. Constitution 8th Amendment prohibits a cruel and unusual punishment, for the Supreme Court has upheld executing someone who is incompetent, i.e. lacking. Let me get it where it reads better. Rational understanding of the reason for their execution is unconstitutional. Ford versus Wainwright. The court also disallows executing a person of intellectual disability, Atkins versus Virginia. More broadly, the issue of mental health can be raised as a mitigating factor in capital sentencing or as a part of challenging the competency, insanity defense, or the execution competence. So, on the federal constitutional level, severe mental impairment, depending on the circumstance, can preclude execution, especially under the doctrine of incompetency or intellectual disability. So that is the way it is. You cannot put someone in execution if they have a mental disability or they're incompetent, because they supposedly can't understand why they're being unalived.
Which isn't necessarily what we're seeing in the Bionca Ellis trial.
My same theory applies in this case. Died from the assault, and then what happened? They still have to prove it. So even though it's very sad, they have to go through the motions of their case, and this is what they're doing. And yeah, I agree. We're going to see a lot of stuff because this happened in a public space. So it's sad.
Madeline, the prosecution really emphasizes the things that led up to this incident, including this defendant going into a thrift store and stealing 2 knives, checking the knives, it appears, on surveillance to see which one is stronger, and then keeping one when she goes into the grocery store. That's really problematic for the defense.
Absolutely. And I think my co-panelist here, Mr. Japheth, brings up an excellent point about what you have to prove, even though it seems like you shouldn't have to, right? And so one thing that they're going to have to talk about here is motive. And there's not going to be a solid motive in this case. So that might actually end up working out in the defense's favor.
Yeah, follow up to that, Michael, is this brief interaction that prosecutors have pointed out when we're seeing her walking in. It's almost as if the mother, the victim in this case, has to swerve from hitting her. And then that's when you see the defendant turn around and come after the victims. Is that something that is been blown up a bit by the prosecution, or do you think that's a fair potential motive, that she was perhaps upset that someone was in her way or almost hit her?
I think it's blown up by the prosecution. They have to throw everything they can at the wall, but I think it is blown up. At the end of the day, the defense is also going to argue that, hey, even though she had the...
I was going to go into that after this, but thank you very much, June. You're correct. It is adopted. Ohio has adopted a state level statute further regulates the mental health issues may block the DP. We need to put DP, June. In the 2021, Ohio passed State Bill 136 effective April 12th of 2021. Love you, boo. But because of the wording, I'm going to delete the comment just to be sure.
Knives, and she was measuring them. She didn't know that plunging a knife into somebody and murdering them was wrong because she was insane. She was schizophrenic. And that was not a motive. She turned around. She was looking to stab somebody. She had no idea what she was doing. Why.
By the way, I do get tired of having to dance around words. I think we're in a court viewing. It is not for children, and I should not have to dance around the DP word. I mean, there's some words we should dance around, but some words I just don't understand why we have to dance around it. Maybe I should start accepting PayPal and forget Venmo and forget about YouTube.
She was doing it. So the defense have a lot of fodder that they can use to show that this woman was insane. Whether or not the jury buys it, it's a whole different story. But yes, this is going to be a very, very, very academic exercise for the defense, but not so academic for the jury.
Okay, while we're waiting for the next clip that we'll be able to show our viewers, there are some restrictions from the judge in this case. We want to make sure we abide by that. But I want to go back to the most important part so far in this case for these jurors, because this is what gave them the roadmap, and that's the opening statement. So let's hear a bit from the state and from the defense in what they laid out for these jurors.
Bionca Ellis coming into Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart. The child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video. As Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation. Miss Ellis passes them going this way, for lack of a better word to describe. She would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store.
And it is true that whatever's going on in her mother Whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Ms. Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. The knife in hand. Still carrying the knife after this act is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. The evidence will show that there's no relationship between she and the victims in this case. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her.
Madeline, what's unique about insanity cases is that the burden is not just on the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that someone did this, but the defense then has to prove if it's not guilty by reason of insanity, they have a preponderance of the evidence.
Please take care of yourself. It's okay if you have to come in and out. I personally understand it. I remember, take care of your mental health. That comes first and foremost. Thank you for joining us.
A burden to prove that she was not understanding or didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions at the time due to a mental defect. It's an easier burden technically for the defense, but they usually don't have the burden.
They usually don't. And speaking of the jury's role in this, juries are often confused by the standards that you're supposed to be using because it's the first time that they've been introduced to it. All they've ever heard on TV is usually beyond a reasonable doubt. And so that ends up being a complicating factor a lot of the time. But I think here, when it comes to proving the insanity of defense, I like to tell people, because most people don't know, that it's not a very common thing, actually. It's not common to argue insanity at all because it is such a difficult thing to prove. And so this definitely is an uphill battle, but I think this defense attorney was quite good. And I think emphasizing the lack of motive is exactly what I would do in this situation, because it implies that she didn't know what she was doing, because you're not supposed to ever put yourself in the shoes of anybody at the trial. That's the golden rule. But jurors can't help but do that a lot of times. And I think they might say, there's no good reason why I would do this, why anyone would do this.
It's a difficult case for these jurors, but our thanks to you both for being on with us, Michael Schaefer and Madeline Somerville. We have more testimony in this Ohio trial coming up. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
I'm looking at doing some red beans and rice. Pulling up my friend's recipe. By the way, in our Discord, we have a fabulous recipe section where people can share their recipes. So go to the QR code over there in that far corner and join us and validate your account and share your recipes. So we gonna do just some red beans and rice. Found my friend's cookbook. I've been looking for that. On one hand, I have to claim that I believe she has mental illness. I do believe that 100%. People say, well, she's planning it. She's pacing. She's following. Guys, when you've got voices in your head telling you to do something, even though it's a mental illness, if you're listening to them, it can look methodical. It can look planned. There are times I'm working on the ward at the state hospital and one of the schizophrenics starts spiraling and either their meds aren't working or they're not taking them. They're tongue-in-cheeking them, even though there's nurses are supposed to double check for that. Voices like this one guy, voices kept telling him that his sheets were full of bugs. And so in order to go to sleep, he had to pee on his sheets. Yeah. So, hello from Iceland. Welcome aboard. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you so much. Oh, thank you so much for joining from Iceland. So, before he could get in bed, the voices would tell him to pee on the sheets to kill the bugs. He thoroughly thought they were bugs. He could describe the bugs, and the voices would tell him that you can't touch that sheet. If you touch the sheet, the bugs are going to eat you. You got to pee on the sheets before you can get in the sheets. And let me tell you, no matter what we did, even though we could get him in the bed, we'd walk out of the room, he'd stand up and pee all over the sheets. And then there were days where he was perfectly normal and everything was fine and nothing was wrong and he could get in and out of bed like everybody else. When those voices start going off in their head, they believe those voices. Those voices are real to them. And no matter what we say, no matter what they're told, no matter what is going on around them, they believe those voices and they know that, they don't pay attention to the voices and they're going to get hurt. A lot of them think that they're going to die themselves if they don't do it. So, and some people hear those voices and they think they're saving somebody that they love. If they don't unalive them and send them to heaven, then the devil is going to get them and they're going to go to hell. I mean, the voices are real to them. Aww. So, unfortunately, this is a real fact, and it sucks. Another lady thought that, when she was on her monthly cycle, she had to smear it all over her body to keep the demons away. She thought when she was on her monthly cycle, that God was giving her that red liquid to rub all over her body to protect herself from the demons. And no matter how much you medically explain to her that that's not the case, it was real. And let me tell you, you didn't want to be around her when she was going through that. I mean, it was hard. It's hard. It's hard to watch people go through those things. It's hard to watch that happen. I mean, it's crazy. And I'm not saying crazy to be mean, but it is absolutely out of this world.
Tracking several cases across the country this afternoon. In Florida, a new trial is starting. We are calling this the nightclub murder trial for...
Okay, they've got so many trials going. We're going to, June, thank you so much for reminding me. Wanted to let you know that we're starting to look at international cases. So in Discord, if you have an international case that you think is worthy of us to dive in and look at, we have a section, a folder in Discord that you can put the link to the case. Now, it's very important because there's a lot of times you can give me a name of the victim or the name of the defendant. I may not be able to pull it up because it may not come up under the US because I live here. It may come up for you, but it may not come up for me without a link. So, June, I forgot to ask you, can you please put that instruction in that folder? If you're providing a case, an international case, you must provide a link because sometimes we don't have the same access that they do, just like they don't have the same access that we do to the US cases. Thank you very much.
Double murder trial, for the defendant, Demetrius O'Neill. He's one of the 4 suspects accused in the 2016 mass shooting at Club Blue in Fort Myers. In Michigan, the sentencing for defendant Ashley Monroe will now happen next week after her lawyers decided to stay on her case. In this, they argue a motion to withdraw from the case. Monroe was accused of a deadly DUI crash that killed 2 and injured 14 others. In Wisconsin, a jury is hearing day 1 of testimony in the caught in crossfire murder trial against Paris Larry Jr. The then 14-year-old is charged in a shooting that killed a 20-year-old woman while she was taking out the trash. And in Ohio, the murder trial against Bionca Ellis is underway. She is accused of stabbing little 3-year-old Julian Wood and injuring his mother in a grocery store parking lot. And that is where we will begin this hour. Another nurse is now on the stand facing direct examination by the state.
So on June 3rd, 2024, were you shopping at the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted?
Yes.
All right. And were you by yourself?
Yes.
Were you able to complete your shopping trip that day?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe for us what happened on June 3rd, 2024 that you observed?
So I had finished unloading my groceries into my car and I was getting in. I thought I heard maybe a scuffle, but nothing alarming really. And then I was in my car and I just heard somebody scream, someone's been stabbed. And right then what do I say? She came by with my car because my car and the victim's cars the windshields were facing each other, even though they were like a couple of spots away. And she walked by.
Who is she? Who are you referring to?
Bionca Ellis.
Okay. So let's just back up a little bit. You hear commotion and you hear someone say someone's been stabbed.
Yes.
Right? And are you in your vehicle when you hear that?
I was just getting in, yes.
So is your door open or do you remember?
I don't really remember. I think it was like on the way of being shut because then as soon as I heard that, then she came around the corner of their car and walked right by mine.
Okay. So did you walk towards the commotion or where?
No, it happened so fast. I was in my car and then I saw her and I saw the knife.
Okay.
And it was bloody with fresh red blood. And I called 911.
Okay. So let me just ask you a couple questions on that. Here someone announced the stabbing and your testimony is that immediately upon hearing that you see the defendant.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And when you see the defendant, are you able to see her face?
If I saw her face, it's hard to remember. I would have probably just glanced up very briefly, but what caught my eye then was the knife.
And it was a sunny day.
It was.
Okay. And you see her walk in front of your vehicle? Is that?
Yeah, along the side of it.
Okay.
So like,
to you?
yes. So she was like walking like my car, and then she was walking alongside of the vehicle and then like turned to walk out the parking lot behind my car.
All right. So I have an Nevada tab with drone map at 187. I don't know.
Let's take this opportunity to bring in our guests. We have two this hour with us, attorneys Laura Yaretzian and Dwight Williams. Thank you both for joining. Let me start with you, Dwight, please. This testimony is really chilling because this eyewitness has no stake in the game. She's factual but emotional because she's talking about she heard someone say someone's been stabbed and how fast it happened and the amount of blood and the knife. And these details can be haunting to a jury.
Yes, absolutely. You have to paint the picture of what happened that day. Obviously, there'll be other evidence, some surveillance, but ultimately you need to get some personalities in front of the jury so they understand the gravity of the situation, what took place, so that the jurors can place themselves at the situation, go through what that witness is going through. I mean, what a horrific situation, seeing a mother with a child injured and sadly killed in such a fashion right in front of her. It's just so unexpected. And you really want the jury to get a sense and a feel of that. So that's why her testimony, the other witnesses are so important.
I agree. And it describes, Laura, what happens because we saw a video earlier today where the shopping cart with the child in it being pushed by the child's mother, both victims in this case, kind of go around the defendant. And then she has a knife in her hand and she follows him outside into the parking lot. Really, what a bizarre set of facts. And here we're showing, you can see the defendant is dressed in all black and turns around there with the white shirt on. And there the child and the mother whose faces are blurred. What a bizarre case.
Dude, I hate to be you. I would hate, that gong sound. I'm sorry. The gong is for my mod, June, so she knows that I have left her a private message, and that's how we notify each other there's something that we need to pay attention to. Something that may be happening in the background. There may be some more information that may be dropping that I need to look at. So sometimes she'll put the gong up and I'll go in Discord and I'll pull it up and go, oh, I need to share that with you guys. So, but the big thing is in this video here, I still struggle with the fact that this guy absolutely did not see the knife in this woman's hand as she is flailing her arms around in front of him all the way out to the front door. I just struggle. I can't wrap my head around the fact that he did not see it. He didn't see it.
Laura,
Agreed.
thank
It
you.
is a yes. It is a bizarre case. I mean, you could see
Other YouTubers use the fact sound. Some people use a little bird going tweet, 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 tweet. It's just a way for mods and content creators to get each other's attention.
her walking in the store with a knife in her hand. Everyone can see it, and people are kind of avoiding her. And the idea that I have to throw this out there, no one tried to stop her is to me the most bizarre part of all of this. But at the end of the day, you have a child who has lost his life and a mom who witnessed that, and all sorts of people witnessing it. But again, the issue here is not whether she did the act, but the issue is going to be, was she insane when she did this act? Did she understand what she was doing? And her defense's job is going to be to try and keep the jury away from the emotional part of it and the facts in the sense of how horrific this is, but try to get the focus back on the defendant's mental health.
You're right. And I'm going to put a pin in it. I want to talk more about that, but testimony is continuing with this witness. Let's go back in for more of the direct examination.
If I showed you a picture of the knife that you've described for us, would you be able to recognize it in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm showing this witness what's previously marked in the exhibit 63. Laura, can you see what I placed up on the Mondo pad?
Yes.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a knife.
Is there anything notable about this particular knife?
The blood on it and the shape.
Is it clear and accurate
Yes.
depiction of this knife
Yes.
from June 3rd, 2024?
You hear it in the voice, just you can hear it in her voice. Just seeing this is triggering her. Wonderful thing though is that victims advocacy is really good about for these people like witnesses and victims, which she's a victim as well of the trauma, providing good counseling care. I just hope she takes them up on it because this sucks.
After you call 911, can you follow this defendant? Sorry? Do you have the occasion of providing the police with a written statement?
Say that again, please.
Sorry, does there come a time where you provide a written statement to the police?
I went the next day and did a written statement. Yes.
And were you asked to do that based on calling 911 or you just went on your own?
I think I ended up just going on my own. I think that my family was like, you probably should do a police report just so it's documented. And so I did.
And was there anything else that you did after that statement besides testifying here in court today about this?
No, I just had waited for her to be arrested, and then I drove around because then it was like I was still on 911, and I said, oh, there's still a victim, and I drove around and I saw people doing CPR on the boy. And I saw the mom sitting there next to him, and she was.
I just want to mention, if you're joining us, number one, witnesses can elect out of being shown, which is why you didn't see the witness's face. But number two, there are restrictions imposed by the.
Number one, I wish you would not interrupt in a very poignant part of the testimony.
court. So we are not able to show testimony in its entirety. So we are bringing you key portions of the testimony right now. Let me bring back in Laura Uretzian and Dwight Williams. Laura, let me start with you. You mentioned this, that it's Ohio, and the defendant is trying to say she was insane at the time that this occurred. Tell us more about that. Flush that out for what she would have to show, because that's her burden. The state doesn't have to show that, correct?
Correct. The state doesn't have to show that. It's going to have to be for her attorneys. I mean, through her attorneys, she'd have to show that. And basically, she would have to show that at the time that she committed this act or these acts, she didn't understand the difference between right or wrong. She was in such a mental state, whether it be psychosis or where she couldn't make a decision and where she couldn't understand the effect or the impact of her decision. And from what I understand, I mean, the defense is going to have to, even through this witness, or whatever this witness witnessed, bring out some of the facts that would support that, including my understanding is there's potentially some evidence that maybe her behavior was a little nonchalant. You could see it on the video. She's just walking with a knife in hand, not worried at all, not caring about anything. And that in itself is a sign that supports insanity. It may not show it, but it's one more fact or evidence that can support it.
And let me ask you, Dwight, because in Ohio, there are different rules in different states, but there, Laura just mentioned, and I just wanted to reiterate that the defense has to show, rather, by a preponderance of the evidence, that the defendant did not know the wrongfulness of her actions given a mental disease or defect. But the question I have is there an argument by the prosecution that because she had a knife in her hand, wielding it as she walked into the store, following them out with it in her hand, that indicates she must have known the wrongfulness, because she had to have known having a knife like that out in the open was something that's not the right thing to do. Is that an argument at all or not?
I think it is, Judge. I think certainly at the end of the day, all of her conduct leading up to the incident in the supermarket comes into play. I mean, she went to a Volunteers of America store, I believe, or some sort of store like that to purchase these knives. She selected a butcher knife and another knife. There seems to be, I think, a good argument that there was some consciousness as to what she was doing, that she had knowledge in the moment as to what she was doing. She followed these particular individuals throughout the store, then followed them outside and committed the act. There's no debate about that. She's actually, her defense team has acknowledged that in arguing that she should be found not guilty by means of insanity. So I think that there is that argument, and I think it will be persuasive to a jury who's probably very horrified, once again, by these acts.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to see her wandering through the store. Laura, I mean, you mentioned this with that knife, and nobody does anything. It's in this hand, actually. Nobody does anything. Nobody says anything. But the reality is, number one, I think all of us, when we're shopping at the grocery store, aren't paying attention to those things around us necessarily very much. And number two, I think people might not think, well, she's going to kill someone with that knife. I don't know. I see both sides, but a really tragic case. If you would both please stand by, because we will have more of that toddler stabbed murder trial for Bionca Ellis. Plus, we will also go to Wisconsin, where the House of Horrors murder case for defendant Taylor Schabusiness will be back in court tomorrow. We have a preview of that hearing after the break. Stay with us.
Did I hear that? We got Taylor Schabusiness back in court tomorrow, June? Ooh, that's going to be spicy. I don't think there's ever been a day in court that this woman didn't do something stupid. I think twice she's attacked her attorneys. She has spit. I mean, they come in with her strapped down to the chair with the spit mask and net on her face. And I mean, she is all, you want to talk about batshite crazy? That girl is batshite crazy. Absolutely insane. So June the 1st, you've heard of what? I'm unclear. So yes, we're gonna, yeah, here we go.
The 3-year-old will break down today's testimony in the toddler stabbed murder trial.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Yeah, this woman, just hearing her name makes me cringe. A lot of people don't make me cringe. Your business makes me cringe. Oh, yeah, I know. So we'll hop into court when we hear about it tomorrow, wherever we are, whatever we're watching. We'll probably be watching this again. I'm about ready to find a new trial if I can. Not that I don't want to know what happens with this trial, but the format of this trial is just driving me crazy. Absolutely driving me crazy. Instead of driving Miss Daisy, it's driving me crazy. Hello, Mother of Papillon. Hello. Thank you for hopping in and visiting with us today. God only knows why we're back in court. I don't know what's in the water up there. Can't mass. I mean, geez. Good to see you, love. All right, guys. I want to show you my new intro while we're in court. Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm Ada K. And I'm a criminal justice major and your deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. What do you think? Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Y'all. Everybody, time to get up. Let's get a little, everybody stand up. Everybody get a break. Everybody. Wake up. Time to wake up. I've had cups of coffee that is double caffeinated. I've had 2 cups of coffee that are the Starbucks double caffeinated, like having 4. I only had 3 hours sleep last night. I am feeling. I want to go to sleep. But you just sat back down. Okay, boo, you're good. You're excused. Teacher has excused you from your stress break. You've been excused. Do you know what I want? I want something very warm and unhealthy like mashed potatoes. I'm getting a little craving. All I've had today was a little cereal and a little egg sandwich, and I'm getting hungry again. And I've been up since 5:36 this morning. So yeah, I'm getting hungry again. You want to come do my laundry?
I was pretty much almost at the complete west side of North Olmsted, but I got there, like I said, as safely as possible.
Were you the All right, let's bring back in criminal defense attorney Laura Yaretsian and criminal defense attorney Dwight Williams. Dwight, let's start with you. This officer responded. He's just now getting into the details of, I'm sure, what he observed, what he saw. And I want you to tell me, what are you thinking about as a defense attorney, especially knowing there's an insanity defense in this case, of what types of questions you might want to ask him?
Well, I definitely want him to portray my client as someone who was unstable. So I've been asking him questions about, well, when you arrived on the scene, what did you witness as it relates to the defendant? What did you see her do? How was she acting? What did she talk to you? How was she talking to you? I believe there was some, I think there will be some evidence in the case that she may have been started to speak in Spanish to these officers, even though she's a native English speaker. So it's those sorts of questions that get into the behavior, activities, conduct of the defendant and hopefully will confirm some of what they are seeking to find in terms of an insanity defense, that she was unstable, not acting nonchalant, not really realizing what situation or what she had caused in that moment.
And not knowing the wrongfulness of her actions. That's one of the things we know the defense would have to show. Laura, as we're watching that again unfold, that's the video of her in the grocery store. Knife is in her hand. She's walking through the store. Then she follows this cart outside of the store. Part of, I think, what can be difficult for either side is once the crime begins, once the stabbing begins, it becomes very chaotic. No matter how well documented, no matter how well an eyewitness testifies, it is a chaotic scene. One witness has already said it happened very quickly. How do you handle that when you're questioning the witness?
In this case, honestly, your focus as a defense attorney would be if there's anything that stands out that can support the insanity defense, that's what I would bring out. That's what I would highlight. And I would make sure that the witness and lead the witness into stating that, right? If she did something that stands out that would support, again, the defense. Yeah, I mean, again, in this case, the defense's focus is not going to be what happened in the sense of the act or the crime itself. It's going to be more of, is there something that stands out here that can support their theory or the insanity defense? And in this case, even the fact that she's walking outside and she's openly holding the knife, I think that supports the insanity. Somebody who knows that what they're doing is wrong is not going to openly hold a knife, because anyone could stop her at that point, right? If somebody notices it. And if she, as she approached them, even in that chaos, she was approaching them, she just, for no reason, just stabs a child in the face. I think that in itself also goes to support the insanity defense. Who would do that unless they're completely out of their minds?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that fact does support it. Also, we have to keep in mind, this was a stranger. This is not a child or a mother that she knew by all accounts. So that factors in as well, possibly. We need to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to bring you more. So stay with us. Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Yay, I'm back. Oh, get an English muffin and toast it over with. Oh, do you know what? That sounds so good, Amy, but I don't have any of that. I have mashed potatoes in the refrigerator, but it's leftovers from dinner tonight. Oh, I don't know why I'm craving carbs, but get an English muffin, toast it, cover it with syrup, and you have a homemade sandwich. Egg griddle sandwich. Well, yeah, I don't have any of that stuff, though. But I think my son put cookies in. Yes, white, what is it? A pumpkin spice with white chocolate cookies. I think that's what he put in. And so I look forward to that. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand what it is with this gun. I mean, with all this violence, this unaliving. It's just. I have a bunch of sound. Here comes a sound. I'm gonna have. Pouring my coffee. All right, here's a siren. Jail door slamming. I got my sound deck. I got it fixed, y'all. Let's see. So I'm going to see how many sounds and music I can play before they sit there and demonetize me. I'm already demonetized because I played my intro from this morning. I'll have to crop that out now that I have the new intro. I thought I had it saved, but then when I played it, it was the old intro. I was like, no, dang it. You know what? I do, but I do have this. It is. It's a native.
It is true that whatever's going
All of their stupid music.
on in her mind, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Ms. Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon, where we are still in Idaho for the toddler stabbed murder trial of defendant Bionca Ellis. The 34-year-old is accused of stabbing and killing 3-year-old Julian Wood outside of a grocery store in June of last year. The child's mother was also injured. The defense is arguing that Ellis was insane at the time of the attack. Let's get you caught up on testimony from earlier today. This morning, jurors heard from a detective who investigated the incident. Let's watch together.
Basically, from what I caught on the radio is that they dispatched North Olmsted cars to respond to Giant Eagle, that there was a female stabbing patrons at Giant Eagle. And then that was like the initial call that had come out.
And how far away were you geographically?
I was probably approximately maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles from that location.
All right. And did you respond directly then to Giant Eagle?
I did.
Do you work with a partner?
As a detective or on the day when I was working my traffic detail?
Well, I guess as a detective, do you?
No, as a detective, we help each other out depending what it is, but we normally work in individual groups.
June 3rd in the afternoon is your traffic detail. What's your answer there?
I'm sorry?
On June 3rd as a traffic detail officer, were you working with a partner then?
No, I was by myself.
All right. So when you respond 1 mile or 2 from
Yes.
Giant Eagle, what do you see when you come upon that store?
So when I arrived on scene, a number of my colleagues, I observed them working on our victims, Mrs. Woods and Julian Woods. After I observed that initially, there were several of our officers there. There were a number of detectives and officers from our neighboring city, Westlake Police Department. We, along with Westlake, myself and detectives from Westlake, then went into Giant Eagle because of the call had come out that there was possibly multiple victims. So we went in to clear Giant Eagle in search of possible victims. And we checked the area, checked Giant Eagle, everything was secure and clear at that time.
Were you aware if there was a suspect for this crime?
At that time, along with the officers running, at some point in time, yes, while in Giant Eagle, it had come over that the defendant, Mrs. Ellis, was taken into custody.
And were you aware of the weapon that was utilized?
At that moment, no, but just briefly when I had observed, it was obvious that there was, either a stabbing or something to that effect. But the nature of the call when it came out that multiple people were stabbed, that was my insinuation as to what occurred.
All right. So after you clear the scene within Giant Eagle, what is your next step?
So after clearing that with the assistance of Westlake PD, I then made contact with, I believe her name was Nikki. She was the team leader or the manager working that day. We immediately go back to the back stock area of Giant Eagle where they have their video surveillance. I briefly, myself and Officer Petrie, who's our evidence technician, responded back there. She then started pulling up video, and at that time we were trying to establish a timeline as to when Miss Ellis had entered Giant Eagle and basically forming a timeline as to what had taken place.
And were you in fact able to make that timeline?
Yes, and then during that short time, we were able to find Miss Ellis walking into the Giant Eagle through the south doors. At that time, you could see, you watch the video where she kind of circles around, walks towards the customer service area. After walking past customer service, as Miss Woods and Julian are heading, you could see that the defendant, Bionca Ellis, then observe them, because you could see the turn and how she kind of turned and looked at them and pretty much did a about face, then starts walking alongside them.
So did you come to learn whether or not this defendant went to any other businesses before she went to Giant Eagle?
Yes, I had learned that during that time when we were obtaining that, I was in contact with detectives from Westlake PD, who again were assisting us. They had told me that.
And I'll sustain. So what others told you can't be given here as hearsay. So I'll go back and let Ms. Patel ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
What did you learn about the defendant's whereabouts prior to her going to Giant Eagle?
So I had learned that she had initially started from the Volunteers of America, and where she had selected the knives, then walked out with the knives. I had learned that after she walked out of the Volunteers of America, she then walked into Things Outlet, which is right next to it. Walked into Things Outlet, kind of stood there, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds, less than a minute. Walked out of Things Outlet. She's observed on video coming out of there, taps the knives on a concrete pillar, drops one of the knives, continues walking from Things Outlet and continues into Giant Eagle, entering through the south entrance.
All right. So going back to Volunteers of America, when you learned that she was in that store, did you go to that store at any point?
I did. And shortly after leaving Giant Eagle, I did go into Volunteers of America where I made contact with Diana.
Okay. And did you obtain a written statement from Diane at Volunteers of America?
Yes. And at that time, I had obtained both a written and a verbal statement from Diana.
And from Diane, were you able to obtain surveillance from her business?
Yes. So we had worked on getting surveillance, and I did, with Diane's assistance, that following day, which would have been the 4th, we obtained video surveillance from Volunteers of America from her operational manager, Robert.
Okay, and you collected the surveillance, correct?
Correct.
And did you have the opportunity to review the surveillance?
I did.
Okay, so if I played for you some clips from that surveillance in court today, would you be able to identify it for us?
Yes.
All right, so, Your Honor, I'm pleading for this witness, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 182. Detective, do you recognize what I put up on the screen here?
Yes.
And what is it that we are looking at?
That is the interior
I have no idea. I'm not seeing that on my end, so I have no clue. Anybody else have that problem?
of the Volunteers of America.
All right.
And if I'm looking at that correctly, that's going to be the kitchen knife area aisle where you could observe Miss Ellis now sifting through the knives.
And why was it important for you to collect this surveillance?
It was important because we're trying to establish a timeline as to what had occurred prior to the incident.
And I don't know if you can see, it's a little faint. Do you see timestamp up top on this exhibit?
My eyes aren't that good, so no, I cannot. I could see a time, but I couldn't tell you exactly what that is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the witness step down just so he can identify the timestamp?
Sure.
Thanks.
Why don't you just gauge at it and then come on back and.
And for the record, I stopped this video at the 1 minute, 3 second mark.
So the timestamp is June 3rd, 2024, 2:53 p.m. and looks like 16 seconds.
Thank you. All
Thank you.
right, I'm resuming playing State's Exhibit 180. Did you speak with anybody else at Volunteers of America when you obtained this? Do you recall?
Just Diana.
What did we
Well, for the record, you mentioned someone named Robert.
Robert was the following day, Your Honor, and that's who I obtained the video from that following day.
Okay, I thought that's what she asked you. Go ahead.
Now, remember, that video is of the defendant in the store before she went to the grocery store sorting through knives. That's where she got the knife that she had in her hand, wielding it when she went into the grocery store. Stay tuned. We're going to have more testimony in the Toddler stab murder trial for Bionca Ellis. We'll be right back.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a brutal attack in broad daylight leads to the tragic death of a 3-year-old. We'll break down today's testimony in the toddler stabbed murder trial.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
There's a whole thing in there for you.
The whole thing right there.
Nope. Ah! Pumpkin spice. Huh, that's interesting, guys. Well, I am monetized. So if you're getting ads, well, if you're part of premium, then you don't have to worry about it. Oh. June, get mad at me all you want. Pumpkin spice. And everything nice. I'll hide my milk behind her head. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that is so good, y'all. And what I like is they're smaller cookies, so they dip perfectly. But not only that, I can eat smaller portion. Mmm. 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 Perfect. It rained a little bit. The sun's starting to come out. Hot, fresh cookies out of the oven. Glass of milk. And yes, I'm doing it to tease you. One more. Oh my gosh, pumpkin spice and everything nice. Mmm. Mm-mm-mm. I'm surprised y'all aren't yelling at me. I can only eat a little at a time. I can't eat a whole lot. I like this size because they're small. I thought about doing hot coffee, but I can't. My son, but I pulled him out before he could get there. These are the Pillsbury, I think Pillsbury pumpkin spice cookies. Then I went and got him out of the oven before he could. And he smells them and he comes running. Where are the cookies? Where are the cookies? And I said, you got some in there? He goes, no, I want one of those. And I said, nope, these are mine. All right, now my stomach is going to hurt. Well, it actually feels like the first day of fall for me, but it's still 82 degrees, 83 degrees.
Welcome back. We are in Ohio for the toddler stab murder trial of the defendant, Bionca Ellis. The 34-year-old is accused of stabbing and killing 3-year-old Julian Wood and injuring his mother outside of a grocery store in June of last year. Investigators say the victims were randomly targeted. The defense is trying to prove that Ellis was insane at the time of the attack. Let's go back inside the courtroom now. Still on the stand is the responding officer, Sergeant Luke Petrie, on direct examination.
So if I showed you a clip that corresponds to these photos, would you be able to describe it for us in court today?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to play for this witness what's been previously marked as Case Exhibit 193.
Okay.
Amy Evans, remind me, where are you now? I can't keep up with everyone.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this?
This is by the ATM area
84 degrees here.
where the cashiers are at, and it has the subject walking, and then we'll cross paths with the victim, Julian.
Okay. I'm gonna press play here. Sergeant, what did we just watch up on the screen?
We watched.
Yeah, so how about a sidebar just for all the lawyers for a minute?
Sidebar. I'm shocked. I think that's the first sidebar I've heard.
Uretzian and Dwight Williams. Laura, you know, we saw that video of her in the store prior to going into the grocery store where she's sorting through the knives, picking one. I understand what you said earlier about that could go to insanity at the time of the attack, not understanding what's wrong, but on the wrongfulness of her actions rather. But on the other hand, I'm struggling because it looks so premeditated to go sort through knives, pick one, purchase, go in a grocery store, follow people. Oh, I picked that one.
By the way, she didn't purchase it. She stole it.
Go out with the knife still in hand.
And you're right, the way you put it, especially when I was watching her at the store, right? She seemed calm. She didn't seem like someone, when you just watch the video, doesn't come across as someone was thrashing around or doing something that would catch anyone's attention. She just, going through the knives, but then she walks out with these knives. And you're right, she does things that may point at premeditation, but I will point out something else to you. When she's at the store and the mother kind of goes around her, she was walking in a different direction. Who knows what she was thinking, why she had that knife. And then suddenly, and it was almost random, she just turned around and started following them. So yes, we're talking about premeditation, but at the same time, a defense attorney can point out that what premeditation? Yes, she did have the knife, but that also goes to the insanity, that not knowing the wrongfulness of her act. But then she just it was like a whim. She just turns around and follows the mom and the baby. And they would point that out as well as showing that maybe this was not necessarily premeditated. It was just something she did without really quite understanding why or the wrongfulness of it.
I kind of felt like the cart had to go around her to avoid her, and maybe it angered her or made her feel like they were going to run into her and she was mad, so she turned around and followed them. That's just my first impression, but it's going to be a lot for this jury. Stand by. I understand the sidebar is over, so let's go back into court for more testimony.
All right, Sergeant, let's talk about, I apologize, Judge.
Sure. Thank you. You may go ahead.
All right, let's move on to some of the photos that you took of the scene. All right. State's Exhibit 8. Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Actually, you've already told me you took all these photographs, right? 1
Correct.
through 63. So.
And just for a moment, and if you don't mind, Sergeant, why don't you flip them with you in front?
All right.
In the event she may ask you, and it's better identified in front of you, that we don't have to take the time of moving them. So if you can just flip while she's going as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, thanks so much. Go ahead.
And obviously we have a big stack of photos, right?
Correct.
Why do you take different angles, different vantage points of a crime scene?
To make sure I paint the scene in its entirety. In one angle, it does not do enough.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 8, what's depicted here?
The main location of the incident and the groceries, along with first aid equipment that has been used.
Okay. State's Exhibit 9, just a different viewpoint?
Correct.
Okay. All right. What's State's Exhibit 10?
An up-close photo of the trauma equipment that was used to render first aid.
How much later in the day are you taking these photographs?
Less than 20 minutes. This is pretty much immediately after Julian was transported.
Okay. And did you learn which vehicle between these two vehicles belonged to the Wood family?
Correct.
Which one?
The gray one.
The gray one?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 11. What's depicted there?
Just a zoomed in shot of the groceries that were purchased.
All right, so we'll move on through these. Okay, 15 is a little closer up. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this picture?
Just the complete area where things have been tossed about that she purchased to then North Olmsted officers rendering first aid.
And clearly this area is taped off. There's other citizens' vehicles within this taped area. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So they just have to wait for their car till after you're done.
We made a point to try to find them, to advise them it was a crime scene.
Yeah.
There was no ETA or estimated time. But
Roughly, how long did it take you to photograph everything?
easily over an hour.
Okay. All right, we'll move on through them. I'm just kind of scrolling through 16, 17, 18, 19. Again, these are different vantage points, and you are taking all of these photographs not to be repetitive, but to make sure you capture the entirety of the scene. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
From different angles, correct.
So State Exhibit 21, 22, 23. What's different about this picture?
That you can see her vehicle in it,
Okay.
and that you're getting closer to Giant Eagle.
And what's this?
The North Olmsted Water Tower.
Okay. Kind of an iconic landmark, right? That's
Correct.
And it's the namesake of this shopping center is Water Tower Shopping Center, correct?
Correct.
All right, State Exhibit 24, 25, we're looking at a different angle again. 26 is a little closer up. And if you know, what came of these items after everything was photographed?
I believe we picked them up and made sure if the family were able to get them, but I cannot recall.
All right, still with us, Laura and Dwight. Dwight, let me ask you, as we're looking at that scene, I mean, it's so haunting, again, is the best word I can come up with, because you see the cart and the groceries all spilled. And again, how does this play into this idea of this was intentional versus she just didn't recognize the wrongfulness of her actions?
Well, I think, once again, it establishes the chaos that occurred that day. I think there will be subsequent testimony, certainly cross-examination from the defense as it relates to, well, what did you see in terms of the defendant when you arrived on scene? What was her mental state? How was she acting towards you? Was she, what did she do in the supermarket? How was she talking to people in the supermarket? I think those sorts of aspects will come out through later testimony, but certainly the haunting images today.
Okay, I want to say something. If y'all watch her hands when she turns around, pay attention to her left hand. I want to talk about that.
Certainly are to the prosecution's advantage. To images aspects will come out
Watch her left.
through later testimony, but certainly the haunting images today will come out
See how it
through
is.
later testimony, but certainly the haunting images today,
The way she's walking looks like a lot of my patients looked like at the state when I worked there, with their hands the way it's not normal. Just everything about her gait, about the way she's walking, whether she had a weapon in her hand or not, it's not normal.
certainly are to the prosecution's advantage to try to paint as to what a horrific circumstance and picture this situation was. And can you only imagine what it was like that day for you, the jury, to be there?
Yeah, can't even imagine. All right, I want to see, can we show one more time when she turned around suddenly to follow the cart? Right before that, we've been playing this clip. I would like viewers to weigh in. Look right here. She's walking. It looks like the woman is going to run into her with the cart. Then she turns around. I'm wondering if that made her angry, that she thought the mother was going to run into her. Viewers, let us know your thoughts. Right now, I need to say goodbye to attorneys Laura Uretzi and Ann Dwight.
It's almost like she's walking in her head and she turns, she's like, bitch, please. That could have triggered her. Could have triggered her.
To Williams. Coming up next, Michael Ayala joining me for more testimony in the toddler stabbed murder trial. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yes, more breaks and breaks and more breaks and more breaks. But no, I didn't eat them all. I am going to let them sit here and cool, and then we'll put them up. A little piece of chocolate that fell off. Had to eat it. Well, put them in our crafty section in the price form. when you put something, I don't mind if you sell your crafts in our craft or hobby section. Just make sure you put your price. I don't know, but I think that, in all honesty, we walked to the right side of the aisle and the defendant was walking on the left side. So the woman had to swerve around her, just saying. I don't think it is cut and dry. Yeah, I am too. I don't remember, Boo. I'll have to go back and look. It's been a while, honey. Let me look. It'd be a while. I'm scrolling. Oh, here they are. I don't think I see your Instagram, though. Tracy K, I love your pumpkins. I don't see your Instagram, Boo. I just see your photos. Okay. I love the F-bomb. I got to show this. Let me show it. My stomach may not be happy now. Saying never is after I eat that. Love the F-bomb. I love it. So here are your earrings. Your floral bouquet. Now this is all crocheted, guys. Oh, water bottle holders, F-bomb. That is cute. What is that? Cute. Oh, that's cute. So you've done a good job, Boo. If you go under members, you should be able to find hobbies. It's in alphabetical order when you're on our Discord. It's in alphabetical order just above INT break news, international breaking news. Just that's where it is.
Making the world a more comfortable place.
Yeah, I'm going to get all sort of copyrighted today. Yeah, I'm not going to get any monetization off of this. Thanks to their commercials and okay, so right here's our Discord. Here's GIFs. Look at this. We have these fun GIFs in here. And then we have hobbies. People put their hobby work in. Okay, then we have international breaking news. So that's where that is. If you're having a problem, let us know, and then June and I can help you. Back to court.
Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Screamed in the parking lot as we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice. And we are in Ohio, bringing you the toddler stabbed murder trial against defendant Bionca Ellis.
She is claiming the insanity defense after being charged with murder and attempted murder in the stabbing death of 3-year-old Julian Wood at a grocery store last June.
Surveillance video shows Julian and his mother, Margot, passing Ellis with their shopping cart. As you can see, she kind of dodges out of the way. And when Ellis turns around, she then begins to follow them.
Julian was stabbed in the face and back. He died later at the hospital. His mother was also stabbed, but she did survive.
All right, let's get you back in the court now where a new witness has taken the stand. This is an officer who responded to the scene.
I'm going to bring you back to June 3rd, 2024. Were you working as a police officer on that day?
Yes.
In North Olmsted, in the city of North Olmsted?
Yes.
And did there come a time on that day where you received a broadcast to attend to the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted?
Yes, I did.
Could you please tell us about the nature of the call you received?
We received a call that a female had stabbed other patrons at Giant Eagle.
And in your training and your experience in North Olmsted up to that point, had you responded to a call of that nature before?
On the stabbing, I don't think I have.
Okay. So with that information that you have, what is your first step? Where do you go?
To get to the scene as soon as possible.
And if you remember on that day, how far away were you when you received the radio broadcast?
Probably a minute away.
Okay. So
2
close by.
minutes, yes.
And within the radio broadcast, was there a description given of the suspect?
As I approached the scene, yes, they advised it was a black female wearing all black and carrying a knife.
All right. And did you hear anything about victims or where victims might be located?
I don't recall the exact.
All right. So when you respond to the Giant Eagle, what is your priority? What's the first thing you're going to do?
To locate the subject.
Okay. So you're focused on the subject versus
Yes.
victims.
Yes.
Okay. And this is due to the information you have, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you arrive on scene, what do you see first?
People started screaming to me and pointing me over to an area of the parking lot, an exit of the parking lot.
Okay. And when you are on duty, do you have a dash cam in your zone car?
Yes.
All right. And is your dash cam always running when you are on duty?
It is not always running.
Okay.
It runs when the overhead lights are activated.
Gotcha. All right. So if we were to look at some of your dash cam footage from that day, could you talk about it in court this afternoon?
Yes.
All right. I'm playing for this witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 184. And it's 39 minutes long. We're not going to watch all of it, right? But before I move on, 2 seconds in, what are we looking at the screen here?
I was in a nearby neighborhood, and this is me beginning to respond to the call.
All right. And because we're seeing dash cam, does that mean that your overhead lights are
Yes.
activated? And why are you turning around in that driveway?
Because I was facing the wrong direction when the call came out.
Okay. And do you speed up and exceed the speed limit when you hear a call that
Yes.
you get too quickly? All right. Do you have your sirens on?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Obviously, you see some other cruisers there. Do you know what when the radio call came in, was it for all of the North Olmsted cruisers to respond?
I don't recall what the exact traffic was.
All right, so you are there pretty quickly and you go into the parking lot. Now, where At this point, what information do you have and where are you headed?
This is where they began giving me the physical description of the black female wearing all black, so I'm slowing down listening to that.
Okay.
And they also advise that she's exiting towards Dover Center Road. So hearing that information, I then sped up to get to that area, and people started flagging me down, pointing her out.
Okay. And here we are at 1 minute, 30 seconds. Who is this individual on the scene?
That's me.
Okay, so you get out of your vehicle immediately. And why do you have your gun out?
Because she was holding a knife as I exited my vehicle.
All right, so I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of your dash cam footage. Is there an individual at the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, there is.
And who is that?
That would be Bionca Ellis.
And what are your directives now that you've exited your cruiser with your gun out?
I'm telling her to lay on her stomach.
And as you pulled up, do you recall what she was doing before you got out of your car?
She was walking away from me, and as I parked my car and got out of it, she tossed the knife off to her side.
Did you personally see her holding the knife?
Yes.
Resuming at 1 minute, 42 seconds. What do you recall what you're saying at this point?
No, I do not.
Okay. Obviously, a lot of other officers are coming on scene to assist you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what is the protocol in this kind of situation where you have a suspect and lots of officers on scene? How do you determine the next steps?
Well, we began by testing her compliance, giving her orders, commands, what to do, what not to do, testing her compliance before we approached her.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What kinds of things do you do to test her compliance?
Say, do not move, do not reach, do not grab, stay on your stomach, stay where you are, things of that nature.
And is that typical, is that protocol anytime that you have a suspect in custody and you are communicating with them?
Yes, verbally check compliance before making physical contact, yes.
And in this case, was this individual compliant with your commands?
Yes.
At any point, did she converse with you or say anything?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you hear her talk to herself?
No.
Did she ask any questions?
No, she didn't.
Now let's resume in 2 minutes, 26 seconds.
All right, let's welcome in trial attorney Tamika Robowski. And Tamika, this is one of those cases where you got this harrowing video. It's tough to watch. This particular information that the jury is hearing from this witness, I think, is important in terms of what they're being asked to decide. Whether this woman was in her right mind and was just out there doing something crazy and wanted to hurt someone, or was she, in fact, in some sort of psychotic state and didn't appreciate her actions at the time. When the cop walks up to her, she throws that knife away. That tells me that there's some awareness there. Again, without hearing from experts, not sure what that means, but sounds like awareness.
I agree with respect to that particular action. But if you look at everything else that leads up to that, I think that just like we sometimes recognize or we forward that compliance or being evasive is evidence of guilt, or flight is evidence of guilt. I think that in this particular instance, she literally made no effort to get away, even with dropping the knife down, made no effort to get away, even in walking through the store, made no effort to conceal the weapon, nothing that would be evasive. So I think that if we look at those things as evidence of guilt when they occur, I think that the opposite may apply when they don't occur, when there isn't any reaction. She may not have had that appreciation that what she was doing at that particular time was wrong in the sense of having a level of guilt.
So if you're preparing this insanity defense, would you, A, need her to testify about what she remembers or what she says happened? And B, would it be necessary to have an expert that could weigh in to convince a jury that, yes, that was true at the time this happened?
As far as her testifying, that would be absolutely no. With respect to the mental illness that she may have been suffering under, I think there's been some mention of her affect today, even in court. I think that her being on the stand would be a disaster. I think you have to rely upon anybody who has treated her, anybody who has evaluated her subsequently in order to be able to make your case.
And so I have to ask this, Michael, you know, the affect that she has today, all of these things could just be her personality, maybe not mental health, but that's just going to be something the jury has to assess.
I think what's clear from the paperwork is that in order to become competent, because remember she was judged not competent about a year ago, she had to be on all kinds of psychotic or antipsychotic drugs. So I think when we see her in that courtroom, she's on some sort of drugs. And according to her attorneys, it's an injectable drug. So I guess maybe that means it even stronger. I don't know yet. But here's the thing. When we talk about dropping that knife, and I get exactly what you're saying, you know, in terms of her not wanting to hide it. When I see her drop the knife, there's something that goes through my head and says, why is she dropping the knife there? Why not continue to hold it? And I'm thinking she understands the situation such that if she keeps that knife in her hand, her life is at risk when she's dealing with armed officers. And so when I begin to look at it that way, again, understanding.
Also, I'm going to explain something here. Sometimes when you're dealing with people in a psychotic state and she's sitting there holding that knife in a psychotic state, you can be rattled out of that state by having police officers show up with a lead shooter in your face. You can be jolted out of those states. She could have realized, oh my God, what's going on? Why do I have this in my hand, and just toss it? I mean, at that point, I mean, it can happen. It does happen. We had a guy that on the unit that went little cray and started swinging and attacking people. And then he went and sat on his bed, Indian style, in his room. And then our team comes in to subdue him, and it shocks him into reality. He's like, what's going on? I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? Huh? And so I'm just saying that it's possible. Not saying it did happen, but it's plausible. Just another side to the coin.
There are officers who are probably telling her that she needs to drop whatever she has, and she understands the gravity at that particular point. And again, without hearing from the experts with respect to exactly what she may have been suffering under, I don't know that we have at this point the information that we need to evaluate that particular action if the prosecution is going to argue it, because I do think it's a good point, and I do think it needs to be addressed. It is going to have to be addressed in order to be persuasive.
All right, Tamika, stand by. I do think we're going to hear from an expert with the defense.
They
I
said in
anticipate.
openings they will be
Good. I hadn't looked back at those yet, so I'm not surprised to hear that. Stay tuned. Stay with us here on Court TV. We will bring you more testimony in the toddler stab murder trial for Bionca Ellis.
So as I was discussing, yes, you could be in a state and then be shocked back into reality by the presence of another person, by sound, by smell, by touch. It does happen that way. I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. I'm just speaking from my stint at being, take this ring off, it's bothering me. At my stint at working at a state hospital for the forensically insane. Incompetent to withstand trial or not guilty by reason of insanity were the only patients there. And yeah, sometimes that kind of happened that way. So it's interesting.
Inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store.
Back now to Cleveland, Ohio, where we've been watching testimony in day 2 of the toddler stabbed murder trial.
The defendant, Bionca Ellis, faces multiple charges, including murder and attempted murder and the stabbing death of 3-year-old Julian Wood.
Prosecutors say that Ellis stabbed the toddler and his mother in a random attack outside a grocery store in June of last year. The defense is trying to prove that Ellis was insane at the time of the attack and didn't appreciate the nature of her actions. So let's head back into court now. The court is viewing body cam video from one of the responding officers.
Officer Wolcott, can you identify what I placed up on the screen?
Yes, this is my body cam footage of us providing medical aid to Julian.
Okay. And how would you describe the scene?
Chaotic. A lot going on, a lot of people around.
And when you find yourself involved in as you described it, a chaotic scene, how do you determine who is doing what? There's not too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak.
Typically, the more experienced people take over and the less experienced acquiesce to the more experienced people.
So when you arrive here, are you told what to do or where to go?
No.
Okay, so what do you do?
I began assessing the injuries to Julian and figuring out what kind of life-saving interventions I could potentially do for him.
Okay, so let's continue playing your body cam.
One moment.
Sorry.
Well, I'm going to allow it, with the objection, I'll overrule for this witness, allow him to continue to testify to his body cam. Go ahead. But is there a question?
Yeah, so officer, even though you might not be one of the, obviously you're wearing the camera, correct?
Yes.
So, but is there a purpose that your camera is capturing the entirety of the scene? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you obviously know the gravity of the situation and
Yes.
that your body camera might be helpful to the case.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Well, let me ask that. Do you ever administer life-saving on your video camera? Or are you just observing most of the time or all the time?
Yes, I do. I apply chest steel to Julian's back.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So that's already happened by the time of what we see here.
I'm sorry?
The medical aid I render has already happened by the time before what we're watching here.
Oh, it happens in the very beginning?
Yes.
Okay, but we can't see the redaction.
Yeah, either redact or it's possible my camera was not activated at that point.
Thank you.
And do you have training to provide medical assistance even though you are a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And is that true for your colleagues in your department?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to move on to some other things that you did following your life-saving efforts. Okay. At any point, did you come into contact with drone footage captured by a neighboring agency?
I did receive drone footage from Westlake Police Department.
Okay. And
Ms. Patel?
yes.
I just want to ask, the video of Is it continuation? I think it was a second video. So I had exhibit 184 was the very first one.
Yes.
So going to the parking lot for 8, is that a different exhibit number?
The one that I just had on the screen
Yes.
was 183.
183.
Yes.
And I apologize for interrupting.
Oh,
So
no
go ahead with your drone question.
Thank you. Okay, so Westlake is a neighboring community, correct?
Yes.
And is there a reason?
We provide mutual aid to each other during any critical incidents. And it's likely that we didn't have the equipment available to us at that time, and Westlake did, so we used them.
Okay. And why is drone footage potentially important when you are assessing a crime scene?
Because it gives a better overall view of the scene.
Okay. And you personally obtained these images that were produced by the Westlake Police drone. Is
Yes.
that fair to say? So can we look at a few of them this afternoon?
Yes.
All right. So first, let's talk about State Exhibit 188.
Well, let's get a little deeper if you want to ask.
So again, the judge has put some restrictions in place. We cannot show testimony in its entirety. We're bringing the best moments of testimony, and we know that court has now gone home for the day. Let's bring back in trial attorney Tamika Rabowski. Tamika, let's ask you about this video. Of course, it was pixelated for us, for viewers, but the jury is seeing every moment of that video in which the toddler who's been stabbed is receiving CPR. You see it's chaotic. You see lots of law enforcement around. That is some compelling, hard testimony, I think, for any defense to get over with the insanity defense.
Right. And I think that it points out what is going to be important here, because these are facts that are horrendous. We have a small child, and the jury is able to see what we were not. And it is going to have an emotional impact, and it's going to be important for the defense to parse that out, because while this is looking for a guilty and they didn't plead to this, there is no indication that they're saying she did not do it. She did it, but there was this insanity defense that goes along with that. So these things are being brought out, but the defense is going to have to work very hard and methodically to kind of separate that from what their end goal is in terms of trying to indicate that she did this, but she was under this mental this mental defect that caused her to not appreciate that what she was doing was wrong at the time that she did it. So they're going to have to work hard to kind of separate those two and get the jury pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, definitely. Because, if this turns out to be a battle of the experts, sometimes the experts can cancel each other out. And all you're left with is this awful video.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So that's all you got. It's going to be hard to let her walk. So explain to me the practical difference between being convicted, if she is convicted, and let's say being not guilty for reason of insanity in terms of punishment. What happens to this defendant? What's the difference between those two verdicts?
The difference for the defendant is going to be in the punishment and the sentencing, because if it's just a plain guilty and there's no mental defect or issue there, then she's treated like any other defendant who has been found guilty of cold-blooded murder. Whereas if there is a mental disease or defect, then there is going to be a commitment so that she can get some treatment to assist her with whatever defect was present in order to assist her in relieving her of that defect.
And
if that's possible.
If that's possible, right. I want to turn your attention back to video that we've been seeing on the body cam video when she's arrested. She didn't resist. She didn't run. She didn't fight. She tossed the knife aside, but absent that, she was cooperative. Where does that fit into this puzzle of conviction of murder or insanity defense or even an acquittal?
Again, I think it's going to all come down to how the jury sees all of that. Depending on how they see that, is she just a calm but cold-blooded killer, or is she somebody who doesn't really appreciate that what she has just done is entirely wrong, and perhaps at some point the experts will be able to step in and let us know what are her triggers, what would have caused her to be that calm earlier, and to maybe now at some point be triggered to, okay, I what is going on, and this was wrong, and I shouldn't have this knife, etc. I think again, it's going to be that battle of the experts in terms of determining exactly what was going on with her.
Yeah, and, you know, she's obviously a dangerous person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Either
way, she's still a dangerous person.
Yeah.
All right, stand by,
Exactly.
Tamika. We're going to take a break. Coming up, the murder trial for Brian Walsh, now delayed after he was ordered to be sent to a mental hospital. Court TV's Matt Johnson, John, just live with all the latest. So keep it here on Court TV.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to listen to this segment on Brian Walsh, and then we're going to hang it up for today, because this trial for today has ended. So we're not going to glean much more information from today. So we'll watch about Brian Walsh, and then we'll end our live for today. But then we'll be back first thing tomorrow morning for more. I want to thank all of you for joining me. We've had a bunch of new people today. So make sure that you comment, of course, you like and subscribe. If you have liked, if you will put ILIKED, just like you see here in the comments. If you have shared this video, please put I shared in the comments. If you are a first-time subscriber, put I sub. And then if you have tipped our fabulous mods in the buy me a cup of coffee, put I tipped. Now that's me in there. I guarantee it. I'll put that link up there. Our mods work very hard for y'all, so please bless them. Oh, please give them a blessing. And if you want a super chat or why can't I remember super chat or super whatever comment? Why can't I remember it? I struggle with it. Why am I not remembering it? Please do. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh, I have rheumatoid arthritis, and let me tell you, when my hands are flared up, which this one's starting to be, it's not fun. My index fingers are starting to curl behind. You can tell. If I just go like that, they're behind. So, yeah, it's no fun. What gets me more than my hands or my hips? That's where I really struggle. Where I super struggle. By the way, I want to thank all of you for viewing today. Right now, we have had 500 and how many views? 521 views today. Yay! While we were live. That is so freaking awesome. Awesome. Also, guys, I am starting to do some videos talking about things, breaking things down. I'm going to start doing an international case probably once a week, if there's one case once a week to do. And I will do a video on that and put it in videos. We're also starting to do a little bit of shorts and a little bit of posting, and I'm trying. It is not my strong suit. But my mod, June, has been so good and encouraging. I can't believe Shabizhness is going to be in court tomorrow. I don't know why. We'll figure it out. For those of you, I hope you guys had a good night's sleep. I only had 3 hours, so when we get done here, I'm going to go take a nap. And then I got homework to get done. I'm delayed in my homework, so I got to get homework done tonight. I don't know, Miss June, are we going to do a movie tonight?
Ooh, piece of candy.
Are we going to do a movie night tonight? That would be cool if we could. Like to have more.
Let's turn now to Massachusetts, where the murder trial of Brian Walsh is now delayed after the defendant was ordered to be sent to a mental hospital.
Walsh is accused of murdering and dismembering his wife, Anna.
And let me tell you, that's no cakewalk either.
Who disappeared in January of 2023. Her body has never been found.
Joining us now in studio with all of the latest is Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Matt, always great to see you. Tell us, what do you know about the postponement of Walsh's trial?
Shocking developments out of Dedham, Massachusetts. The timing of this high-profile case now up in the air. Accused killer Brian Walsh now under observation at this moment, just days before he was set to go to trial. Jury selection in the murder trial was set to begin in 2 weeks in Dedham, Massachusetts. Now it's on hold for at least 20 days for his evaluation. In the defense motion to continue, which was filed on October 3rd, his attorneys claimed that he had been suffering from both anxiety and fear ever since being stabbed in jail back in September. Quote, the defendant was violently assaulted and is mentally and physically unable at this time to fully participate in his defense and to tolerate the physical requirements of attending full days of trial at this time. Walsh is accused of killing and dismembering his beautiful wife, Anna Walsh, in January of 2023. Her body has never been found. Now his next court date, according to the docket, is October 27th for his competency hearing review. No trial date set yet.
Now, when they do have that trial, if and when it happens, the defense has also filed motions to move the trial. What do we know about that?
Yeah, that's a big question right now. Recently, the defense has filed several motions, including a 30-day delay, and then claiming Rule 14 discovering violations of evidence favorable to the defense, in their opinion, and new DNA testing recently done by the Commonwealth. And the defense, to your point, also filing a motion to change venue or veneer. And prosecutors on their end are asking for a buffer zone around the courthouse if it takes place in Dedham in anticipation of some high-profile witnesses, including right there, Trooper Michael Proctor, who was fired after the Karen Reed trial. Walsh is charged with first-degree murder and faces life behind bars if he's convicted. Of course, he's pled not guilty.
All right, Matt, thank you so much for that report. Appreciate it. As always, let's bring back in child attorney Tamika Rabowski. Tamika, what is your sense? Is this just sort of posturing by the defense to try to gain some time in this trial? Sounds like they're having issues with discovery. They want to change venue. Or is this something more serious in your estimation?
Well, it sounds like, because it seems that everything has been kind of thrown against the wall and let's see what sticks. It seems like it might be somewhat of a delay tactic. I do understand that he was stabbed and that has caused him to, I think the words were disoriented and fearful. So there may be some issues with respect to him being able to assist his attorneys. I would think the physical issue may be the bigger actual issue in terms of him being able to sit through the trial. I don't know the extent of the injuries, but being able to sit through the trials, the physical injury might be an issue, but the rest just kind of seems, kind of late to the party and trying to get it, buy some time.
I don't know, Tamika. I have to say this. I feel like a lot of the judges in cases that we cover here at Court TV don't really play with continuances that are unnecessary. I think they tend to hold the counsel on both sides to the deadlines that have been set by the court, proceeding with trial. So this makes me feel like two things. Number one, the physical part that you mentioned, he may not be able to physically be there, although a judge could say we can make arrangements for him to participate virtually. But then also when they said the mental participation, I guess my thought is this, though, regrettably, things happen in jail. People get beat up, people get stabbed, people get hurt. And I don't usually see that as a raised ground for them not to be able to participate in their defense. Do you think it's just there's something bigger going on with his mental condition?
Well, there would have to be in order for it to actually be effective. And I think that may be something that the judge is taking into consideration because, again, this is him being able to participate in his defense. And nobody wants to go through a complete trial and then have something turn up later. And now all that work was for nothing. So I think the judge is trying to, dot his I's and cross his T's at the outset before they get this started. So because of the stabbing and the physical issue, perhaps there is something that is mental that goes along with that on that particular issue of the stabbing and the physical issue and any mental issues that may follow that and affect his inability to assist. I think that the judge is being very careful to make sure that that's not an issue later on.
You know, it's interesting. A lot of our viewers online are saying that he wants so bad to be like Karen Reed. You know, he's asking, he's got the Michael Proctor connection. He wants the buffer zone. He wants to change venue. This is not one of those cases that feels to me like there needs to be a change of venue. What do you think about that ask by the defense?
I don't agree with that. The only thing that complicates it is, I guess, the participation of Mr. Proctor and the issues that he has had. But this is very different from that particular case. Just some of the information that I've heard so far. I agree he may want that type of attention. I don't know. But I think the biggest issue would be Mr. Proctor in terms of even asking for that, and in terms of when we talk about the publicity from his participation and any potential bias from his participation.
Yeah, but to me, the participation of Proctor is helpful to him.
Oh, I think so.
You know what I mean?
too.
So changing venue almost flies in the face of that particular
And
issue.
you think it's helpful to him because of the allegations against Proctor and what we know he did in the Karen Reed case, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, they haven't proven that the same thing happened in this case, but
But-
that's the implication that they hope
I
the story
agree.
finds.
I agree. And I would think that extra security could address the potential issues versus the buffer zone. I thought that was far reaching,
much,
Michael.
bit
Yeah,
much.
same here. All right. After this break, we're going to take a look at two other cases that we are following. First, in Florida, where the trial for one of the four suspects accused in the 2016 mass shooting at a nightclub is getting underway tomorrow.
Plus, in Texas, the sister of missing Texas mom, Suzanne Simpson, is now accused of harassing the family of her alleged killer, Suzanne's husband, Brad. Now, we'll have that and much, much more right after the break. Keep it here on Court TV.
Okay, we will follow the Simpson situation tomorrow. So what I'm going to do is today, right now, we're going to wrap things up a little bit. I've got to go check on Jennifer, make sure she's doing okay, my sister-in-love. Make sure she's doing all right, and then I've got to get homework done. I've got a lot on my plate today. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do the drawing. You ready? Uh-oh. Good luck, y'all. No, it can't be me. And it can't be Nightbot. Yay, Fancy! You won. Congratulations. Now we're going to do I shared. Oh, it's going to have to be Miss June. Because I and Nightbot can't win. Miss June, you won that one. Okay. And now... Well, two winners out of this. 3! Congratulations! Nope, can't be me. P14 and one more, one for every 5. I gotta wake up, Boo. I'm tired. Hello, congratulations. All of you, congratulations. How do you do this? Well, you got to like, comment, and subscribe and share. And when you do, make those comments and I get you in the drawing. We did not have anything for a tip. We had our winner of Fancy Pants. And then we had Miss June and hello to Britt and Bree. Y'all are our winners for today. And somebody said, how did I do today on the live? I'll share with you. We did 533 views so far. Yay! That's a good number for us. I want to thank everybody for being here. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, same time, same place, same case, and we will jump in, and I promise I won't eat all these cookies. I won't eat them all. I promise. My son, that's a different story. But anyway, want to thank and shout out to my mods. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, June. Thank you, K-Swan. And Angela, we're so blessed to hear that you are cancer-free. Thank you, Jesus. All right, guys. With that, y'all have a fabulous, fabulous evening and get some sleep. I hope to tonight, although drank a lot of coffee, but it's not 4:00 yet, so maybe it won't keep me up. Okay, guys, be blessed. Have a great night. Sleep well. See you in the morning. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.